The NFL Today is sponsored by Tuborg Gold, the golden beer of Danish kings. Tuborg Breweries Limited, Baltimore, Maryland. Wang, makers of computers and word processors. And by State Farm, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. From the CBS Sports Control in New York, here's Brent Musburger.
Good afternoon, everyone. It was yesterday, and Oklahoma had just been upset by Nebraska. The scene shifted to Penn State. They were under pressure against North Carolina State. Ray Scott picks up the action in that game.
Wisely to punt in the end zone. Suey at the 43-yard line. Oh, here he goes. Good ball. Touchdown.
And the Nittany Lions go on to win 19-10. So for the first time in that school's history, they are going to be ranked #1. Alabama to jump to #2. Nebraska probably 3. USC 4. And Oklahoma slides to 5. But there's a sleeper. Jimmy the Greek's been touting this team all year. Here they are. Danny Davis on the keeper for the Houston Cougars against Texas. 29-yard gain. Davis now to Jergaitis on the completed pass, and the Cougars are on the run against the Longhorns. Emmett King for the touchdown. Houston wins. They are indeed headed for the Cotton Bowl, and they could well jump all the way to the top before this wild season is over. Irv Cross, you've got a very good friend standing by live out there in the Midwest.
Good friend of all of ours, Ben. Talking about head coach Bart Starr, the Green Bay Packers, is sitting in the lobby of the Pfister Hotel, and in a few hours, of course, you'll be going against the Dallas Cowboys. Bart, everybody's talking about the great start you've had. The club is 7-3 and you're first in your division. Is the Packer team right now playing up to your expectations?
We were a couple of weeks ago, Irv. We have hit a little bit of a skid and lost 2 of our last 3, so we've got to get on track again.
Well, of course, one of those losses came last week, and I want to take a look at a play. James Lofton caught an apparent touchdown pass against the Philadelphia Eagles and was called back because of a penalty. Just what did happen in that play?
Well, there was a penalty, Irv. One of our people was caught holding, and that nullified a great gain for us.
Well, of course, you know, you've had big plays all year long. Of course, Lofton and Whitehurst and Middleton have been the people, of course, the core of your offensive thrust. And Middleton has had big days for you in Milwaukee in the past. Why is that?
Well, our offensive line has improved this year, Irv, and as a result, we've got improved running from our backs back there. And Turdell is enjoying a good year. He's healthy for the first time. Last year, he was nicked with injuries. This year, he's completely healthy, and he's doing a great job for us.
Now, what's been the emphasis with your Packer team this week, Bart, to get back on track here for the Dallas Cowboys this afternoon?
Well, I think the big thing, Irv, was to try to recover from an emotional loss against Philadelphia. We didn't play well. We thought we had a real good chance at winning the ball game. We did not. And anytime you suffer a loss like that, I think it takes you a couple of days to get back on track during the week. This is a thing that we've been fighting all week, and we feel we'll be ready to go against the Cowboys, though.
You know, I have part of the answer to help you get back on track, Bart. If you need some old, retired, broken-down defensive halfbacks to come out for free and tryouts, you have a guy right here who wants to do it for you.
I tell you what, Irv, the way we were going through people this last week, we might have had to give you a call.
Well, good luck this afternoon. Thanks for being with us,
Thank
Bart.
you.
Brent, of course, as far as I'm concerned, Bart Starr ought to be high on the list for Coach of the Year honors. And, of course, you've got some award presentations to make, too. Who was the Player of the Week last week?
Well, our Schick Player of the Week, like Bart Starr, a quarterback, Burt Jones of the Baltimore Colts. But, you know, I had predicted Washington was going to win. And I watched all that pain and the agony and the comeback. And I said, it reminds me of one thing, the sting. had marvelous weather so far during this football season, haven't we? Down in RFK Stadium, beautiful day for football. George Allen, the former coach of the Redskins and the Rams, one of our announcers down there. And George, I'm curious, how was John McVay able to turn it around against the Redskins? You dominated that team for so long until last year.
Well, Brent, one of the things, for some strange reason, the Redskins offense have made mistakes against the Giants defense. The Giants defense has forced turnovers, interceptions, sacks. And the Giants defense has dominated the Redskin offense.
Now, what about that Redskin offense today, going back to Theismann at quarterback?
Well, I think Joe's ready. He was only out one game, really the 49er game. I happened to bump into him at the airport, and he's fired up and ready to go. He's never beaten the Giants, you know.
All right, George. Have a nice afternoon. We'll see you back in L.A. tomorrow.
Thank you, Brent.
Okay. Speaking of Los Angeles, earlier this week I had a chance to be with Tom Mack and a couple of the players, and they asked to make a point. Jim Youngblood, the linebacker who had that unfortunate blitz against Tommy Kramer when Kramer convulsed on the field in Bloomington, then was credited in the papers with breaking Doug Williams' jaw. Williams, the fine young quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I went back into our coverage, and you really cannot see it because we follow the football after the pass. But in the players' footage, it shows that Jim Youngblood's helmet struck Doug Williams in the upper chest, and in fact, it was Freddie Dryer hooking around to the outside who got Doug Williams with a forearm. Now, the Ram players are not trying to put the focus onto Freddie Dryer. They say it was an accidental injury. However, they do want to make the point that Youngblood has received an awful lot of hate mail after Kramer and after Doug Williams. They say he's really not a killer at all, and we better make the point right now. So, one of the announcers who's covering the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for us today, Sonny Jurgensen, on the sideline of Pontiac. And, Sonny, what about the fine young quarterback at Tampa Bay?
Doug Williams had his jaw broken in 4 different places. They said he'll be back possibly next week for part-time duty, Brent. They don't want to have to play him. The big problem is not calling the plays in the huddle, but calling the cadence at the line of scrimmage. He have a difficult time with his jaw wired to call the signal, so they don't want to use him if they don't have to.
You know, Sonny, you never think about the voice with a quarterback, but you bring it up, and that is really critical, isn't it?
It's got to be critical, and especially with the crowd noises, too.
All right, Sonny, have a nice afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, speaking of quarterbacks and injuries, Jane, you were with the New York Jets, and of course they've lost Richard Todd, switched to Matt Robinson, and you went out to talk to him. What was the mood like out there at that camp?
It was kind of strange, Brent. I don't know what they're trying to hide out there, but it seems to me that when I went in to do the interview with Matt, a lot of the PR people and the front office people were in the room, and they were kind of like checking out to see what I was going to ask him and find out what he was going to answer. They didn't want to talk about Richard Todd at all.
Interesting. They're committed to Todd long range, and suddenly Matt Robinson appears.
Most experts figured that the New York Jets would go about as far as quarterback Richard Todd could take them. But in the 4th week of the season, Todd was injured and has not played since. Yet the Jets have won 4 of their last 5 games, as Matt Robinson, a 9th-round draft pick who wasn't even a starter in college, has taken the Jets farther than even Todd himself might have. Last week, Robinson engineered a startling upset of Denver when he hit Wesley Walker with a 75-yard game-winning touchdown pass, establishing the Jets as a playoff contender. You were second-string quarterback in college, and you weren't drafted until the 9th round. Do you find that the patience you develop by sitting on the bench, does that make you a better quarterback, do you think?
I think it builds character a little bit. I did it, in college and did it here, and it just made me realize that a second-string quarterback is as important as a first-string quarterback because, your first-string quarterback goes down, and you've got to have somebody to step in there and be ready. So, it's just, I think it's a very important position.
You had kind of a unique nickname in college. What was it?
Oh, third and long. Yeah, I just picked that up once I got here. At college, I was second string. I would come in on 3rd and long situations or at the end of the game, end of the half, to throw the ball. Overall, when I look back on it now, it's not so bad. But at the time, I'd have to say it was very frustrating. But the toughest thing was I felt like I was better. If I didn't feel like I was better, I shouldn't be playing the game at all. I feel like if you're satisfied being second string or sitting on the bench, you don't deserve to be there. You shouldn't be there because you're not helping yourself or anybody else involved with the team.
What do you think's going to happen when Richard comes back?
I think it's the type of thing that once you start talking about it, that's when the controversy starts and things start going wrong, and things are going good so far. I can't complain, and I don't think Richard can either.
The Jets are now the 2nd highest scoring team in the league. Has Wesley Walker, Derek Gaffney, and Jerome Barkham made you a better quarterback?
Oh, 100%, 110%. Those guys have done a fantastic job, and they've made it really easy on me coming in the situation I did. They've made it easier for me to call a game, throw the football, and, you know, with Wesley, as fast as he is, and the receivers that we have, I think I came in a superb situation as far as, you know, the team around me was concerned. I'm not trying to brag. I think it's time people believed in the Jets because the fact that we are second in the league in scoring, we're playing good football teams and shooting at the playoffs. What are these guys going to do when everybody's been in the league 4 and 5 and 6 years? I think experience really is the only thing holding us back right now.
Jane, I had a thought. I wonder if the rest of the Jet team would have improved if Todd had stayed there, or if they would have depended on him so much they wouldn't have come along.
Well, I don't know. A lot of people seem to think that Richard was really pulling them through at the beginning of the season, but this guy is very confident, and it seems to me that he can do it. I think the team is also confident in him.
Yeah, it showed in that interview, too, yes. Jane. Now, speaking of confident quarterbacks and quarterbacks having good years, Archie Manning down in New Orleans has been driving the Saints, and Irv Cross was down there. We'll be back with Irv as the NFL Today continues on CBS in just a moment. Jane gets stuck out on Long Island. Irv goes down to Bourbon Street. I don't know. That's seniority on your part, I guess.
Oh, it was a lot of fun being down there. It was a great day we spent down in New Orleans because Archie Manning, of course, and the Saint team they're all excited about their record. They're 5-5 right now and have an opportunity to have the best season ever in their franchise history. But Archie reminded me, and he made this point crystal clear. I'm having a big year, but don't forget Tony Galbraith, you know, John Hill, and the other 45 players in the squad.
Yeah. Amazing, he's never aged. He still looks like a teenager in this piece.
When Archie Manning arrived in New Orleans, he was perhaps the first in a new breed of NFL quarterbacks combining size, mobility, and a tremendous throwing arm. The trouble was, he just never gave the Saints a winning season. And even worse, severe arm trouble threatened to end his promising career before he could make the Saints a winner. But this season, the football fortunes for both Archie Manning and the New Orleans Saints are taking a turn for the better. The Saints, with a respectable 5-5 record, are just one win away from their best season ever, while Manning's the NFC's leading passer. Always a quarterback of great promise, Archie has finally come of age. Archie, I recall seeing your very first game in 1971. You started here for the Saints. You led them to an upset victory over the Rams, 24-20, and a controversial play the last play of the game, but nonetheless, you did win it. What were your thoughts at that point? Here you were a rookie, your very first pro game, you won a big game.
Well, it was one of these things, you know, the old saying, what do you do for an encore? Unfortunately, I think it's taken me about 7 years to get the encore. But we hung close, went down the wire with them, and then 3 seconds ago, instead of going for the tie, we go for the win, and I scored. And a few weeks later, we beat the Cowboys. They were Super Bowl winners that year. Those 2 wins probably topped anything we were able to do for the next 5 or 6 years, I think, until this year.
In order to be the conference leading passer, you have to have some help from your receivers.
I've got 2 guys, Tony, and a lot of people probably don't know a lot about Tony Galbraith and Henry Childs. I think they're going to find out about them in the near future. Tony Galbraith has caught, 50 balls through 10 games, and he's averaging around 9 yards a catch. That's good stats for a fullback, and he's got real happy feet, the real quick feet. I think he's the nearest thing to Chuck Foreman that I've seen come in the league the last few years. Henry Childs is a quarterback's delight as a tight end. He gets people's respect as far as going deep, but he gets open. He's got just a very natural pair of hands, and then some of those defensive backs bounce off of him.
With Childs, Galbraith, and assorted other receivers on hand, Archie Manning finally has a supporting cast he needs to become a winner. But more important is a winning season for the Saints.
We've won 5 around here, but as many as we've lost through the years, I'll never let one go by, a win, without really appreciating it.
Irv, if the Saints ever stock the playoffs, New Orleans will be higher than Denver down there.
Well, they're sky high right now, you know that.
Yeah, absolutely. Big game today against Atlanta. Now, ordinarily, we turn to Jack Whitaker at this moment in the NFL today, but Jack is on vacation. He'll be back with us next Sunday. But we'll be right back with Jimmy the Greek as the NFL Today continues on CBS in just a moment. Yours. Professor, glad to see you feeling a little better. You were under the weather earlier this week. Let's roll up the Giants and the Washington Redskins. And, Jimmy, suddenly the Redskins flounder in just a bit.
Well, they lost to a good Baltimore team. Rather, they got outsmarted. But nothing wrong with a little sting in a play one. If the Giants could win just with a kicking game, it would be great. But our secondary is hurting. They're just playing poor ball right now. Theismann's bad knee is healed. And listen, Washington is in a must-win situation to stay in the battle for, you know, with the Cowboys. And they're smelling the money now, you know, and whoever smells the money is going to win.
Tampa Bay, Jimmy, what are they smelling today in Pontiac against Detroit?
Well, you got to give both these teams credit. They came on. Tampa played super football, you know, against every team that they've played this year. And Detroit, the last 4 or 5 games, is playing real good. This game doesn't mean anything in the standings, but the special teams of Detroit should win. It should give them an edge. These two teams can upset anybody that they play any day from now on, though.
I want to roll up our doubleheader game, of course, Dallas and Green Bay. What have you got to say for our good friend, Tex Schramm?
Oh, I tell you, good news for good old Tex today, really. I mean, Green Bay plays the perfect defense for his little prima donna boy, what's his name, Dorsett or Dorset. I mean, to really run real well today. You know, I mean, especially if they give him the ball 15 times, I'll guarantee you he'll break 100 today.
Write that down, Irv. These are heavy predictions over here.
Dallas will win today because this is the kind of team, you know, that's got the 4-3. It's perfect for Schramm. Schramm will be clapping his hands all the way, and he'll say, I told you Dorsett was good.
Okay. How about the one a little bit later this evening? Pittsburgh and Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's a nice one to give to anybody. I'll tell you what. I'm going to give you the negatives of both teams. They both have poor kicking and poor punt returners. After that, forget about it. They're good everywhere. The Steelers are hurting a little bit. Rams have a better front, better offensive line. Steelers, better speed. I think a better quarterback. A slight edge to the Rams. I don't know why. I really don't know why. Only because they're at home. And I mean, it's the smallest of edges.
How about the rest of the schedule according to the Greek? Razor's Edge. Look at the upsets he's picking today. Atlanta over New Orleans, Denver over Cleveland, the Jets over Philadelphia, and Seattle to beat Baltimore. In the favorite category, Minnesota, New England, Miami, San Diego, and Oakland. And a prohibitive favorite, the Greek has got Bud Wilkinson now on a long winning streak. Let's find out who Jimmy thinks is going to wind up in the playoffs. Back with that as the NFL Today continues in just a moment. Jimmy, who we got favored now to get into the playoffs?
I'll tell you, no strangers. No strangers. The Cream's right at the top. New England in the East, the Steelers from the Central, and Oakland from the West.
Now, what about the NFC?
No strangers there, really. It's a toss-up, really, though. I'll take that back. Because Washington can still beat Dallas. Minnesota will overcome Green Bay, and the Rams have a walk-away.
Well, that'll be a big game for the Packers then today against Dallas and Milwaukee. We have an extra wild card team in each conference, Jimmy. 2 now are going to come and then play off in an elimination round. Who would be favored in the American and National for the wild card team?
In the American side, Miami's a tremendous favorite for one of them. But the second card, boy, is really a tough struggle between Denver, Houston, and let's not forget Seattle. And if the Jets could upset 4 more teams, that'd be all right.
All right.
On the other side, though, you've got to give the wild card to Atlanta or Green Bay. The second one, that is, because either Dallas or Washington will have the first one. I'll tell you, the Dallas-Washington game will be decided Thanksgiving Day, and we'll be there.
That's right. We'll have turkey down in Dallas.
Right.
Looking forward to that. There was a old familiar face back in Madison Square Garden last night, coaching the New York Knicks. Earlier in the day, the Knicks announced that they were replacing Willis Reed with the man he replaced. So Red Holzman moved back inside the huddle of the Knicks. And what he wants to go back to, well, a little more team offense and a little bit better defense, like you'll watch right here against Boston. Ray Williams taking it on in. The Knicks last night won the Reed debut for Red Holzman. 111-98 was the final score. Watch Spencer Haywood take the feed from McAdoo and ram it home. And there's plenty of time now for the Knicks to get back in the playoff picture. You're not going to believe the next piece of footage I'm going to show you. Seton Hall and Uppsala are playing football. Now, you're watching right here, Seton Hall in white celebrate. 40 seconds to go. They lead the game 14-10. Folks, it's all over. Here's the kickoff. Bounces down now. And Uppsala fumble. All they've got to do is just run out the clock. Look at it. 33 seconds they're down to. And Seton Hall fumbles. Upset odds got one more chance. Watch the quarterback now. Bobbles a snap. Now he stands there. Long pass for the end zone. Could do it. Intercepted. A victory for Seton Hall, right? Hold everything. With just seconds to go, and all the quarterback has to do is fall on the ball, look at what happens. Would you believe it? 16-14. Upsala wins it. And that's the kind of action you're going to see today on CBS. We'll see you at halftime and again after the game. For Jane, Irv, Jimmy, I'm Brent Musburger. We hope you've enjoyed the NFL Today.
Stay tuned as the NFL Today continues after this word from your local station.
Fake to Brown, looking. Ferguson has got touchdown. Long kick for Garrow from 47 yards out, and I don't know. He made it. It just ticked. Second man through is Delvin Williams, and there he goes again. There he goes again. Touchdown. Last one was 25. This is 26. Again, the Dolphins within 5 yards. Does not get it off. Lone setback is Curtis Brown, who cuts back. Curtis Brown, another good run. There he goes. Look out, Curtis Brown, touchdown. 58-7. Greasy. Over the middle, there it is. Touchdown, and that's not more. Touchdown number 8.
The NFL on CBS. Today's game is sponsored by National Car Rental, the Big Green Team. 10,000 people working for you. Radio Shack, a Tandy company, the nationwide supermarket of sound. And by Ford and your Ford dealer, who invite you to see and test drive the all-new LTD and Mustang.
Welcome to the Louisiana Superdome in New Orleans for this afternoon's NFC Western Division battle between the Atlanta Falcons and the New Orleans Saints. Hi, everybody. I'm Frank Lieber along with Tom Matty. Capacity crowd here, the first ever regular season capacity crowd for the Saints. They think it's a Super Bowl today.
Frank, there's no question about it. Both teams know the importance of this ball game. It's really, for Atlanta, it's a do or die if they want to get that wild card berth. For the Saints, it's a 5-5 season, the best they've ever had so far, so this puts them over that nub, and they really feel it's just a great ball game.
And the Saints, as you mentioned on the pregame show, led by Archie Manning, having the best year of his career.
344 yards against Pittsburgh last week. He just did a fantastic job. The guy is leading the league in passing. 60% completion average. He does it all.
Falcons with that great defense, not a star-studded defense, but they play together almost perfectly as a unit. Among their outstanding players, linebacker Fulton Kuykendall.
Here's a guy right here, 6'5", 225, all over the field. He's aggressive. The guy is he's just a complete ball player. You got Brazina on the other side, and it's going to be a good ball game.
He is healthy, and that's a big reason that the Falcon defense is doing well here in 1978.
Ferguson with all the time in the world. Touchdown, Brown.
First and 10. New Orleans Saints with the ball at their 17. No score. 10 minutes, 16 seconds left in the opening period. Archie Manning with the quick throw to Chandler. Out to about the 23 for a pickup of 4 yards.
Get a shot from the end zone right here, seeing Archie setting up for the quick pass right to the outside of the flanker. This is what he can do very effectively. If you beat this one-on-one tackle right here, you got some running move, and you get that guard and tackle pulling out on a quick screen out there. And
go, Saints! There's the book on Chandler so far. You know, he was a great running back as well as a receiver. Down in Florida, one of the top 2 wide receiving prospects in the league. In fact, he was the 3rd player selected. Behind Earl Campbell and behind Art Still. Archie Manning on 2nd and 5, going for the bomb. Chandler caught it at the 30. What a throw.
Here it is right now. You can hear the roar of the crowd. Manning setting up. It's an absolutely perfect throw. Keeps that back running. That's concentration. Looks the ball right into his hand. First down.
Tackle made by Rick Bias to save the touchdown, but 71,000 fans coming out of their shoes, filling every seat here in the Superdome, as the Saints have the first down of the ball game, and is it a big one at the 24-yard line of the Atlanta Falcons. Beautiful throw by Manning. Galbraith takes one tackle down to about the 21-yard line. Pick up a 3 on the play. It'll be second down 7. Ronald Lawrence, number 22, and Greg Brazina, number 50, making a stop.
This makeshift offensive line that New Orleans has come up with, but you take a look at the backs that they have back there. You've got Muncie, you've got Galbraith back there, 2 big, strong running backs, 6'2", 6'3", 220, and 230. This is what I call one of the best running tandems as far as the backfield goes that there is in the league right now.
For the record, that pass play to Chandler covered 53 yards. It is second down 7. Saints are at the Atlanta 21-yard line. Falcons threatening the blitz. Quick out and over the head of Chandler. I think Archie fell perhaps for the ruse there. It looked like the Falcons faked the blitz but weren't coming, and he thought they were.
I'll tell you, they come with everybody, including the janitor from back in the secondary. They use a lot of the safety blitz where the man comes right up to the gut, and it's hard to pick it up.
You know, in that Ram game, the Monday night game, they blitzed 66% of the time, 2 out of every 3 plays.
They really put the pressure on Hayden.
Third down 7. Big play now for the Saints at the Falcon 21. Again, Atlanta faking the blitz. This time they're coming. Got rid of it to Childs. Childs at the 15, at the 10, and down to the 8-yard line. First down, New Orleans. Robert Pennywell, number 59, saved the touchdown.
Here again, watch him setting up. It's just a quick release by the tight end out in the flat out there, and he breaks the block, breaks the tackle right here. Almost gets in. Pennywell saves it. Otherwise, he's in for 6 points. They're knocking on the door. This is a fired-up team, Frank.
Tom Pridemore tried to make the stop on Childs, but he was much too big for him and pulled away. First and goal to go from the 8-yard line. Galbraith stopped cold at the line of scrimmage. Nothing.
The last few years, this has been a running team. Now, since they've got all the injuries on the offensive line, you lose Dobler, Zanders. You know, they're really hurting there, so they've got to throw that ball. And Manning, that's why Manning's having such a great year throwing it. He's hitting his backs coming out of the backfield. He's got that big tight end that he can hit, and he's got great outside receivers.
Saints have won 3 out of their last 4 till they ran into Pittsburgh, and they almost beat the Steelers. Led them most of the way. Second and goal from the 8-yard line. Muncie down to the 5, to the 4, to the 3-yard line. Big Chuck Muncie, the former University of California All-American.
You can see why a big back like this can get through the hole. Everybody's heading up to the inside. He has the option. 6'3", 220. He just blows them back.
Pretty good blocking up front there, too. They took Pennywell out of there pretty good, didn't they?
Muncie hits number 59 right here. Pennywell just blows them back. Good hard running. Keep those legs driving. You got to go towards that goal line.
Officials mark it at the 4. It is third down, goal to go for the Saints at the Falcon 4-yard line. Still in the first period, no score. Manning. Intended for Chandler. Chandler trying to put a move on Rick Bias, number 38 out there.
It's good defense by Bias out there.
So the Saints will have to settle for the field goal. And they have gone through this year a total of 5 field goal kickers. Finally settled on Steve Mickemeyer, who played for Dick Nolan when Nolan was out at San Francisco. In fact, a guy by the name of Tim Mazzetti was through here once upon a time along with everybody else. And he's now on the opposite side. Blanchard will put it down at the 11, which will make it a 21-yard field goal try by Mickemeyer. It's good. So the Saints are first up on the scoreboard with 5 minutes and 41 seconds left to play. in the opening period. New Orleans leads Atlanta by a score of 3-0.
Yeah, look for the backs. He likes to go to the backs in a situation like this. They have been in this situation. This isn't the first time this year that New England's been in this situation. They've been in it before, and they've come away a winner.
Horace Ivory will lose yardage. It will be 4th down and about 5 as Ted Thompson was there. Patriots take a timeout. Now,
I don't understand that. Going with a sweep, giving the opportunity to the linebackers and the line to pursue along the line of scrimmage.
Horace Ivory has been held to only 16 yards in 8 carries.
And a week ago against Buffalo, he had a fantastic afternoon.
Don't forget the Sperry NFL report immediately following our telecast here this afternoon. We'll be updating from New York all of the scores and highlights in the NFL. Now, if Houston wins, this will be the 6th time in 7 games that they have trailed at halftime and then won.
Houston, the only game that's been a runaway is the Cincinnati game that they lost. All other games have been 7 or fewer points that separate the difference whether they won or lost.
Except for the first half of this ball game, which was a runaway. And then the Oilers got it together.
That's right.
I'd like to have a tape recording of what Bum said in the locker room at halftime. It will be 4th down and 5. 33-yard line. New England has the ball with 1:51 left to go. And it is too late to punt and gamble.
He's got to throw now. You know that he's going to throw the football, or he's going to attempt to anyway.
Under strong pressure, the pass is incomplete. The Oilers will take over on down. Houston, an unbelievable comeback, trailing 23-0.
They've won their last 7 ball games, but they're in trouble right now. The New England Patriots.
And that's 7 straight victories for New England, equals the club all-time record for consecutive wins. But Houston will be breaking the string here. Congratulations from the head man himself with 1:44 left to go in the ball game.
Who do you think they're going to give that football to? Would it be number 34?
I would predict. Now, Houston, 2 timeouts remaining. New England has 1. At the New England 33-yard line.
He's not going to give that ball to anybody. He's going to keep it himself and fall on it.
And New England will stop the clock. That is their last timeout. He cannot fall on it 3 more times. Change of possession on the last one.
Yes. New England will get the football back.
The clock stops on change of possession, so he has to start running a play. Now they're doing the same thing. He's doing the division. Right? That's 90 seconds. And there's 101 left, so you're coming up 11 seconds short, Bum, if you fall on it 3 straight times. And also, yes, that would be right. We have a report that Ron Jaworski was hurt in the game in Philadelphia, was carried off the field. And the pregame show talked about the quarterbacks going down, so that continues. What do you think about this as a former quarterback? Are there more quarterback injuries this year than you've seen in the past?
Well, I'd say the last few years. I think synthetic turf has something to do with it, and the opposition has a great deal to do with it. The defensive men are so big and strong. You know, you're talking about people like Robert Brazil, runs a 4.5 40, weighs 230 pounds, and big defensive linemen out there. That you see on synthetic turf, straight ahead you get great traction, so the collisions are going to be much greater than they were before, plus the fact that these men are all on weight programs from junior high school on. They're much bigger and stronger than they were 15, 20 years ago.
Also, I saw a survey on the increase in size of offensive linemen, defensive linemen, all defensive players. The only offensive player that has not grown in size is the quarterback over the last 20 years.
Oh, I don't know. I put on a few pounds.
Yes, but that's since you retired. It's the good living. Update on Earl Campbell. Today, 75 yards. Season total, 945 yards. That means that next week, with 55 more, he had reached the 1,000 mark. Houston will be hosting Miami next weekend. New England will be at the New York Jets.
What a comeback by Houston in this football game. really tremendous, which shows a lot of the character of what that football team is all about. Bum Phillips is the man, of course, that directs that football team.
Snap coming with 1 second on the 30-second clock. That is the timer. Time remaining. It'll be 4th down and 16, and New England will still have a possession.
You know, you look back, a lot of strange plays. One was that fake field goal that the shuffle pass forward that came up with a big first down that got them in and get some points and got a touchdown. The kicking game today, both sides. Posey hitting the goalpost on a shot that was very makeable. 2 extra points, never getting them off for Houston. And now we're in the situation of punting, and I'm sure that's going through the minds of those people down there, because going back to punt the football with 16 seconds remaining, and he's told one thing is get it off, get that football off, and they're telling the men up front, don't worry about the coverage, just make sure you block and don't let anybody get through.
Now you saw the clock stop with 16 seconds. That was the countdown on the 30-second clock that stopped it. Parsley will be kicking. New England will have one more opportunity.
They have no one back.
A long shot. They're going for the block. Rushing 11 men. He gets it off. It'll roll free. Into the end zone. Automatic touchback. 7 seconds left in the ball game. And only James Bond 007 himself could save it right now for New England.
All they can hope to do is put it up in the air and hope that somebody can come down with it, or try to hit somebody in the middle out there someplace and hope that they get it by with the tackles. But you'll take a look at the defense of Houston when they line up for this. You may not be able to find the deep guys because they're going to be so deep, they're almost going to be in the locker room. You can give up anything you want on this except letting them get across the goal line, because with 7 seconds to go, they can't run that far, I don't think, in 7 seconds.
From the 20-yard line, 80 yards away, no timeouts. Brogan under pressure. He's got to throw it. Time is out. It is tipped. It is intercepted. Houston has the football. And sliding down is J.C. Wilson with the interception, capping a fantastic comeback in the second half for the Houston Oilers as they stay in the picture for a wild card spot and a playoff position.
Charlie, you said at halftime, and I agree with you, that Houston played a miserable first half, and at that time it didn't look like they really had a prayer of defeating the New England Patriots. The Patriots had everything under control. They were running with the football, and no way they were supposed to win that ball game, but they didn't know it.
Final score, Houston 26, New England 23. This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson. So long from Schaefer Stadium in New England. The executive producer of today's game is Don Omeyer. The game was produced by Larry Cirillo, directed by Harry Coyle. Technical director Arnold Rand, associate director Howard Baya. Next Sunday, it all starts NFL 78 with a pregame show featuring Jamie the Greek, NCAA and NFL scores and highlights. The games, 12:30 Eastern Time, Buffalo, Tampa Bay, New England, the Jets. That starts it off. Don't forget to stay with us. Sperry NFL Report right after we pause for these messages from your local station.
Frank Lieber along with Tom Matty, Superdome in New Orleans as we start the second period of play. It's a young man looking at himself in one of the big television monitors that overhang the dome here, seeing his picture about 20 feet high. It's been all Saints so far. I'll tell you, first period total offense, Saints 125 yards. The Falcons have 12 yards total offense. And as we get back to play, New Orleans with a 2nd and 3 at the 34-yard line of the Falcons. Falcons are lucky. They're only trailing 3-0. Galbraith back in the lineup in motion. The pitch to Muncy. Muncy slips, gets back up, gets maybe a yard, and that's it. Crunched by Jeff Murrow, number 75. I'll tell you, that first quarter, Manning did about as good a dissection job on the Atlanta defense. I think just really had him going in circles.
Frank, I think he just picked them apart. He knows what he can use. He knows what his capabilities are. He knows what he has to do. He's hitting the backs. He's hitting those short, quick screens to the outside. You know, this is a big active defense over here that Atlanta has, and Manning knows exactly. I think Nolan is doing a super job with this team, and the coaching staff that he has here has, you know, really picked them apart.
Third down, 3. Saints have the ball at the 34-yard line. They throw it out to Chandler. Chandler at the 30. He's got the first down at the 29. Fulton Kuykendall, number 54. And Ronald Lawrence, number 22, in the stop. Chandler, as we said, is not the normal starter at wide receiver. He is filling in today for Tinker Owens. And up until this point, he has not beaten Tinker Owens out. But it is inevitable that a man with this much talent is going to be in there sooner or later. And Owens does have a slightly pulled hamstring. So Chandler's getting another big opportunity today. Manning has now completed 5 straight passes. Saints are at the 29-yard line of Atlanta, and Archie wants to throw it again. Rush is on. Protection is good. Had a receiver wide open. Ike Harris down at the 10-yard line and did not throw it well.
That was his first bad throw. They had with the old cherry pickoff over here with the tight end going out to the outside and doing a takeoff pattern. Everybody clearing to the other side. Manning rolling to the right, throwing back to the left. That was an all-or-nothing play right there.
2nd and 10. Wes Chandler has now caught 4 for 78 yards. Manning's leading receiver so far.
You know, Frank, you have to play off a guy like Wes Chandler. He's got 4.5 speed in that 40. He can fly, so you've got to give him some room to move out there, because he'll go right by you. He's got that great speed.
Chandler up at the top of the screen. Yeah, sure. Chandler up at the top of the screen there. Lawrence trying to stay with him. Manning scrambling to the 25. Archie to the 20, to the 19-yard line, and very close to a first down. Rick Byers, number 38, makes the stop. Good block by Galbraith. Helps bring him loose.
Here's Archie setting up. Right now, you can see the pressure that Atlanta's putting on him. The blitz from the outside. Brazina's coming in there. Manning steps upside. This is one of the things that makes him a great quarterback, because he has the maneuverability to move in that backfield. A great block right here. Good hard running.
Third down, a yard for the first down. 2 tight ends in there. Hardy is in there to join Childs to beef up the blocking.
Atlanta's got to stop him right now, Frank.
Galbraith looks like he's got the first down. Let's see where they spot it. Bias, number 38. Pennywell, number 59. It'll be close. And I think it'll be close enough for measurement.
I think he's got it.
Ring in the change, they say. Saints leading 3-0, but this game has not been nearly as close as that score would indicate, really. But it's been all New Orleans. First down. I don't believe Falcons have got a first down yet, have they?
No. They just can't.
The second period score now. Minnesota has tied Chicago. Saints have converted 5 of 7 third down situations, 4 in a row in this ball game. That's their 7th first down, and Atlanta 0 in the first down department. Archie Manning from the 18-yard line. Under pressure is sacked for the first time this afternoon. Good pressure that time by the Atlanta defense. Jim Bailey, number 72. Friend of yours for Baltimore.
He sure was. Big, strong guy, and I'll tell you one thing, he's a competitor. That's what you got to do. Atlanta's got to come up with these big plays to get them back out of that field goal range.
Loss of 11 yards on that play.
You can see the pressure that's being put on him right here. Archie setting up. The big men coming in after him right here. Archie gets tripped up. They should have called the ball dead right there, because he was tripped up by one of the Atlanta Falcons.
It is second down, 21. Saints at the 30-yard line of the Atlanta Falcons, who again threaten the blitz. Long count play. Out to Galbraith. Tries to one-handed.
Let's see, is it a backward pass? It may be a lateral. I believe it's a free ball. Let's see. Official timeout being called. They're going to talk it over. If they rule that a backward pass, a lateral, Atlanta will get the football.
They got it, I think.
And one of the officials has ruled exactly that. That will be the case. They are ruling it a lateral. If it's a forward pass, it's simply incomplete. If it's a backward pass or a lateral, it's a free football. And anybody can fall on it. So the ball was recovered by the Falcons, who get a tremendous break.
Here it is right here. Let's see if it was. It's a close call. The officials are right there. They've got a seat. He was right on the sideline when they called it.
I think Rick Bias finally winds up with the football. Atlanta has the ball.
Miami holds here, and it's all over. 1:17 to go. Ferguson drills the football shy of the first down. Reuben Gant will get up, but it's shy of the first down. Miami takes over. 1:08 to go.
23-20, first and goal at the 10. Dan Pastorini puts it into the corner. Rich Castor has it. And with that touchdown, the Oilers end the Patriots' winning streak at 7 games. Hello, everybody. I'm Brian Gumble. Mike Adamle is in our highlight center. And this is the Sperry NFL Report, brought to you by Sperry Rand Corporation, whose commitment to the future is making machines do more so men can do more. The Oilers with perhaps the most stunning comeback of this day, certainly of the season perhaps. The final 26-23. The Houston club trailed at one time in this game 23-0. And the Patriots, rolling along to the playoffs, had won 7 straight. They were playing at home. All was going right for them until the second half. And Mike Adamle was watching the comeback. Michael, the Oiler club has been accused of playing down to competition in the past. I think they showed a lot of courage today.
Yeah, they certainly did. If one game is going to turn around the Oilers' season, this may be the game. They were, like you said, down 23-0, but they did come back. It was 6-0 at this point when Horace Ivory scored his 8th touchdown of the season to make it 13-0. And then later on in the second quarter, this first and goal situation, great play action fake by Grogan. He fakes out our cameraman. Watch this block by 70. Leon Gray knocks Robert Brazil out of the picture. He scores to make it 23-0. That's the way it stayed until late in the second quarter. First down and 10 yards to go. Pastorini back to pass. He hits 0-0. Ken Burrow over the middle to set up this 7-yard touchdown run by Rob Carpenter. Great run, 23-7. That's the way it was at halftime. And then a little later on in the third quarter, second down and goal to give is to Carpenter again. He plunges into the end zone from 2 yards out. That made it 23-14. The Oilers scored another one. Right now it is 23-20. Pastorini back to pass. There's that play to Richard Castor, 26-23. Big win for the Oilers. Miami versus Buffalo. You know, Buffalo has lost to the Miami Dolphins 17 straight times. They did it again today. It was very close, 25-24. Here's some of the action. Delvin Williams became the first man to go over 1,000 yards. This 26-yard touchdown run was his second of the day, and it put him over the 1,000-yard mark. Later in the game, Curtis Brown, number 47, returned some of Miami's firepower with a long run of his own, 58 yards. He had a good day, too, 112 yards on the day. But Bob Greasy nailed the victory with this pass to Nat Moore, sealed the victory for Miami, 25-24. Don Shula is keeping pace with the New England Patriots. They are now tied.
Don, do you feel like you dodged the bullet?
Well, I'll take a win any way that we can get it. We had a good chance to put the game away there in the fourth quarter, but we did the only thing that you could do wrong, and that's we fumbled the football. And I think the snap from center might have been a little early, and Braxton was gone, so Greasy tried to eat the ball, and he got hit as he tried to put it away. And, of course, they picked it up, and only a great tackle by Nat Moore saved it. Our defense had to hang on, which is getting to be familiar at the end of the game for us to preserve the win.
Another super day by Delvin Williams. Those 2 long touchdown runs went to the left side, which last week the Patriots were running on him to the right side. Did you find something on them?
No, we just felt that we had to do something away from the tight end, and we've been running a lot of things to the tight end side, and they were really outside conscious on that side. And we went back to the weak side, and Larry Little threw a fine block, and Delvin, of course, what can you say? The guy's just been outstanding.
I'm sure you're not overjoyed to see the excitement come back in the extra points either.
Well, no, we had the bad snap on the first one, and then the second one he knocked through there, and then we had a penalty on it, and that put it back, and we had another bad snap and a low kick, and you just can't afford to make mistakes like that. Fortunately, we had the field goal earlier that just bounced over, and that was the margin of victory.
Let's take a look at that last play from our camera angle again. Manning's feet there at about the 36-yard line, I would say, when he delivers the ball. And that's close.
It's close.
Yeah. Falcons come up with a football. 1st and 10 at their 44-yard line. That's the longest gain Atlanta has had on the afternoon so far.
And I think they might even have a first down. They'll probably bring it out and measure this one.
Looked like 9 yards plus for Bubba Bean, which takes it across the 50. First time that the Falcons have been across the 50.
Here it is. He went on a quick count. They knew the crowd would be a little upset. Everybody came off the ball. Bubba picks his hole very well. Keeps those legs driving.
Falcons got their speed burner, Alfred Jackson, in wide receiver now. Same type of play that time. Only Haskell Standback, number 24, getting the call, and Atlanta has its first down of the ball game. And for the record, it comes with 10 minutes and 45 seconds left to play in the first half. Ball is at the 41-yard line of the New Orleans Saints. Falcons trail only 3-0. Minnesota leading Chicago now 14-7. Here's Bubba Bean inside the 40 to the 37-yard line before being corralled by Joe Fettersfield.
You can just see the momentum change in this ball game right now. Atlanta is starting to generate some offense, which they've got to do. The players are coming in off the bench. You can just feel it out here.
Well, you feel like the Saints ought to be in front about 17-0.
They should be. They've dominated this game. They've played great offense, great defense. Atlanta's got to come to life right now, and it's on the shoulders of Bartkowski out there right now. 2nd down.
2nd and 6 from the 37-yard line. Bartkowski back to throw. Hit from behind, gets the pass away, completes it to Standback at the 33-yard line. Jim Merlo, number 57, short of the first down.
He just got that ball off, I'll tell you. He got nailed from the backside.
It was Don Reese, number 60, blew through there and got to Bartkowski.
You know, he had that slight separated shoulder a couple of weeks ago and played with it, and he looks like he's hurting right now with it. That left shoulder is his.
Bartkowski's first NFL win came against the Saints back in 1975. And it's also the first time in his 4-year career that he's completed more than half his passes. There's the book on him so far this afternoon. 3rd down. 2 needed for the first down. At the 33, Bartkowski's going to throw it. Over the middle, wide open is Mitchell at the 25. Mitchell is down to the 15-yard line. 1st and 10. Atlanta.
Great call, Frank. What he did is he let the tight end block down back to the inside. Everybody released. He rolled it out. You can see right in your corner right here. The tight end just fires out, releases to the inside. Bartkowski just rolls. He just hooks up in the dead spot right there. Picks up a big first down. They're on the 15-yard line, marching in.
So the Falcons are driving midway in the 2nd period, trailing 3-0. Standback, hurled back at the line of scrimmage by Joe Fettersfield, number 58.
That's why this guy is one of the best middle linebackers in the league. You get a shot of that one. He really nailed him in the hole.
Big pass play a moment ago to Mitchell, covered 19 yards and putting the Falcons in position where they can at least tie this game. They'll have a 2nd down 8 upcoming from the 13-yard line. Both wide receivers to the left side. Rickman is out there and Jenkins in the slot. Or rather, Jackson. Standback to the 10. Standback to the 5-yard line. Very close to a first down. A determined piece of running by Haskell Standback.
You can see from the ground level right here. Bartkowski hands off. Back looking to the inside. Sees the hole. Cuts back up. Breaks a tackle right there. Very close to the first down. Big 3rd down situation again for Bartkowski.
They put it down at the 6, leave it a yard shy of the first down. 3rd down and 1. Of course, the plays being shuttled in from the bench. Head coach Lehman Bennett alternating wide receivers. 3rd down and a yard needed for the first down. Bean and Standback are the setbacks. Bartkowski giving to the 2nd man through that Standback, and it will be close. It will be very close and will necessitate a measurement. Eloy's Grooms, Joe Fettersfield, and Pat Hughes leading the black-shirted defensive charge of the Saints.
What would you do in a situation? Go for it. I think they're short. He's going to take the field goal. I don't know. I might have gone after it.
Field goal unit is coming on, and that means Tim Mazzetti. Now, Mazzetti did not have a chance against San Francisco last week, so he's still got a string going of 7 in a row. He makes this one, and he will tie the club record of 8 in a row, set by Nick Mickemeyer in 1973. This will be a 22-yard effort and would match the 21-yarder. Kicked earlier by Steve Mickemeyer. We've got a tie game. 6 minutes, 46 seconds left to play in the first half here in the Superdome. And we're tied at 3-all.
Monty Clark doesn't look like a man who has a 31-16 lead. And the football down close. John McKay, implacable as always. You never know if his team's up 50-0 or behind. It's one of the reasons he's been a successful coach for a lot of years. He doesn't let it fly away with him. Danielson throws. There's a penalty marker down. This one's going to come back as Dave Hill reaches in, looking for his 3rd touch of the day. Penalty marker down with 7:12 to play.
David Hill, right before the snap of the ball, was moving. He moved out a little bit and reset himself. I think they're going to call him for motion. Again, looking for 81 again, huh?
Yep.
See what the penalty will be.
81's been the number that Gary Danielson has searched out. He's hit him 7 times in this game for almost 100 yards in receptions and 2 touchdowns. 7:12 left to play in the game.
You take a look at this play that it was a little delay pattern again as we listen for the call.
Illegal motion, number 81.
There you go.
Repeat 3rd down.
They caught him. Watch what David Hill does with the football here right at the end, trying to break the plane of the goal line as he's running with it. He's delayed. He cut back in, sticks it out. Now watch this. Here he sticks the ball out, trying to get it, and he just, I think he breaks the plane of the goal line while he's down way back on the 3-yard line.
Here comes a blitz. Danielson rolling out. In pursuit is Kohler. Danielson throwing on the run. Incomplete. It'll be 4th and goal now. And Ricardo in the field goal unit comes out. Tampa Bay's defense starting to smoke now and get after the quarterback, but Danielson, for the most part in this game, has had ideal amounts of time to throw the ball, and the subsequent numbers he's compiled certainly indicate that, as he's completed over 75% of his passes today.
Tampa Bay's defense has been on the field a long time, too, because look at the field position. Luther Blue Rant returned the kickoff 60 yards to put him in plus territory. And again, they're coming up with a field goal attempt.
Danielson holds. Ricardo set to kick it. Up, and it looks long enough. He's got it again. So with 7:02 left to play in the game, the Lions extend their lead to 34-16. We'll be back with us to the game in a moment.
For Washington, Tony Green. He'll be flanked by Ike Forte and Don Harris. That's Harris 26. So the Giants have had to suffer a loss of momentum. They took the lead on the recovered fumble by Troy Archer, but they gave the tying touchdown back in the waning moments.
One thing the Redskins have is Mark Mosley's strong leg. He's a threat from 50, 55, 57 yards, and that's all you need.
Mosley has already kicked one this year over 50. So it's funny how this worked out. We were talking so much about the kicking game before this one started, and it had really gotten down to where each side had 2 field goals, and punts and punt returns have meant such a big difference as we look at Mark Mosley, who might very well be called on to decide this one if Washington can get anywhere close. And for Mosley, a 5-minute phone call is close enough.
You're right, and Tony Green is overdue.
Well, the Giants kickers in the last quarter, they had penalties on every kickoff return and kickoff coverage. They haven't come through too well with their special teams. Now we'll see what type of a kickoff we get here, and we'll get the hang time on it.
Mosley certainly in a relaxed attitude, but I guess a lot of that is a front. After all, your heart has to be beating. It's a must game for both these teams.
It certainly is, Vinny.
The Skins came in 7-3. The Giants 5-5. Dallas playing Green Bay. They're 6-4. Okay, into overtime. Joe Danello ready to kick it off. And here we go. Danello belts it. Tony Green is going to have Ike Forte take it at the 5, to the 20, to the 30, and finally knocked out of bounds. A good return by Ike Forte. Maurice Tyler knocked him out of bounds at the 35-yard line, where Washington will put it in play.
A line drive kick, very difficult to recover.
So Mosley not warming up. What kind of a cool customer is he? About the best you've seen?
He's a very studious, diligent young man.
Well, we might see him very soon. 1st and 10 from the 35. Bugs wide left, McDaniel right, Harmon and Thomas the running backs. Remember, Riggins is out with a sprained ankle. Mike Thomas running into people as he gets to the 37-yard line. And at the bottom, John Mendenhall.
You know, Vinny, in overtime, my teams have played 3 overtime games in 1 month, Jim. We played back-to-back overtime. And really, it still comes down to the same thing. Don't make mistakes. The mistakes in overtime have meant victory.
Well, that's basically professional football. Do not make mistakes.
From the 38, 2nd and 7, Thompson left and McDaniel right. Play action fake to Thomas. Theismann under some heat decides to take off, and he's out to midfield, still on it, and he runs up an official's back.
Watch out.
Joe Theismann checking to make sure that the official is all right. That official is back judge Bill Swanson, and Theismann will run up the back judge's back. You watch.
And the great thing about this, Vinny, is that he is running. He's running like a running back now. He gets extra yardage here.
Yeah. Joe's a good runner. We used him, Jim, to return punts when we had injuries. They're in field goal range almost.
So thank goodness he is all right, is Bill Swanson. And Mark Mosley is getting ready. 1st and 10 from the Giant 41. Theismann to Mike Thomas following Nugent. Cuts inside Nugent and gets inside the 35. Nugent blocking on Brad Van Pelt. Jeter made the tackle.
All right, good call by Theismann. As I said earlier, Mike Thomas is invaluable to this team. Comes outside, he has the speed, he watches, he makes his cut, the quick feet go into action, breaks one tackle, gets his forward movement. Good play on the part of Mike Thomas.
Good block by Danny Nugent, number 62.
Right, on Brad Van Pelt. 2nd and 2 on the Giant 33. In overtime, the Redskins trying to get close. McDaniel wide right, Thompson in a slot. Fugit shaking off the line way wide left, and it's Clarence Harmon taking a lick right at the line of scrimmage. At the bottom, Troy Archer, as you look at Mark Mosley. Mosley has kicked 2 today. He is 14 for 22.
They don't need it any closer for Mark. All they got to do is just don't get a loss.
We have a little bit of time. We'd like to thank our producer, Robert D. Stenner, our director, Tony Verna, our statistician, Dr. Bob Woods, our associate producer, Ernie Bauer, field operations engineer, Stan Mitchell. And you'll see the other credits now as Washington comes up 3rd and 1 on the Giant 32. Second man is Mike Thomas, and he did it. He got the 30, and he had to do it on his own.
He wants to play football, George Allen, just like you said.
Yeah, it's hard for one man to bring Mike down. You never get a clean shot on him. You never hit him head on. He's always moving, cutting back, wiggling.
His twinkle toes.
They're going to measure, but from our angle, he has the first down. And he's got it.
Good eye.
Now the only thing that can beat him in here is a mistake.
Danny Bugs bringing into play to Joe Theismann. 1st and 10 on the Giant 31. Washington having just played Monday in an overtime game and had to come from behind to get even, and now they're trying to win it. There's the score in overtime, 13 all. 1st and 10 Fugit wide right, Buggs in the slot left. Theismann to Mike Thomas, and he is wrapped up hard by Harry Carson. Carson, a 3-year man out of South Carolina State. 4th-round draft choice back in '76.
I like Carson. He's physical, and that's what that position should be.
You know, George, when you're on the 35-yard line in this situation, it's really difficult to know what to call. You can get too conservative, or you can take a chance. It's hard. What would you do?
Well, I wouldn't run any plays that were not sound that might give us a loss. I'd go straight ahead.
Mike Thomas going straight ahead, and Harry Carson puts a Buffalo wrap-up on him and knocks him down.
And 2 hands on the ball.
That was a 2nd and 13 on the 35. So it is a 3rd down call now that is sent in. Danny Buggs and Ricky Thompson, the messengers. And on the sideline, and he'll be center stage in a moment, Mark Mosley. 3rd and 13. The ball on the Giant 33-yard line. Buggs in a slot right. Harmon and Thomas. And Theismann's going to put it up. And throws down. Gene Fugit. He beat Mallory for a 1st down inside the 20. Big Gene Fugit, 6 years out of Amherst. And now Mark Mosley is coming in. 1st and 10. Why would you bring him in 1st and 10 on the 18?
The reason you bring your kicker in here is that you don't want to make a mistake and give him the ball game. He might fumble. Something might happen. This is a chip shot for Mark Mosley.
In other words, put him away as soon as you have a chance to do it.
And if you miss it, you really haven't lost anything.
From the 25, it's a 35-yard field goal attempt. The hold by Theismann. The snap, the kick, it's up, and he missed it. It's a chip shot, and he chili dipped it. Oh, look at the face of Mark Mosley as he missed the one he thought surely he could make. Gary Jeter is hurt on the play for New York, and Mosley missed it.
See, you know, a lot of people thought he made it.
Not the officials. The Zebras were right there, and look at, he missed it by plenty.
Good hole, good snap, good protection.
And so the Giants have dodged not a bullet, some arrows with the Redskins.
Yes, they have.
And it's 1st and 10 New York on their own 20-yard line. Mark Mosley still can't believe it. He had kicked 2 today. He is now 14 for 23. 1st and 10 on the Giant 20. And they have really gotten a reprieve. Coder is hit and stopped by Butts.
You know, Jim, Butts takes a hard charge inside, and there's no man in football that can block him. He's so big and strong. Just to get his body in there, he makes the play.
And Mark Mosley still in the spotlight, even though he's off the stage. He can't believe it. Shaking his head.
Well, the Giants got to get something going here now if they're going to get back in here.
2nd and 11 on the Giant 19. They have Moorhead wide left, Perkins right, Coder and Bobby Hammond in the setup screen for Perkins. Perkins is going to be dragged down at the 20 after he got away from Butts and Lorch back on the 15. Joe Danello is the opposite side of Mark Mosley. They have each contributed with 2 field goals. Danello, of course, did not have the opportunity that Mosley had.
Unless the Giants get a 1st down here, the Redskins are going to have great field position again.
3rd and 8. The ball is on the Giant 22-yard line. McClendon comes out, Harris comes in, so the nickel defense against Pisarcik. Coder and Hammond, the running back. Shirk, the tight end, is on the left side to Coder. And Coder grabbed by Jake Scott and Don Harris after being tripped up by Carl Lord. And now Dave Jennings is a man on the spot. Remember, he leads the NFL 44 yards an average kick, but he also leads in yardage return. He has a tendency to either outkick the coverage or kick line drives, and Tony Green just itching to get his hands on the ball. Jennings will be kicking from the Giant 15, and you can watch the hang time. See how long he can keep it in the air. He got it up, and it'll go out to the 35. Tolly Green at the 32. Brian Kelly can't get him, but he finally is hit by Dan Lloyd and knocked out of bounds. Once again, Washington in good field position. They're on their own 44-yard line, and Ted Fritsch appears to be injured on the play. Fritsch, who is the key man, of course, in a kicking game, is a great snapper, and although he doesn't get any headlines, he is part of the Mark Mosley story.
NBC Sports presents the best of the National Football League, the American Football Conference. Brought to you by Chrysler Plymouth, who invites you to see and compare Plymouth Volare, the solid, substantial midsize $479. By Schlitz, beer makes it good. Schlitz makes it great. And by Pennzoil, the motor oil that's worth asking for.
Peyton set to receive the kickoff, and we're underway. A short high kick. Peyton coming up to take it at the 12, drops it up over the 15 there. He's in trouble, and he is hit back at the 15-yard line. Ricky Anderson, number 43 down there. Anderson on the specialty unit, doing an excellent job. Loss of a yard or two, let's call it about 3 there on that return, as Peyton picked it up and had problems. Livingston starting at quarterback. The 3 men with him, Reed, McKnight, and Morgado in that backfield. First and 10. Wide receiver, Henry Marshall. Walter White, the tight end. First down.
First look for the Chargers at the wing tee. Might scare him early.
Handoff going to Ted McKnight. McKnight trying to get outside. Can't go. Coming up to make the play, the right end, number 71, Fred Dean.
Didn't scare the Charger defense at all on that first one.
There's a look at Livingston.
There's the offensive line. Jack Rudnay is the key at center. Matt Herkenhoff, Bob Simmons, Tom Congdon, Charlie Getty. Watch for Herkenhoff matched up with Sylvester Hicks. Ought to be a good one today.
Second down and 10 from the 17-yard line. Opening moment of play here in San Diego. Up the middle, breaking out of there is Morgado. Morgado up to the 32-yard line. Stringert, the extra defensive back in there, 45, as the Chargers were in the nickel that time. And it is a first down. They've marked the ball at about the 32.
The defensive line for the Chargers, one of the best front 4 in the National Football League. Jones, Kelcher, Gary Johnson, Fred Dean, and watch Louis Kelcher. He's awesome.
First and 10 from the 32-yard line. We've now got Horace Belton, 35, in the backfield. That's Belton in motion. Play action pass. The blitz is on, and it is almost intercepted. The pass appeared to be intended for Tony Reed. Mike Livingston under tremendous pressure as they were coming at him. Gary Johnson, number 79, forced Livingston to throw very quickly, and it was almost picked off.
Don Good almost picked it up. Number 50. You see him there in the linebacker on the outside.
Horn and Woodrow Lowe joining him back there. Lowe having a tremendous season.
He's a player.
Williams, Dove, Fuller, and Shaw in the secondary for these Chargers. It is second down and 10 from the 32-yard line. Again, Belton in motion. He gets it outside at the 35 and up to the 40-yard line, short of the first down. Leading the way out there was Tom Condon, the right guard. Bob Horn, 55, the middle linebacker, made the tackle.
The old Belly series, a little fake inside. Watch the fake inside to Morgado, 21. That holds the linebackers. And then Belton to the outside, and he's got plenty of room. An outstanding move out of that wing tee. Some of the things you'll see all day. A little misdirection in the backfield to break a back open.
The temperature in the high 60s, a crowd of about 35,000 sitting in at the moment. 3rd down and 2. Belton, and he doesn't get there. Belton stumbled and got back just about to the line of scrimmage, comes up short of the 1st down. Bob Horn, the middle linebacker, 55, making the tackle, so a punting situation. Horn having a fine season out of Oregon State. There is Zenon Andrusician, the free agent from Canada. Andrusician with a 42.2 average. Steve Fuller and Shaw.
What a day he had against Oakland last week.
He booms this one. This is Fuller at the 15. Up to the 20 to the 21-yard line. Fuller, 5th in punt returns in the AFC, averaging 10.9. The tackle made by Jimbo Elrod. We'll be back with more action from San Diego. The early going, it's scoreless.
Welcome to Candlestick Park, San Francisco, as the 49ers with a 1-9 record, playing host to the Cardinals, who come in here 2-8 for the year. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Bender along with Hank Stram. And there's turmoil in San Francisco. 2 weeks ago, they changed coaches, and today, Hank, they're changing quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's always a bad sign, especially when you go into a season with the anticipation of having a good football team. You trade your #1 quarterback, Plunkett. You make a declaration that Steve DeBerg is going to be your quarterback of the future, and then after 10 games, you decide that really he isn't the quarterback of the future. And now they're going to start Scott Bull. So it's very obvious that they are in a state of turmoil, and it's going to be interesting to see how they play.
You know, the Cardinals lost their first 8 games, but they didn't play like a team looking for the first win. They've won 2 in a row, and they think they can salvage the second half of the year.
And I really think they can, too, Gary. They played very well in the early stages of the season, even though they lost 8 consecutive games. But I think they're on the upswing. And I think in this game today, it's very obvious that they have an opportunity to win because of Jim Hart.
All right, we're ready to go. The 49ers, you can see, won the toss. They have elected to receive. And the man who's going to replace O.J. Simpson, who's out of the game because of a shoulder separation, Paul Hofer, number 36, brings it out. And the 49ers have the football at the 29-yard line. San Francisco last met the Cardinals in 1976 in Busch Stadium. And in that game, the Cardinals won it in overtime, 23-20 on a Jim Bakken field goal.
You know, Gary, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they run any option plays with Scott Bull at the quarterback position.
Here is Scott Bull. He's a third-year man from Arkansas. He's 6'5". He gives off to Bobby Farrell, and Farrell may have gotten a yard, and that's all, to the 30-yard line. And let's look now at that offensive forward wall. The best lineman they have is Keith Fonhorst, the right offensive tackle. They have 3 rookies, Hughes, Quillen, and Downing, starting in that forward wall. They've had a tough time providing some running room. Harrison, Solomon, and the #1 draft pick, McAfee, are the receivers. And then, of course, we have Scott Bull, along with Hofer and Bobby Farrell in the backfield.
Bobby Pollard made that tackle, along with Steve Neal's number 53 and Bobby Pollard, number 82. They're sending in plays, which is something they didn't do with their other coaching staff.
Fred O'Connor, the new coach, taking over for Pete McCulley. And on a 2nd and 9, straight ahead. Power play by Greg Boykin. He's hit by Eric Williams. And the ball will be marked out across the 32 to the 33-yard line. Will bring up 3rd down, and still a long 5 to go. There's Pollard, the leading tackler. Dawson, the nose tackle, and John Zook, the veteran, on the right-hand side. Niels, Williams, Allerman, and Arneson, the 4 linebackers. As Gene Barth now indicating a penalty.
Number 82, defense, offside, 2nd and.
That's Bob Pollard that was offside, so it'll move the ball out to the 35-yard line and bring up a 2nd down now, and 4 yards to go. There's the secondary: Worley, Green, Stone, and Allen. We expect to see through the course of this game the 49ers running some option plays, as they feel Scott Bull is an excellent running quarterback. Boykin and Hope for the running backs. Here's Bull on the 2nd down. And he's out to the 38-yard line. He's about a yard short, it appears, of the 1st down. It'll bring up a 3rd down. Ken Green, the strong safety, over to make the stop for St. Louis.
They tried to run a play-action pass that time with the express purpose of hitting Kenny Harrison, 83, downfield, but Roger Worley, number 22, did a great job of covering him, and as a result, he had to run the ball instead of throw it, and now they come up with about a 3rd and 1.
It is very cold here for San Francisco this time of year. Temperature kickoff 50 degrees. It's been raining lightly. It's third down, a yard to go. Freddie Sullivan to the top of the screen, flanked out. Scott Bull, he gives off, and Hofer very close. He's got the first down. Paul Hofer coming in here had only 82 yards rushing, but he's pressed into service due to the injury to O.J.
And it's very obvious that their game plan is going to be to run to the right, not so much because of the weakness of the left side of Bob Pollard, but because I think they feel very strongly about the blocking ability of Keith Farnworth, their right tackle, number 71, and their best offensive lineman.
So it's a first down. The ball at the 42-yard line for the 49ers. Scott Bull, he's going to bootleg it. 45, and Bull is close to the midfield stripe. He's going to be a couple of yards short of the first down. Mark Arneson making the stop, and Hank, we expect to see a lot of running by Scott Bull.
I'm going to tell you something, Gary. Ken Harrison, number 83, really threw a beautiful block on Eric Williams, the inside linebacker, and that's why the play was successful. A beautiful block by Kenny Harrison, number 83.
Second down 2 now for the 49ers. Farrell is checked back in with Paul Hofer as the running backs. The 49ers this year offensively are 13th overall, 10th in rushing, 12th passing. Here comes Hofer again, and Hofer's got a first down. He's to the Cardinal 45-yard line. Even though the 49ers have won only one game, there's been 3 others they should have won, losing them in the late stages of the contest. Mark Arneson made the stop again for the Cardinals, and a first down at the St. Louis 45-yard line.
You know, neither team are a really great running team. St. Louis, for example, in the statistical area is 11 rushing, and San Francisco is 10 in total rushing, so there's not much to be decided there between the two teams from a rushing standpoint.
39-year-old Fred O'Connor, who 2 years previous to this was the offensive coordinator for the Chicago Bears. On a first down, a give to Hofer. And Hofer's going nowhere because Ken Green came up, and boy, he just took the interference with him.
Yes, he did a great job, and that's the way you like to see people force on the run. If you're going to try to run outside, the guy that has to stop the outside run is the outside linebacker, of course, and the cornerback or the safety. That time he did a great job.
Denver defeating Cleveland. So Denver now 7-4 for the year. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League and is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or the use of this telecast without the express written consent of the San Francisco 49ers and the National Football League is prohibited. Second down, 11. Hofer to the 40. And Hofer's going to be 5 yards short of the first down as we go to a third down. Ken Green, Steve Niels combining on the stop for the Cardinals. And Hofer, who's a slashing type runner, has 3 touchdowns, but just hasn't been used much this year.
But he's going to be used an awful lot from here on in. He's a very outstanding looking back, has good quickness and power. And let's see this time if they throw the ball, whether they try to match up Solomon on Carl Allen, number 27, the left corner. Let's see what they do.
And they're at the top of the screen. Solomon flanked out there, picked up by Allen. On a 3rd and 5. There's a little delay to Farrell. And Farrell has the first down. Bobby Farrell, that's kind of a misdirection type play.
Yes, it was a rollout action, and they ran a draw play, hoping that the defense would pursue. Watch it, he rolls out to his right, and Farrell goes to his right and then comes back against the grain. He does a great job of running here. He runs right into people. Watch this. And finally gets through there. Roger Worley, number 22, and Eric Williams, 55, finally make the tackle, but he makes the first down.
Houston defeating New England after trailing most of the game, in Miami having quite a battle with Buffalo. On a first down, Scott Bull being chased by Dawson. Jim McAfee, the big tight end. McAfee, the former All-American from Notre Dame, and he has the ball at the 27-yard line. Mark Arneson dropped him. McAfee, a 250-pounder.
Well, this is a misdirection play. They fake to the right, and then Scott Bull rolls to his left. He runs away from Mike Dawson, 73, throws the ball right on target to Ken McAfee, and he makes a nice catch, and now it's about 2nd and 3.
That's what it is. There's Coach Bud Wilkinson, his club looking for their 3rd straight win after impressive wins over the Eagles and Giants. Kenny Harrison comes flanked out. Freddie Solomon to the top of the screen on the 2nd and 3. Scott Bull gives up, and Hofer has a first down. And San Francisco is eating up time with 8:25 and yardage at the same time as Kurt Allerman makes the tackle.
And that was nothing more than a straight ahead shot with the left tackle, Ayers, 68, and the left guard, Ernie Hughes, doing a good job of blocking at the point of attack.
You can see right now that San Francisco's determined they're going to run the ball right at the Cardinals.
Yes, they must feel very strongly about that because they're already blowing them off the line of scrimmage, and that's what you have to do to move the ball as efficiently as they're doing it right now.
On a first down handoff up the middle, Steve Niels reacting to the play and making the stop. As again, they're just coming right at him. Paul Hofer carrying the football. And so now inside the 20 to the 18-yard line to bring up second down, and still long 7 to go.
The thing that's happening right now is that the offensive line of the San Francisco 49ers are really controlling that line of scrimmage and knocking them off the line off the ball, and this is why they're doing a good job of moving the football on St. Louis in this early stage of the game.
From the 18-yard line, Scott Bull, little mix-up on that one. He's got a wide open touchdown. That's Kenny Harrison. Harrison wide open.
I thought that's who they'd pick on. They picked on Carl Allen, and that time Harrison ran into the post, got him turned, went back out to the flag. There's a flag on the play, however. We'll see what happens.
A ball had Harrison wide open. The penalties against San Francisco, and it'll bring it back.
But he really ran a beautiful pattern, got Carl Allen turned in the end zone, and he was wide open on the outside, but it's all nullified, all in vain because of a penalty on the part of the San Francisco 49ers.
All right, let's listen, see what Gene Barth has to say.
Personal foul, clipping, number 62.
That is Walt Downing, who, by the way, is the most penalized player on this team. He has really had a tough time this year, a lot of jumping off sides, and this time for the clip. And so the touchdown comes back, and the ball now at the 33-yard line. It's going to be second down now and 22 yards to go. In motion comes Freddie Solomon. Scott Bull off to Bobby Farrell. And Farrell knocked out of bounds by Ken Green, and Green establishing himself early in this game. He's made a lot of stops in this first series.
Yes, he's a big, strong defensive back, and Hofer that time made a nice block on that run.
Boy, you know, Hank, there's 7:10 left. This has taken a lot of football time as the 49ers have taken the opening kickoff, and they still have possession.
They did a good job of play selection that last time, too. They didn't try to get it all back in one play. Very wisely ran the ball. And now they have a 3rd and 16 situation coming up.
So the ball is at the 27-yard line. No score. We're just underway. Here's Bull. Intended for McAfee. He was covered very well by Doug Green as the Cardinals had 5 defensive backs in on that play. We got a little pushing and shoving going on between Ernie Hughes down there and also Eric Williams. But no damage done, and it's going to bring up a 4th down. So that penalty certainly has hurt San Francisco.
And that could make a very big difference in the outcome of the game, too, because it takes away some of the momentum of the 49er team. Had they gone right in and scored, they'd have been very tough to contend with, especially early in the game. This could make a difference, especially if they miss this field goal.
This is a 45-yard attempt by Ray Wershing. He's hit 10 of 12 this year. Scott Bull to hold. 45-yard attempt by Wershing, and it is good. He just got over it. Just made it. A 45-yard field goal, and the 49ers are on the scoreboard. 7 minutes, 1 second left to go in the first quarter. San Francisco 3, St. Louis nothing.
Our thanks to these fine gentlemen for their good efforts again today. Our producer, Bob Rowe. Our director, Jim Silman. Associate producer, Jay Frommert. Artie Tin and Ted Beimel. Field operations, John Fumo, Harold Schutzman, Tom Duffy, and Sal Ruvo. Also complimenting a very fine, as usual, CBS technical crew. 2 minutes left to play at Tampa Bay now with the ball, trailing the Lions here in the Silverdome 34-16. Gary Huff looks down the middle, wide open is George Ragsdale. This will go for 6. In goes Ragsdale for a touchdown. George Ragsdale just shot up the gap, didn't even swing out. He was wide open. They had double-double on the outside receivers.
Somebody made a mistake in the secondary here. Should draw up a batch of these plays, print up a batch of them. Wide open. That's the kind you can miss. Look at this. Jumping to make sure. Cradle the ball, gets in for an easy touchdown. Boy, he came out of no place after the little fake. Ran a man back in motion. Somebody obviously blew the coverage.
O'Donoghue hits the point after, and now it's a 34-23 game. But that also leaves a lot for Tampa Bay to do in the last minute and 54 seconds, particularly when Detroit's going to get the ball right now.
The Bears have come back against Minnesota, Don. Walter Payton scored his second touchdown of the day, a 19-yard run. They now trail Minnesota 17-14.
Dan Fouts, the quarterback. Lydell Mitchell and Hank Bauer, the running backs for the Chargers. 1st and 10 from their own 22-yard line. Fouts out of Oregon. Lydell Mitchell. Mitchell gets near the 23-yard line. Sylvester Hicks, number 75, there along with Parrish, 61.
Bauer starting at fullback, but we may see a lot of Bo Matthews, number 41. They like the way he blocks, and with Lydell Mitchell in there, you want to get him.
The wide receivers, Joyner and Jefferson. J.J. boys they are, and Bob Klein, the tight end.
We're going to talk about John Jefferson. Quite a rookie, Jay.
2nd down and 7. Lydell Mitchell over the 25, out near the 27-yard line. Whitney Paul, number 53, on the tackle. The linebacker, nose tackle, Don Parrish, 61, also there.
The thing to watch with Lydell Mitchell is after he gets hit once. That's when he makes his great moves. He's been hit once, then he makes the spinning move or the sliding move. He has great quick feet.
Had a 100-yard game last week.
The offensive line, Billy Shields, Doug Wilkerson, Don Masick, Ed White from Minnesota. He's a big one. And, of course, Russ Washington out of Missouri.
3rd down and 4 from the 28. Single setback is Hank Bauer. And I don't know if forward progress got him the 1st down or not. We're going to have to wait and see where they put it down. It looks like he might be short.
He is.
Gary Spaney, number 59. And Gary Barbaro, the weak safety, Spaney, the linebacker, they made the play. It's going to be a punting situation. And Jeff West, out of the University of Cincinnati, number 80, a 37.7 average.
In the punt for the Chargers, number 80.
West, who used to play for the St. Louis Cardinals. Eddie Payton is back to receive this punt. Low pass. The kick is away, and he hangs it high. A fine kick by West. Payton at the 21. Looking for the wall at the 25. Spins away, gets to the 30. And is down at the 30-yard line. Dwight McDonald led the way. It was a 48-yard punt. And when we come back, we'll get a chance to see the Kansas City Chiefs on offense for the 2nd time this afternoon.
The game-breaking plays, the hottest new craze, all pros in action, the latest in fashion, straight-talking views and late-breaking news. The pregame show that has it all, NFL 78. NBC Sports.
Late in the 4th period, Pastorini threw to Castor for a touchdown. A big, big victory for Houston there.
Is this a crazy year in the NFL?
Look at that. They're in overtime at Washington. Philadelphia 17-9 over the Jets. Ron Jaworski was injured in that game but came back strong. And look at that.
Look at Buffalo. Goodness sakes.
Buffalo's played some people tough. Here's a handoff to Arnold Morgado. Morgado has played so well in the last 3 weeks. Didn't go anywhere as Big Fred D, number 71, hit him. Morgado is averaging 3.8 per game. McKnight 5.4. Tony Reed 5.1. This is a club, of course, that is running the ball much more this year on offense. Rushing has really been the predominant factor for them, and that's what they have to do to control the ball game. 2nd down and 10 for the Chiefs. Moving around the right side comes Reed, and he got about 4 or 5 before Pete Shaw, the free safety, 44, ran him out of bounds. Shaw
A 4-yard advance.
Very brilliant performer. Number 44 at free safety. This telecast presented by authority of the National Football League. It's intended for the private use of our audience, and any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Chargers and the NFL is prohibited. McKnight and Morgado are out now. MacArthur Lane in the backfield, 42, with another wide receiver, Larry Dorsey, number 80.
When MacArthur Lane comes in, that's a pass. You can always tell.
And they're putting the pressure on Livingston. He breaks away from one man and brings it back up to the 26-yard line where Fred Dean dumped him. Dean, number 71, leads the Chargers in sacks.
Number 10.
He has 12. There is Don Coryell, 54 years old, and there's a man he likes, Fred Dean.
They must have seen the same scouting film that I did. When MacArthur Lane comes in, here comes the San Diego pass rush, and Dean was all over it.
Zenon Andrusician will punt. The line of scrimmage, the 26. Fuller and Shaw are back to receive. That's Fuller on the right, Shaw on the left. It's Fuller at the 40. Over the 45 to the 46-yard line. And the Chargers are going to be in pretty good field position. Tackle was made by Charlie Ane, a 34-yard punt. We're in the first quarter here. No score. The Chargers will have it when we come back.
Here's the Green Bay Packers have just come up. Now here at first, well, Green Bay is leading Dallas 7-0. Barney Smith ran out a yard away for a touchdown. Mike Ray was 10 for 17, but that doesn't tell the story. The story was 7 sacks that were perpetrated against him. And of course, you saw Gary Danielson's superb game. Best ever as a professional. Doesn't look like Greg Landry will be back in again soon, but you never know in this league. You need more than one quarterback, that's for sure.
Well, you do, and notice how many have been injured this year, Don. Everybody's had a lot of problems with keeping their quarterbacks healthy. Tampa Bay has one timeout left, but only 56 seconds left on the clock.
And you know that the Buccaneers aren't going to try anything but get the football, and Danielson's going to be very content to fall on it. Tampa Bay has the football. Seconds left.
Is this something they go the entire game without making, except that the lateral that cost them that they failed to recover? Now they come up with the last minute of play, come up with a costly turnover.
Crowder and Reese off the bottom of the pile, so Tampa Bay gets another shot at it. Gentleman lost his shoe.
He's taking his clothes off already. He's taking his shoes off. Wait till the game's over, Randy.
Tim Mazzetti has just kicked a field goal, and New Orleans now leads Atlanta 17-6. 47 seconds left. Gary Huff will be pitching. If he can. In this particular play, he cannot.
Number 8.
8 sacks. Purifori was through along with John Woodcock. Woodcock is limping off. 8 sacks for the Lion defense. It's like the Lions of the days of Sam Williams, Darris McCord, Roger Brown, and Alex Terrace.
They could come at you.
No one can attest to that better than yourself. Penalty marker down. McKay might have been fouled running a deep pattern. Luther Bradley defending against him.
Well, they'll give him an automatic first down, but it'll be 28 seconds. If we can pick up what happens here to Mr. McKay, a little move here. That's one move. Oops, let me by, please. That was in the 5-yard. Maybe they're going to call. Did they grab him by the face mask?
That's going to be a defensive penalty and an automatic first down.
Holding, number 27, defense, automatic first down.
San Francisco got on the board first. Field goal. They lead St. Louis 3-0 in the first quarter. Ray Wersching hit a 45-yarder.
completed to McKay, but there's a penalty marker down as McKay goes down the 28-yard line. So we delayed the inevitable a bit longer. Green Bay and Dallas underway with the Packers in the lead 7-0. Dave Revis might have been called for holding. You'll see who the number is that's called out.
Also looked like they lined up in a illegal formation, too. They had two men on the line of scrimmage on the left-hand side that went out for passes. You're right. I think they did get a holding call out of it.
At this point, no one's on the edge of their seat at Pontiac, Michigan. 16 seconds to play. The Buccaneers firing and falling back now on the penalty to the midfield stripe.
Holding number 75, offense, repeat first down.
Revis is called for the hold, and he's got Baker against him. In fairness to Revis, he's got a full load to handle today. Not too many guys would be called for holding in this game.
I think they've taken out Baker now. They put in Dan Gray to give him a little work. They have in Gray, Bill Cook. They said Al's had enough sacks for the afternoon.
5 is enough. That's his quota. 16 seconds left. Tampa Bay shuffling plays in and out. Gary Huff has come on to quarterback the team in the fourth quarter after Mike Ray, the starter, had a great deal of difficulty eluding the pass rush of the Detroit Lions. Coach McKay, little can be said at this point. Just didn't go the Buccaneers' way today as Detroit had its best football game.
They did the best they've looked offensively, and Danielson has to be his best performance on the year. What'd you say the last 3 games he'd been throwing 64%? Had another outstanding day today.
Swing pass goes out to Johnny Davis. Johnny goes down at the 44-yard line with 7 seconds left. And that will be it. The clock runs out. And the Lions are roundly cheered by those remaining as they get their 4th win of the year, beating the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 34-23. Now for Sonny Jorgensen, this is Don Crickey. Stay tuned as the NFL Today continues after this word from your local station.
There's a young man looking in on the action. We hope you're enjoying it wherever you are this afternoon. First down from the 47-yard line. Dan Fouts, 5th in the AFC in passing, quarterbacking these Chargers. Hand off to Lydell Mitchell. Lydell breaking down and still going inside the 30-yard line. Mitchell gets to the 28-yard line before Gary Barbaro brings him down. A 3.9 rushing average, 10th in the AFC with 524 yards coming into today's game.
We just talked about what Lydell Mitchell can do for your offense. Here's the prime example. First of all, an outstanding job by the front 4 or 5 of the San Diego Chargers. Opened a big hole. Now watch when he gets his first hit. Now he becomes an all-pro. This is where Lydell Mitchell makes his money. He made another 7 yards with people hanging all over him.
25-yard rush at the 28, 1st and 10. Mitchell again to the 21-yard line. Mitchell now has carried the ball 4 times for 35 yards. Art Still, number 67, making the stop. Mitchell should reach 1,000 yards total offense today for the Chargers. Had nearly 900 yards entering this game. Past 3 seasons for Baltimore, he averaged better than 1,700 yards a season rushing, better than 1,100 yards in receiving and in pass receiving and in rushing. Lydell Mitchell again. This time he's wrapped up right at the line of scrimmage. Thomas Howard, 52. Whitney Paul, 53. The outside linebackers making the play. Howard, All Southwest Conference at Texas Tech. He backed up Jim Lynch for a long time, didn't he?
They had 3 linebackers in Kansas City that Lynch, Lanier, and Bobby Bell. What a crew.
3rd down and 3. Marv Levy looking out at the scene. Greg McCrary, 88, another tight end in there now with Bob Klein. They're in a double tight end set on 3rd and 3. Lydell Mitchell back against the Grain has the first down inside the 15-yard line. A brilliant run there. He was in trouble to his right. Cut it back. Whitney Paul on the tackle.
You hit the nail on the head, Jay. He cut it back. That's the secret. Mitchell doesn't have the great straight-ahead speed, but he knows how to use the blockers, and he knows how to cut back run. You get a flow going toward the sideline. He cuts back inside. Easy first down, and again drags 4 or 5 tacklers for those extra 3 yards.
We have one of the Chiefs shaken up at the 15-yard line. Mr. Consistency, Lydell Mitchell, 6 NFL seasons for the Colts. He averaged 3.9 yards a rush. Entering today's game, he was averaging 3.9 a rush for the Chargers. We have 6 minutes and 50 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Our officials, we haven't had a chance to tell you about them today. The referee is Fred Wyant. Wyant wears number 75. He's a former quarterback from West Virginia University and now sells insurance back in the Mountain State. Tom Hensley, the umpire. Leo Miles, the head linesman. Fred Swearingen, the field judge. Jimmy Rosser, the back judge. Gene Carabine is the line judge, and Don Orr is the side judge. The staff of Wayne Rudy, Bobby Yarborough, the Kansas City Chiefs, they're attending
Detroit 34
to the injured player.
23.
This drive for the Chargers began from their own 47. And Mitchell has been the key man as he's moved them right downfield.
We mentioned right at the top of the show, he's the main man for the offense. So goes Lydell Mitchell, so goes the San Diego Charger offense, and he's proven it in this drive.
Don Coryell, great record right here in this town, coaching San Diego State from 61 to 72, 104 victories, 19 defeats, and a couple of ties.
Plus, he's cranked out a few starting quarterbacks for the National Football League over his career.
Washington.
You see Art Still getting up. This is Jay Randolph along with Mike Hafner here in San Diego. Still the All-American from Kentucky. There is a look at Lydell Mitchell. He had 3 touchdowns in the Miami game October 15th and 9 catches against Denver in that game on October 8th. 101 yards last week. He's come on to do quite a job here.
You can see it right there.
1st and 10 from the 14-yard line for the Chargers. Lydell Mitchell at the 10, down to the 6-yard line. Tackle made by Dave Lindstrom, 71, who has taken over for Art Still at that left end position.
A little of the Don Coryell flair on offense. That was a fake reverse. He made good use of it, too.
John Jefferson comes out of the lineup, and Bo Matthews is coming in. Now they send Jefferson back in, and they're bringing
Lydell back out.
Lydell Mitchell out. Now Jefferson is out of there, too.
Short yardage play, Jay. They want all the good blockers in there.
Double tight end situation. The handoff to Bauer. Bauer to the 4. May have gotten to the 3-yard line. Whitney Paul, 53. Gary Barbaro, 26. Making the play with Dave Rozamek, number 55.
First down.
It is a first down. We're going to call it at the 4. The 3rd first down in this drive. Lydell Mitchell is coming back into the backfield. You see Dan Fouts looking to him. They've got 3 tight ends in there now. Klein, 84. Curran, 82. McCrary, 88. Mitchell and Matthews in the backfield. Lydell Mitchell, penalty marker down. Mitchell got to the goal line. No indication of the touchdown as a penalty marker was thrown. Lindstrom on the tackle, number 71. Illegal procedure against the Chargers. Initial indication from referee Fred Wyant.
Might have been an offensive lineman moving from his set position. I saw somebody jerk a little bit before the snap. We'll find out from Freddie.
He just called it on the offense.
One of those 11 guys.
You can see it, huh?
Let's take a look. See if you see somebody jerk before the snap. No, must have. Well, maybe that right offensive guard.
On the right side. Charlie Joyner and John Jefferson, the wide receivers, are back in there. First and goal to go at the 9. Lydell Mitchell to the 5. Dave Rozumek, number 55, in under the pile, along with Parrish, 61. We have 4 minutes and 50 seconds left to go in this first quarter. No score here.
3 yards. Second down.
Jay Randolph along with Mike Hafner. San Diego. The Chargers, second and goal to go at the 6-yard line.
Passing down? No.
Now Lydell Mitchell down to the 1-yard line. Mitchell, who has carried the ball on almost every play on this drive that started from the Charger 47, hit by the weak safety Gary Barbaro, 26, and Thomas Howard, 52. And now the tight ends are coming back into the backfield. We're going to have all 3 of the tight ends in the game. Lydell Mitchell comes out. Mitchell 57 yards on 9 carries. Bauer 37 and Matthews 41 in the backfield. McCrary, Curran, and Klein, the tight ends. Third and goal to go. Handoff going to Bauer, and a penalty marker is down. They give touchdown, but we'll wait for the penalty. Bauer got in, offside against Kansas City. So it's a touchdown for the Chargers as Hank Bauer gets his 5th touchdown of the season.
Kansas City trying to get a defensive line edge by jumping at the snap count. Cost them 5 yards. Didn't make any difference. Hank Bauer right in the end zone.
One of the Kansas City players is hurt along the goal line. And they're going to have to get that squared away before Rolf Benerschke can come in and try the point after. Bauer had 3 carries for 6 yards in that drive. It was Lydell Mitchell who really keyed the rushing. We had expected to see Kansas City try and control this game on the ground, but in the early going, it's San Diego that's doing just that.
Dan Fouts is famous for putting the ball up in the air, and obviously Lydell Mitchell out of the backfield to catch the ball, but they've kept the ball on the ground and controlled it, and that's the way you win in the National Football League.
Left corner, Gary Green, number 24, number 1 draft choice in 77, shaken up. Rolf Benerschke is going to come on. He was picked up on waivers from Oakland. Very interesting young man, brilliant scholar, zoology major. He's been bothered by an intestinal disease, been very weak. Don Coryell looking out at his club. Mike Fuller will hold. Benerschke trying for the point after. Blocked. Benerschke didn't get it up quick enough, Mike Hafner, and it is blocked. So with 3 minutes and 49 seconds left in the first quarter, the San Diego Chargers leading the Kansas City Chiefs 6-0. We'll be back with more action from here in San Diego right after this timeout.
At RFK, this is Ben Scully along with George Allen and Jim Brown. Dallas Green Bay is the most important game, and Green Bay leading in the first quarter 7-0.
Dallas has lost 2 straight. If they lose today, they're in deep trouble. You can't lose 3 straight and expect to win your division or even be in the playoffs.
Washington is 7-3. The Giants are 5-5. Dallas 6-4. So John McVay saw his club dodge the arrow when Mosley missed it. A reminder, the CBS Sports Spectacular, the NHRA World Finals. That'll be the Ontario Motor Speedway. Kelly Brown, Don Prudhomme, Bob Glidden, some great names in the world of racing. Then the World Series of Poker and the World's Strongest Men. And in poker, they'll play Hold'em, which is a variation of 7-car stud. So we hope to deal you in on the CBS Sports Spectacular next Saturday, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 3:30 Central and Pacific. Ted Fritsch, the injured man, is slowly coming off.
He's okay.
We mentioned that he's special teamed and a very big man in snapping for Mark Mosley's kick. And Jim Harlan is down there now taking over the duties for him. So 1st and 10 on the Washington 43. side, throws to McDaniel. He runs by Jackson, and he gets it inside the Giant 40-yard line. Van Pelt, and again, Mosley goes to the laces.
You know, it's just what I've been saying. I think he can throw on the Giants defense most any time he wants to. They're in field goal range already for Mosley.
You know something, Coach? There's one thing I have to say. Theismann played a tremendous game. I mean, he has risen to the occasion. He's doing a beautiful job.
Under a lot of pressure.
Under a lot of pressure.
First and 10 on the Giant 37, and here goes Clarence Harmon running into people, and Brian Kelly got him by the back of the shirt and slung him down.
Harmon made a good decision then. He had nothing off tackle to the outside. He turned it right back up, fell for a yard or so. That's what you have to do in this situation.
Jim, we signed Clarence as a free agent last year, and when John Riggins got hurt, he took over. He's a pretty good instinctive runner. Got a lot of ability. Doesn't have tremendous speed or size.
Look at the numbers on Theismann. 266 yards passing, and Washington has not had a total 300-yard offense in their last 6 games. Second and 11. And here comes Mike Thomas running with Dan Newton leading the way, and he goes out of bounds. And this game might very well depend on those white slippers of Mark Mosley. That's the kicking shoe. And this time, having missed that last one, he's loosening up. Look at those legs.
He tapes his entire calf of his leg, his shin. He puts a pad under there.
Well, he missed one, and I'm sure it was a shocker to you, George. You thought it was just a mere chip shot for him. He won't take anything for granted this time. 3rd and 5 from the 32. Theismann looking right and lobbing it to Thomas, and Thomas is knocked out of bounds.
Gee.
Was that a gamble?
It sure was.
Ernie Jones defending.
A delivery sack, and the ball was thrown when Mike Thomas's back was turned.
Got a question now, the first down or not. It looks like he has less than a yard for a first down. So here comes Mark Mosley. If at first you don't succeed, send it in again.
And try from a little further.
I hear you. The line of scrimmage is the Giant 28-yard line. So he's going to have to kick one about 45 yards. He is 14 out of 23. And if this goes through, it's all over. It's a 45-yard field goal. The spot. The kick is up. The kick is good. Look at Mark Mosley. For the second time around, it has paid off. And Washington, in overtime, defeats the New York Giants 16-13.
That's a good job of holding the ball. The snap was a little high.
A high snap by Jim as Ted Frisch was able to get back in there. And Frisch, I believe, is still down. Remember, he was hurt just moments ago. He had just enough to make the snap. It was a high snap. Theismann made the great hold, and this time Mosley kicked it through. What a finish.
There wasn't any doubt about that.
Again, the final score, the Redskins 16, the Giants 13 in overtime. And so for George Allen and Jim Brown, this has been Scully saying goodbye from RFK Stadium in Washington, D.C. Please stay with us for more NFL football. Most of you will be seeing a CBS doubleheader game. The Dallas Cowboys versus the Green Bay Packers, or the St. Louis Cardinals against the San Francisco 49ers. Don't leave us yet. Stay tuned as the NFL Today continues after this word from your local station.
And Roger has yet to complete a pass. He's 0 for 2.
They've only run one offensive series. Those of you who watched the Redskins beat the Giants in overtime, welcome to County Stadium, where the Packers lead the Cowboys 7-0 in the first quarter. Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire as Robert Newhouse struggles out to about the 6 when it looked like there was nothing there. Ezra Johnson made the tackle.
Newhouse had the roughest afternoon of his life against Miami last week. I think he averaged 1.9.
Bart Starr's Packers, for those of you who just joined us, came out with a successful onside kick, which was recovered by the kicker, Chester Marco. They couldn't move, and then Butch Johnson fumbled a punt at his own 15. The Packers recovered. Whitehurst hit McGeorge to the 1, and then Barty Smith scored. The outside trap, Tony Dorsett for a Dallas first down. He ran with more authority then than we've seen him in quite some time.
Pure acceleration, huh? Watch him hit the hole now, and watch how fastly and quickly he can change the gears. It's like a Ferrari or an Aston Martin. Right here, he becomes sort of a blur.
Jim Carter, the Packer middle linebacker, hanging on. We told you a minute ago that Miami's Delvin Williams went over 1,000 yards today. Walter Payton is also over 1,000 yards and has 2 touchdowns today. But the Bears still trail the Minnesota Vikings 17-14. Here's Newhouse on a misdirection. John Anderson, the weak side linebacker, made the tackle.
Roger has some room now if he does decide to throw the football on second down, which is not out of the question. They're one of the best passing teams in football, and obviously one of the best rushing teams too. But points have been hard to come by early, huh?
8.5 minutes left first quarter. Second and make it 3 after that 7-yard pickup by Newhouse. Jackie Smith in motion. Dorsett might have the first down.
Weaver made the tackle.
Jackie Smith is 38 years old. And time I was talking to Jerry Tubbs, one of the Dallas assistant coaches before the game. He said they timed him twice in the 40 last week. He was 4.6 both times.
I think that's faster than when he broke in about
I think so.
a dozen years ago, right? It's a young defense. They'll occasionally make mistakes, but they've got a lot of interceptions. They got Willie Buchanan playing corner for them, and they got a bunch of hitters in there.
First down, Dallas at their own 26. This drive began at their own 1. Fake this to Dorsett. The rollout. Billy Joe Dupree has it and had it wide open. It hit him in the shoulder pad.
I think that a great call, by the way. It's completely naked. All the flow goes to the right. Roger rolls out to that side. Dupree looks up to see if Steve Luke, the safety man's going to hit him. And he was right. He was. Should have made that catch. That ball was thrown perfectly.
Had a good game last week. Those of you who watched Detroit defeat Tampa Bay, that's a final score now. We welcome you to Milwaukee's County Stadium, where the Packers lead the Cowboys 7-0 with 7.5 minutes left to play in the first quarter. It'll be 2nd and 10, Dallas. Blitz. Outside it is to Drew Pearson. It'll be another Dallas first down. Willie Buchanan on the coverage and the tackle for the Packers.
And the secondary came with that blitz very quickly, and Roger never blinked an eye.
That now will be 56 consecutive games in which Drew Pearson has caught a pass for Dallas. A 9-yard pickup, they say. It is not a first down, as the officials, led by Jim Tunney, move it back, so it'll be 3rd and 1. Newhouse and Dorsett converse momentarily behind Roger Staubach. Butch Johnson comes in motion. Newhouse will have the first down and breaks it. Robert Newhouse out to the 44-yard line for Dallas.
Ezra Johnson, the great young pass rushing defensive end, does not play the run as well. Obviously, he can't play everything. Watch to the right of your screen now. To take roller inside, Ezra gets cut down, and Newhouse will get you, as we've said, 4.1 in the haunted house at the zoo, right? He's tough.
Tackle by Mike C. McCoy, who is not a relative of the Mike McCoy that used to play here.
McCoy comes from Colorado. He's a hard-hitting kid.
Most of those guys from Colorado are.
They have to be.
First down, Dallas at their own 45, and Staubach drops. This time the protection holds up long enough for him to get the ball to Newhouse. He spins away from Carter. Is finally stopped by Barzo.
Great block by Scott on the outside, number 68. Took the linebacker and put him up near the lights. Bottom of the screen's where the action will take place. Let's just watch this together, huh?
Watch 68.
This is the call. This is slip screen. There's 68 with a good block. There's Newhouse doing what he likes to do. Get tangled up.
Carl Bazilauskas, obtained from the Jets, has done a good job from the Packers. He's lost quite a bit of weight. Preston Pearson now in the game, along with Newhouse. They fake the safety blitz again by Johnny Gray. Here's Newhouse. And he is stuck by Johnny Gray. Ball pops loose, but he was down.
Well, I'll tell you, young Anderson, the rookie linebacker, really played the block that time and stopped the play. Again, the draft with some careful trading is the way Starr has rebuilt this team. Watch number 60 come up to the outside. Take on the block and make the tackle with help. That secondary will stick you, too.
So it'll be 3rd down. And 3 yards to go. The ball in Packer territory at their 47. 4:45 left to play first quarter. Green Bay 7, Dallas nothing. Dorsett and Pearson together in the backfield. Billy Joe Dupree drops it. Gary Weaver on the coverage, but again, the ball was there from Roger Staubach.
Great call on 3rd and short, and B.J. is having trouble hanging on to it. And you're right, he had a great day against Miami with 8 for a touchdown. Fumbles happen to everybody.
And there are days when you just can't hang on. Danny White standing back in front for motivation. Steve Odom of the Packers back at his own 10.
There's a first down. If it was on Green Bay.
D.D. Lewis normally snaps the ball for the Cowboys on punts, and he's one of the very best at that bobbing the head and pulling them offside.
He does do a little rumba move with his hips, too, doesn't he?
We've seen him do that before. And he was successful.
See if D.D. sort of, that's where they made the move. D.D. should get a SAG card. He looks like he's in acting school.
Offside, defense, first down.
First down, D.D. Lewis. 4.5 minutes exactly left.
If you're thinking defense, and Dick LeBeau is the one that works with the secondary for Bart Starr, you want to get Tony Hill doubled up if you can right now. Number 80 is, from this distance in, can do it very quickly.
He's right up at the top of your picture, Tony Hill. Drew Pearson down at the bottom. Newhouse again on the misdirection, finds good hole. Johnny Gray, the safety man, had to make the tackle.
Herbert Scott with another great block inside. They're finessing a few of those big bulls for the Pack right now. And that Butler at left defensive end, 6'6", about 265, a #1 draft out of Kansas a year ago. When he wants to play, forget it.
Talk about #1 draft. They have 9 on this Packer team, on this roster, that were #1 draft choices at one time. Bazilauskas, of course, is #1 for the Jets. 8 they did themselves. Drew Pearson trots back in motion. And they're going to run a reverse, and now how about the flea flicker? Nobody was open. They were looking for Tony Hill, but he was well covered. John Anderson made the tackle.
Tony Hill runs inside. You can see Drew coming back to fake what looks like a reverse and the flea flicker. And I'll tell you, Willie Buchanan was camped with number 80 all the way to the end zone. Roger was lucky just to keep the ball and take what he got.
That'll make it 3rd and 10 with the ball now at the Packer 42. 3.5 minutes left to play first quarter. Green Bay leads Dallas 7-0.
Staubach is 2 of 6 for 15 yards and a couple drops.
They need 10 to get this first down. He sends Tony Hill to the right and Drew Pearson to the left. Drew Pearson's got a lot of room to work in. That's Butch Johnson, and he hangs on for a Dallas first down, tackled by Estes Hood, H-O-O-D.
Good execution by the shotgun. Watch people being picked up. They overloaded. The Packers overloaded the right side of the defensive line. Roger really had good time. He is throwing very well today. Everything is right on the money.
Preston Pearson got a super block. Kept him in the backfield to pass block that time. A 12-yard pickup as the ex-Packer great quarterback, Bart Starr. with another pretty fair quarterback. Just looking around, Zeke Bratkowski.
I'd say he's got some help on that staff. It's a good staff.
That's the book on Staubach so far. It's about time for Dorsett to carry it. What do you think? Dorsett. John Anderson finally made the tackle, but Tony D got good yardage.
He makes a sort of a halfway play into about 7 yards quicker than anybody I ever saw, though.
They're on the shaved part of Milwaukee County Stadium now where the Brewers play baseball. 8-yard pickup by Dorsett. Right now they're on the dirt, and that's one of the reasons that Tom Landry vetted the forecast, which called for rain up here. And this field doesn't drain very well. At the 23, Roger calls him. Dorsett tries to swing to the outside, cuts back inside the 20. Should be enough for a first down before he's tackled by Steve Luke.
That Weaver got into the play too, number 52. He came into this game with 73 solo tackles. That's a whole career for most of us. 73.
Linebacker Gary Weaver, number 52. It is a Dallas first down. 2 carries by Dorsett. Get it done.
And he's kept the phone on the hook. He has no problem coming to Saturday practices or anything.
Got here on time. First down, Cowboys. They trail 7-0 with 2:12 left to play first quarter. Dorsett will carry again behind Lawless. And Lawless got a heck of a block out in front of him.
But nothing can make a blocker look better than a super running back that makes the dip and sets that defensive player up. Few can do this. Turdell Middleton can do it, but watch number 33. It's very smoothly done. Inside, sets up the good block by Lawless, and the cornerback thought the ball carrier was inside, and he ends up outside.
And Lawless maintained his balance, then stayed out in front of Dorsett. All that was worth 5 yards.
Good replay at 5 yards, huh?
2nd and 5, Cowboys. Roger Staubach sends Billy Joe Dupree in motion. Option play, Newhouse to the 10. Touchdown, Cowboys. Heck of a run by Robert Newhouse.
6th touchdown of the year for the stubby one. We've told you he can get you 4 yards anywhere. They option on the defensive end, number 77. And Newhouse loves this situation. A little time to get steam up, and he drags Weaver in, and Carter can't stop him either.
So it'll be Raphael Septien with Charlie Waters holding. And trying to tie this contest at 7. Cowboys with a tremendous looking 99-yard drive. 7 apiece as Raphael Septien adds the extra point. And with a minute 56 left to play first quarter, it's 7-all.
So the San Francisco 49ers take a 3-0 lead on a 45-yard field goal by Ray Wershing. That was a drive, 44 yards, 16 plays. They used 7 minutes and 59 seconds of that clock. Gordon Bell and Will Harrell go back now as the twin safeties. That was a long drive, and I'm sure it gave Scott Bull some confidence in his first start.
And I like the way they operated in that first drive. They moved the pocket, they ran the ball well, and moved the pocket well, and that's the kind of pressure that puts a lot of burden on a defense.
And so a short kick, and Curtis Townsend, a second-year man from Arkansas, former San Diego Charger, runs it out. So they didn't want to evidently risk the return, but the Cardinals come away with excellent field position. Mike Baldassen up there making the stop for the 49ers. And from the 37-yard line, the Cardinals have the football for the first time. Be interesting to see now the 49ers making some changes in that secondary if they go at that left cornerback spot. Vern Robertson is starting there in place of Anthony Leonard.
Well, I'm sure they're going to throw a lot today. They feel they can throw. I think the San Francisco is 12 on or 14 against the pass in total statistics, so I'm sure they're going to give them a little business and try, especially the left corner, Vern Robertson, who is starting at that position.
Jim Otis, the all-time leading rusher for the Cardinals, got the ball out to the 40-yard line. We're to bring up 2nd down, 7. Archie Reese and Ed Bradley combine on the stop.
This 49er forward wall with number 78 has a new look. He is a rookie out of Clemson, playing there in place of the injured Cleveland Elam. Eason Ranson starting to tight end. He's been slowed by a hamstring. Here comes Jim Otis again, and Otis out to the 47-yard line. Archie Reese making the stop. That's very close, and they got the first down. Bob Young threw a big block up front.
Jim Otis does that extremely well. It was a play right up the middle, and he reads the block of the guard in the center, and the middle linebacker makes any kind of a overcommitment to one side or the other. Jim runs so well with his eyes that he saw that opening and made the necessary yardage for the first down. Excellent run by Jim Otis.
So from the 47, a first down.
15.
Hart, his first pass to Mel Gray. And Gray lost his footing, but he picked up some yardage to the 45. That was Robertson, the guy we mentioned earlier, the second-year man who they picked up from the Miami Dolphins in that Delvin Williams trade.
Vern Robertson is playing very deep. He's almost as deep as the tunnel. And so you can expect them to throw an awful lot in front of him until they get him up where they want him, and then he'll go up on top. But they're going to throw a lot in front of this guy. I'm sure of that as the game progresses.
So it's second down, 2 yards to go. Here's the give to Otis. Nothing there this time. Excellent reaction by Joe Harris. We might indicate that that catch by Gray has now extended his consecutive streak of catching at least one pass a game to 70. Well, that's quite a feat for the outside wide receiver for the Cardinals.
Well, he's a remarkable receiver, and he's got everything that you look for in a receiver, and has really done a remarkable job for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Loss on that play. There's Mel Gray. And it's going to bring up third down now. Still 4 yards to go. That's Ransom, number 80, jumping into the tight end spot. Hart on the third down. Scott protection. Mel Gray wide open. And Gray tried to make a move, but he ran out of playing field, and he has a first down to the 24.
You know, I'm surprised they didn't try to help Robertson that time with double coverage, but they made him cover single, and Mel Gray turned him around completely, ran an outside move, and Jim Hart put the ball right on the money. But you can see from your replay, the film, that Robertson was way inside and got turned and was in real trouble on that outside pattern.
Mel Gray now with 36 catches for the year. And from the 24-yard line, a first down. Pat Tilley to the bottom of the screen. Gray to the top.
Starting to rain out here too, Gary.
It sure is. Here's Tilley, the intended receiver. Defending on the play is Robertson, so they're just coming right at him in this first series.
I don't think that Robertson has as much respect for 83, Pat Tilley, as he does for Mel Gray, and justifiably so, because Mel Gray has such great speed, and so they worry about that and give him a lot more room. As a result, I think they can throw in front. Here's a New Orleans Saints 17-3 against Atlanta, second quarter.
That's a lot of points against that Falcon defense.
Well, the way they blitz, why, you're going to get a lot of points if you guess right.
Second down and 10. The rain falling here at Candlestick Park. A gloomy, cloudy day. Wayne Morris goes nowhere. Nobody fooled on that play, in particular Cedric Hardman, who's having quite a year. You don't hear a lot about Hardman because the 49ers haven't been winning, but he has 8.5 sacks, and he's having quite a season.
He's a great player, and one thing that you have to worry about him, you just can't ignore him and run away from him. You got to run at him some just to keep him on the line of scrimmage. He loves to rush the passer, and if you're permitted to do that, he is really murdered.
Third down, 12 yards, make it 14 yards to go. Gray, Tilley, the wide receivers. Oh, the rain coming down pretty heavy now. Jim Hart got the protection he needs. Mel Gray defending on the play was Bob Jerry. It looked like Gray stopped on that pattern, and they had a little mix-up on it.
Well, they had double coverage on him that time. They were hoping for single coverage, but on the snap of the ball, they double covered, which meant they had two defensive backs on Mel Gray, and as a result, he wisely threw the ball over the top, fell incomplete, and now it's fourth down, and I'm sure they're going to try a field goal.
All right, Jim Bakken will come in. He's 7 of 16. Bakken will be attempting a 45-yard field goal, the same distance that Ray Wersching converted successfully moments ago. Bakken's kick is on the way, and he got it. And that's almost the same type result that Ray Wershing had. Both of them just getting over.
Both of them almost crawl over the goal post, and it doesn't make any difference as long as it goes over there. Score now 3-3.
So Jim Buchan hits a 45-yard field goal, and with 3 minutes and 29 seconds left in this first quarter of play, we're all tied up 3-3.
Walter Payton has gone over 1,000 yards rushing now. He has 1,016 for the season. That's Payton. Well, he bounced and then went on for a couple of yards as he gathered the ball in. There's a penalty marker.
Could be holding again.
Holding against the Chicago Bears. That'll cost him 10.
Boy, that sure kills a team when you're running the football with so much success. You put them right away in a passing situation. Well, we got a final. Mark Mosley kicked a 45-yard field goal. 6:28 gone in the overtime period. So Washington ekes out a 3-point win over New York, 16-13.
Holding. Offense. Number 52. First down.
Dan Neal.
That's the center.
First and 20. Chicago at the Vikings 24-yard line. Here's a final. Detroit beat Tampa Bay 34-23. First and 20 now.
Go a screen. Or a draw.
Draw to Payton. Scissored at the 22 by Jeff Seaman and Duck White. Second and 18 at the 22.
Golden Richards bringing the play from the sidelines.
Clock is running, 9:35 left to play in the game. The Vikings are leading 17-14.
Better hurry.
Now the draw again. Payton at the 16-yard line. Nate Wright stopped him.
Lost his helmet. He didn't lose the football.
3rd and 13.
Well, they ran it the first 2 times. Wanted to get it close at least if they were forced into a field goal. It'd be a short one. Thomas has not missed all year long inside the 40.
Marshall and Scott to the right side. Give it on the ground to Payton. You take a loss.
Marshall.
It was Jim Marshall, a veteran tackle, big Jim Marshall, back at the 23-yard line.
Got a little pat on the behind from Walter. Nice play, James.
Bob Thomas has come on now to try what would be a game-tying field goal if it's good. It'll be about a 40-yarder as they set it up.
Here's a sweep to the left, and Jim Marshall, nobody blocked him. Marshall on a big play.
This will be a 39-yard field goal attempt by Thomas, who has missed only one this year.
Blocked.
It is blocked. Picked up. Fred McNeil blocked it, and the ball goes over to the Minnesota Vikings, 1st and 10 at their own 17-yard line.
Oh, that usually takes the heart out of a team, and now the Vikings had the big break with that blocked field goal. From the left side, you'll see 54. He jumps over, and it's Fred McNeil on the block.
You want to take the psychological edge away from the go-ahead touchdown? Have the extra point block. Dave Lindstrom gets a big arm up there, number 71 for the Chiefs. That takes a little momentum away from you when you get that first score and then miss the extra point.
Bernishka in a weakened condition. Olander kicking off. Eddie Payton at the 13, 15, at the 20. Cuts it back at the 25, 30, out to the 32. He fumbles. Eddie Payton has fumbled at the 32-yard line. We'll wait till they unravel it.
Payton got it back.
I think he did. Woody Lowe, the linebacker, was in there to jar that ball loose. There is Lowe out of Alabama. We mentioned he has played brilliantly. There is the drive moments ago. Took 5 minutes and 9 seconds, 53 yards. Bauer for the touchdown, but it was A tremendous job by Lydell Mitchell. Tony Samuels, 81 now for the Chiefs, is a tight end.
Walter
Mike Livingston.
Been having his problems, huh, Jay?
Yeah.
Dropped a couple.
In motion, that is McKnight. Morgado. Arnold Morgado hit at the 33 and down. It was Pete Shaw and Mike Fuller, the safeties, making the play. Morgado, you know, he went to Michigan State and then decided, well, I'm going to go back and play in Hawaii. I like it there.
He's a native, and he missed it, I think.
He had a try with the San Diego Chargers.
Certainly did.
Denver 19. Cleveland 7.
I won't be biased and say my Broncos finally won one.
Well, puts a little pressure on Oakland.
Yes, it does. Tomorrow night against Cincinnati.
2nd down and 8 from the 34-yard line. Tony Reed. Down he goes in a big play by Don Good. You folks in the Kansas City area will remember Good. Defensive end and co-captain at the University of Kansas, 1973 season.
First-round pick here, and he's really come into his own, Jay. It's top form, and he is.
Penalty on this play. Indication is that the Chargers were offside. Referee Fred Wyatt steps off 5. It'll put the ball up to the 38-yard line. We have 2 minutes and 48 seconds left in the first period.
Offside, number 79, defense.
The call against Gary Johnson, big number 79, at right tackle for the Chargers.
What a pair of tackles for that Charger defensive line. Kelcher and Johnson. Oh, my goodness, the guards in the center are going to know they played today.
2nd down and 3. Tony Reed, short of the first down, just got over the 40. Leroy Jones, number 68 at left end, underneath there, made the stop.
Kansas City wants that wing T to crank up. It's got to be Tony Reed in the big situations, just like Lydell Mitchell did in the drive for San Diego. Reed is the key man, and he can do it.
You see Middleton there just a moment ago. He will not play today. Rick Middleton, who has a calf injury. Henry Marshall is out. Walter White and Tony Samuels both in there. Double tight end set. Kansas City 0-3 on 3rd down situations. Penalty marker down. Morgado got enough yardage for the first down, but we'll have to wait and see what the penalty was.
Number 21, Arnold Morgado.
What a surprise Morgado's been. He gets that tough yardage for you. He never quits.
Offside against San Diego again. Fred Dean made the tackle there. There's 50-year-old Marv Levy, a Phi Beta Kappa out of Coe College in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Very interesting man, very, very brilliant man.
Number 51, defense, 1st down.
Woody Lowe, the linebacker, was offside as he was up tight that time.
Lowe showing
a short yardage situation.
Showing his quickness. He got over there before the snap.
Kansas City with a 1st down from their own 45-yard line. They have 2 first downs in this football game. They have Reed, Morgado, and McKnight in the wing T. This is Tony Reed. And Reed is not having much success. Bob Horn, the middle linebacker. He was the MVP in '75 at Oregon State. His senior year there.
Anytime you run outside in the National Football League, your linebackers better make the tackle. You've got to have that great pursuit, and Horn and Lowe and every one of those have got great speed.
The Redskins squeaked by the Giants. That game went into overtime, Washington winning it. Now we have the extra defensive back, Glenn Edwards, the former Steeler, in the ball game. Bob Horn, the middle linebacker, is out. Larry Dorsey, the wide receiver, in there. So is MacArthur Lane with Tony Reed. Handoff going to Reed, and I don't think he got the first down. Leroy Jones making a play along with Louis Kelcher. And the Chiefs are finding it tough running at that front 4. Going to be 3rd down and 2.
12.
Or 12, excuse me, not 2. That's 1 for me. 50 seconds left to go in this first period. 6-0. San Diego in the lead.
They got a throw now. They've broken the wing T. 2 wide receivers.
Dorsey set to the right. That's Marshall at the top of the screen. Livingston throwing and incomplete. He was going for Walter White, but the throw was behind White, who was cutting laterally to the near side of the field.
It's a good thing White turned around to at least make a pass at the ball, or it would have been picked off.
Shaw and Fuller on the coverage. Livingston 0 for 2 passing. Don Coryell, a big play coach. Zenon Andrusician to do the punting. He has punts of 45 and 34 yards. Fuller and Shaw back to receive. A low wobbly kick. This is Pete Shaw at the 20, 25, 30. Up to the 35, 36-yard line and pulled out of bounds here on the near side.
Takes the punt at the 21-yard line.
Charles Jackson, along with number 86, J.T. Smith, who's just activated this week, in on the play. Philadelphia defeats the Jets 17-9. In that Philadelphia game, Jaworski carried off the field after his final touchdown pass. He suffered muscle spasms in his back. Lydell Mitchell. Stop made by Rozamek, 55, and Whitney Paul, 53. The Chiefs now have Collier and Emmett Thomas playing the corners. Ted Bergmeyer and Gary Barbaro are the safeties, and they may be having a little bit of a problem back there as the gun sounds. And that's the end of the first quarter here in San Diego. The score, the Chargers 6, the Chiefs nothing. We'll be back right after these messages from your local station.
That is Chuck Heberling, the referee, and Tarkenton in conversation here as the Vikings have the ball 1st and 10, short of their own 18-yard line. We have 7 minutes, 46 seconds left to play. The Vikings are leading the Bears 17-14. Young is in the left set, and Foreman is in the right set. That's Sammy White in motion across. Young. He's out to the 22-yard line. 2nd down and 6 yards to go. Don Reeves made the tackle for Chicago.
Let's take a look at Alan Page and Jim Osborne on the interior. His head up with Mick Tingelhoff. He takes the right side. On the inside comes Ricky Young. Picked up 3 or 4.
2nd down play coming from the Minnesota Vikings. Foreman to the 29-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Minnesota Vikings. So the Vikes keep the drive alive. 1st and 10. We have 6 minutes, 56 seconds left. It was Bruce Herron on the tackle.
And more importantly, it took a minute off that clock.
St. Louis 3 and the 49ers 3 in the first quarter.
Well, Fran would just love to keep the ball on the ground here, Lindsey.
Baltimore 7, Seattle nothing in the first quarter. First down, 10 yards to go. Targeting. After Young. Breaks up the sideline across the 40 to the 45-yard line. 1st and 10. Watershot brought him down.
Well, beautiful move on the left side by Ricky Young. He smelled a little bit more yardage than he got, but he made a real fine move. Just worked on the linebacker, cut to the outside. You see Gary Campbell, and he shook him loose. Makes a good move back to the inside, finally pulled down by Virgil Ivers. Well, the Bears need the football back.
5 minutes, 58 seconds left to play in this game.
Safety blitz.
Foreman to the 50-yard line and just across it. Picked up 5. It'll be 2nd down and 5 at the 50. Hartenstein made the tackle. Green Bay is leading Dallas by a score of 7-0 in the first quarter, and that game will be seen on most of these same stations at the conclusion of this telecast. That game will not be seen in the Twin Cities because of rules of the NFL governing cities where a sellout telecast is seen.
Well, Ricky Young has upped his tricks. He led the NFL coming in pass receiving. He's caught 9 for 84 yards today.
It's Foreman again. To to the 47-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 2.
Now it's under 5 minutes on that clock, too, Lindsey.
San Diego Chargers are leading Kansas City by a score of 6-0 in the first quarter. 4 minutes, 50 seconds left to play in this game.
Seattle now has tied up the Baltimore Colts first quarter 7 apiece.
Vikings are leading 17-14. Here's the 3rd down play. Robert Miller, Chuck Foreman are in there. That's Miller in motion outside. Foreman. And the swarming Chicago defense holds him up for a loss of about a yard. That'll bring up a 4th down and 3 yards to go.
Here it is again. The Vikings tried to cross block. If we can get a picture of it, it's going to be off the right side. Miller in motion left. Tackle block down. You see the center trying to cut off the middle linebacker. There comes the guard on the outside, and the Bears defense swarming all over Foreman.
Punter Greg Coleman has come into the ballgame now for the Minnesota Vikings. Virgil Livers has dropped back center deep for the Chicago Bears. 3 minutes, 52 seconds left to play in the game. The Vikings are leading 17-14. Snap to Coleman. Livers at the 18, to the 20. And Livers gets to the 23-yard line. There's a marker down. There's a penalty marker thrown.
Good go against Art Best. He pointed to number 25, Art Best. Let's check out the penalty now.
Holding against the Bears. We'll get an explanation from Chuck Herbeling as soon as he stepped it off. But that will start the Chicago Bears now. 1st and 10 at their own 14-yard line.
Illegal use of the hands. Number 25 on the run back.
Art Best. So when play is resumed, we'll have 3 minutes, 39 seconds left to play. The Vikings are leading the Bears 17-14. The Bears will have it 1st and 10 at their own 14.
There's a camera with a double turret lens on it, isn't it?
They're going to catch all the action.
Sir. And we swing back into San Diego Stadium to start the 2nd period. Mitchell and Matthews in the backfield, 2nd and 9. That's Mitchell coming in motion. This is the first pass of the game for San Diego, and it's complete to Bob Klein. Looks like he's got a 1st down. Gary Spaney, the linebacker, along with Rozamek, 55 and 59, the two of them converging to make the tackle. Did he get the 1st down? They're going to measure.
Tackle by number 59, Gary Spaney.
You know, the injury to Jaworski, Mike Hafner, ties into that NFL 78 feature today on the quarterback injuries. People like Fran Tarkington, anybody who's a quarterback is subject to injury. Anybody who plays this game is, of course. It's just the way it is.
And what Jack Lambert say in Pittsburgh, put dresses on them if you want to protect them. Oh, big tough Jack.
It's a 1st down for the Chargers. They're 5th in the game.
Chargers taking advantage of the problems in the defensive backfield for Kansas City. Emmett Thomas in there because Green is hurt. Bergmeier's in there.
They finally realized they might be able to throw. That was the 1st pass and the 1st completion.
Perfect day for Fouts. He can go home now, right?
Lydell Mitchell at the 50, down to the 47, to the 46-yard line. Don Parrish, number 61, the nose tackle, there to make the play. Parrish, of course, was with Atlanta in '77. He handles the run rather well.
He's got to in that 3-4 setup. He's the main man.
Time of possession in the 1st quarter. Kansas City 7-12. San Diego 7-48. It's 6-0 the Chargers. 2nd and 4. Matthews, who's in there, hit by Don Parrish, and I mean hit. No problem that time. Matthews going to play more today probably than he has in recent weeks, as Don Coryell and the staff want to get a real good look at him. He's been kind of a spot performer. There's Coryell.
He's had a bad elbow, Jay, but he is one of the best blockers out of the fullback position in the NFL.
3rd and 4 at the 46-yard line. Fouts has time. Now he goes, and it is incomplete. In and out of the hands of Charlie Joyner. And Joyner Dropped the ball he probably should have held. The coverage by Tim Collier of the Chiefs. They give Fouts that long to throw, Mike, and he'll have a field day.
And it's a good thing Charlie Joyner doesn't have to go back to the huddle because I guarantee you Fouts would be staring darts at him for not catching that one.
Jeff West will do the punting. West, one punt for 49 yards. Eddie Payton set to receive. Payton ranks 4th in the AFC in punt returns, averaging 11.7 per game, or per try, I should say. This is a bad kick to the far side, and it bounds out of bounds at the 19-yard line. So Kansas City will get it at the 19. We have 13 to play in the second period of action. There's the score. Back with more in a moment.
Next Sunday, regional coverage of exciting NFL action. Telecasts include the rematch between the Patriots and the Jets and the interconference clash between the Chargers and the Vikings. Check local listings for the game in your area.
NBC Sports.
With Mike Hafner, Jay Randolph here in sunny San Diego, California. 13 minutes to play in the second period. 1st and 10 for Kansas City from their own 20. That was a 27-yard punt a few moments ago.
Break for Kansas City.
Ted McKnight at the 25 almost broke it upfield for a big gain. The man that stopped him was Pete Shaw, the free safety, 44. McKnight picked up on waivers, originally an Oakland draft pick in '77 out of little Minnesota Duluth.
And he's the outside speed for the wing tee. Morgado runs inside, and Tony Reed does it all.
It's going to be 2nd down, a short yard. Both tight ends, White 88 and Samuels 81, are in there. Henry Marshall has come out. Just Morgado behind his quarterback. And the handoff to Morgado, and he has got the first down. Bob Horn makes the tackle, number 55. It's the 3rd first down in this game for Kansas City.
Tackle by number 55, Bob Horn.
We have 12 minutes to play here in the Minnesota-Chicago game. 17-14 the Vikings. They're in the 4th period. Walter Payton has just scored a 19-yard touchdown run. New Orleans 17-6 over Atlanta. Baltimore and Seattle are tied 7-7 as the handoff goes to Morgado. They try to strip that ball away from him. Woody Lowe making the tackle, number 51. Louis Kelcher, 74, also in there on the play. Lowe, as we said, is having a tremendous season. He's a starter here since his rookie year.
They had to recalibrate the computer in the National Football League. He doesn't measure up size-wise, but he's a great one.
7-7, Baltimore and Seattle. Dallas and Green Bay 7-7 in the early going.
How about those Cowboys? Strange season for the Super Bowl champions.
Double tight ends again in there, White and Samuels. Play action pass, Livingston throwing downfield, and it is caught by Tony Samuels. First down at the 26-yard line. Great catch right in front of Mike Fuller and Mike Williams.
Oh, Tony Samuels. Perfect route and an outstanding throw by Mike Livingston. He laid it right on the button.
That's just the 3rd catch of the season for Samuels, who apparently has been pleasing Marv Levy a great deal.
Perfect pass protection. The big Charger rush was there, but Livingston rolled away from it. Watch how perfectly thrown this is. Any other place, Mr. West knocks it away.
First completion of the day for Livingston. He is 1 for 3. First down at the 28.
Should have said Mike Fuller. He's the one who was covering.
McKnight at the 25, at the 20, down to the 15, to the 13-yard line. McKnight getting around the corner. Pete Shaw, 44, and Don Good, 50 on the tackle.
We talked earlier, if you go outside the National Football League, you better have great pursuit by your linebackers, and they're all down on the ground. In this one, you give a guy like McKnight with great speed, wants a little juke to get around there. You can't let them outside. They just can't do it.
You see McKnight out of there. Horace Belton is in the backfield now. 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line, let's call it. Tony Reed. And Reed works his way to about the 12-yard line where Bob Horn, 55, made the tackle. Reed played at Colorado, number 2 draft choice in '77.
Gain of 2 yards.
Reed, born in San Francisco.
He's used to carrying the ball too, Jay. About 28 times a game in college, and he's the workhorse here for Kansas City.
I think this fellow's going to, I've said it before, I think he's going to be a tremendous back in this league.
Got all the tools.
2nd down and 8 from the 12. Look out, Livingston is down at the 22-yard line. Louis Kelcher, listen to him yell, Louis, Louis.
I'll tell you, that big stud, he is strong, he is quick. I mean, it's a tough, tough day for Mr. Congdon because he's got to face that man every single down.
I'll tell you, Kelcher is a tremendous athlete. 6'5", 283. Played at SMU. All-Pro. Size 16. shoe.
That's a good base. You don't knock him over.
MacArthur Lane in there now. Larry Dorsey, the wide receiver, also has come on. 3rd and long. Livingston throwing, and it is incomplete, intending it for Henry Marshall in the corner. Pete Shaw, good coverage. And the field goal kicking unit will come on as Livingston goes off. 8:26 left to play in the first half.
Covering on the play, number 44, Pete Shaw.
Tony Adams, number 11, coming in to hold for Jan Stenerud. The 35-year-old veteran Stenerud has kicked 11 out of 14 field goals inside the 49. This one will come from the 29-yard line, so it'll be a 39-yard attempt.
And looks real important with that missed extra point.
It is on the way, and it is good. 22 remaining in the first half. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the board. The score, 6-3, San Diego. We'll be back with more from here in San Diego Stadium right after this.
Next Sunday on CBS Sports, see NFL doubleheader action. Check local listings for the games and times in your area. You'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
Bud Grant doing a little pacing along the sideline now, the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. He was hopeful at the start of this day, of course, to get a victory over the Chicago Bears, and equally hopeful that Dallas would beat Green Bay so that he'd be on top in the Central Division of the National Football League. 1st and 10 now for the Bears at their own 14-yard line. Walter Payton trying to get outside, but he is stopped just about at the line of scrimmage by Jim Marshall.
Marshall played a real good football game today. He's made some key plays.
Payton has carried 23 times for 126 yards here this afternoon. As we said before, he's gone over the 1,000-yard mark in rushing for the year.
Well, they're going to have to throw the football. They can't afford to keep running the football, even though they would make first downs now, Lindsey, because it takes up about 25, 30 seconds off the clock every time.
We have 3 minutes remaining to be played in the game, and Phipps is going long, and it is incomplete. Trying to get it to James Scott. A Viking is down. That's Tom Hannon. It's all right. Incompletion stopped the clock with 2:58 left as we now approach the 2-minute warning. 3rd down, 9 yards to go. Ball is at the 15-yard line. Phipps is 7 for 16, 55 yards in the air today.
He needs number 8 right here, very badly. Not going to get it unless he gets lucky.
Payton's got it. Payton to the 20.
Give it to.
Payton to the 25-yard line for a 1st and 10. Bill Wise brought him down. They moved the sticks, and the clock is running with 2:35.
Well, you'll see Phipps on a little scramble here. And when you're in doubt, get it to Walter Payton. Simple as that. He's looking around for him right now. He's trying to most for one of the move downfield a little bit. Now Payton looks like he's got a little running room back to the inside. He quickly closes up. That's 29 Phil Wise and Matt Blair on the stop.
2 minutes, 15 seconds left to play in the game. First and 10 at the 25. Phipps guns it, and it is incomplete and almost intercepted. It was Nate Wright who had it in his hands, and that's right there.
Well, they guessed right on that little corner pattern. Scott, I think, was supposed to do a turnout. He ran straight down the field.
The incompletion stopped the clock with 2:10 remaining. The Vikings are leading by a score of 17-14. The Bears have it 2nd and 10. They have it at their own 25-yard line.
The cornerback can gamble on a play like that, Lindsey, if he's got help from the inside. If he's stuck out there man-to-man and he doesn't have any help from the safety man, he's got to give the receiver a lot more room.
Carl Ellis got out of the game again, and Mark Mullaney has come back in. Quickly to Harper. He got to the 27-yard line before Jeff Seaman brought him down. A gain of only 2. Fred McNeil there as well. We have reached the 2-minute warning and the automatic timeout now. 2 minutes to play. The Vikings are leading the Bears by a score of 17-14.
With Hank Stram, I'm Gary Bender. We start the second quarter, and the Cardinals have a 2nd and 24 after that end-around reverse backfired. Bob Jerry making a fine defensive play for the 49ers. Jim Hart thus far throwing the ball very effectively. He said he would come out throwing, and there's the stats. 5 of 8, 81 yards. His longest, 31 yards to Pat Tilley. 2 of those catches made by Mel Gray. On a 2nd and 24. Easton Ransom picked off by Chuck Christ. And Christ is out to the 32. He fumbles it. It's picked up by Eddie Lewis. And Lewis is breaking it out to the 40-yard line.
There's a flag down on the play, however. I don't know what it is, but it's on the far side of the field, Gary. We'll see what happens.
They had 5 defensive backs. It looked like Hart slipped, Hank, as he threw the football. His foot went out from under him a little bit. Ransom, the intended receiver. And then you saw what happened after that.
Chuck Christ, we had at New Orleans with us, is a very alert. See what happens.
You got a personal foul coming up against St. Louis.
But Chuck Christ is a very alert, intelligent football player. Reads the quarterback very well. That time Hart looked at the tight end right from the very beginning. He was open for a while, but by the time the ball was thrown, here's a
personal foul, unnecessary roughness, 35, first down.
But by the time he got the ball there, Chuck Christ was there in time to make the interception. 1st and 10, San Francisco.
Bob Young forced that fumble, and then Jim Otis is called for the personal foul, and the ball's at the 25-yard line. That was the 3rd interception of the year for Chuck Christ. There's Scott Bull on a bootleg, and he's hit by Steve Niels. Let's go back to that wild and woolly interception just a moment ago.
Hart's back in the pocket, and watch him. He's looking at the tight end right down the field. Chuck Christ is also watching Hart. Eason is open, but by the time the ball was thrown, Chuck Christ makes the interception, number 24, runs up the field. Watch it. He fumbles the ball as he's hit. Eddie Lewis picks it up, number 22, and almost went all the way. Had he been able to maintain his balance, he would have gone all the way.
2nd down and 8. Bull back to throws. Freddie Solomon. I don't know what happened on that play. It looked like Allen had a shot at it. Then it looked like Solomon should have had it.
The fact that the hands went up, I think, made Solomon lose his concentration. It was another rollout, play action pass, and he throws the ball right on the money.
He's dropped 2 of them today.
But Allen had a chance to make the interception, and I think Solomon was surprised by the fact that he didn't. And didn't concentrate on watching the ball into his hands, and as a result dropped it.
So Solomon now dropped one earlier in this game, wide open, and eventually they settled for the field goal, and now drops one in the end zone. 3rd down and 7.
Here's a blitz.
And you can see the rain that's been falling since we started this game is starting to affect the play as Bull loses yardage way outside the 30-yard line. Eric Williams came storming from that middle linebacking spot to force the play, and at the 33 now, it brings up a 4th down.
They had a double blitz coming, and they had the right play call. They were trying to get one-on-one, which they had. However, he slipped in the process of going back into the pocket, and of course lost yardage on the play.
So Ray Wershing, who earlier kicked a 45-yard field goal, is going to attempt a 51-yarder.
We can watch for something with Scott Bull holding the ball here. He might try to a fake field goal there. Let's see.
He's kicking with the wind to his back. Wersching's kick is going to be short. So Wersching attempting a 51-yarder, does not get it, and it's still a 3-3 football game.
He had to dip his foot in some Gatorade before that kick. He never would have made it from that distance.
3-3. We'll be back in a moment.
Isn't that amazing, Thomas?
And it's only the third touchdown that the Cowboys have scored in the first quarter. It looked to me like the Cowboys now have the poise and the composure back.
That's one of their better-looking drives of this year that we've seen. And we've seen them a lot. 99 yards and 17 plays. You might do that 4 or 5 times a year, and that's all. Septien, the line shot kickoff. He pulls it out of bounds, and he'll have to kick off from the 30. He'll have the wind at his back, however.
I keep thinking about the punt formation when D.D. Lewis drew the offsides. Get the first down and go right on in. That's not a bad little finesse play, is it?
We have seen him do it before.
Tricky, tricky.
This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League. It's intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Green Bay Packers and the National Football League is prohibited.
There's nothing like natural grass, is there, to bring your team into play on just what football was always played on? I mean it.
Great game last week on that natural grass in the Orange Bowl between Miami and Dallas.
If they can grow it up here, I can't believe they can't grow it other places.
I think you have a point. Septien again. This time he catches it pretty good. Steve Odom will take it at the 10. A wedge in front of him. And Odom is going to be tackled by Randy Hughes and Guy Brown, I think. Yes. Guy Brown had been injured. There was some question as to whether or not he'd be able to perform his duties on the special teams, which he does so well.
I'd say he does. Let's see how Mr. Whitehurst handles this now. The game has sort of settled down, and they're starting out even again. See if we get some Dallas pressure.
These teams have played 9 times since the Cowboys were formed back in 1960. And Dallas has managed to defeat Green Bay only once. That was in 1970. They beat them 16-3 that year. The Packers have won all the rest. Here is Middleton. D.D. Lewis. And who else? Bob Brunig. Number 53 on the tackle. Here is Zeke Bratkowski's signals.
Look at all those signals. If he scratches himself, something happens on the field, right?
They all come off.
But I'll tell you, if you live with the run and play the Dallas Cowboys, it's a long afternoon. You've got to be able to go topside, really, to beat this team, I think.
They'll set that flex on first down, and it's almost impossible to run against that thing. Whitehurst with good protection. And now it starts to break down, and he is taken down by Harvey Martin, who caught him from behind.
That's Harvey's 8th sack of the year. He's working against Stokes, who came over from the Redskins, who's a pretty fair one-shot blocker, but doesn't stay with it. And Harvey Martin, if he's healthy and that leg is back, could really add something. Looks like he's moving a little bit better today. He had 23 last year, is that right?
Right. Looks like he might have hurt himself just a little bit. The Packers were second in the league, by the way, in sacks, tied with the Cowboys for the year. Whitehurst, this time they only rushed 3. James Lofton, it's picked off by Randy Hughes. Hughes circles back inside Green Bay territory to the 47. Intended for Lofton.
You know, that is the first turnover the Cowboys have had in 2 games. The last 2 games they've had 0 turnovers, and the interception is big here by Hughes. The ball is simply airmailed over the receiver. It's going for Lofton.
That's the first interception they've had in 4 games. So Dallas will take it over. They have done that, in fact, with 23 seconds left to play in the first quarter. They're on the Green Bay 47.
This is Lindsey Nelson with Paul Horning in Bloomington, Minnesota. We have 2 minutes remaining to be played. The Vikings are leading the Bears by a score of 17-14. Bears have the ball 3rd down and 8 yards to go. They have it at their own 27-yard line. Mike Phipps has quarterbacked them all day long, and he's in the Chicago huddle right now, just coming into it.
They need to pull one out of their sleeve right here.
Phipps brings them up. Payton and Harper are his running backs.
Blitz.
Phipps. Well, he is hauled on as a penalty marker on the play. You saw Mullaney get to him, but there's a penalty marker on the play. Mullaney, 77. Holding against the Chicago Bears. Dallas has scored, and it's now Dallas 7, Green Bay 7 in the first quarter. Keep in mind, at the conclusion of this telecast, that game will be seen on most of these stations. The option being exercised by Jim Marshall. To decline it would make it 4th down, of course.
Holding. Offense. Number 70. Refused.
That's 4th down. The right tackle.
It's declined, and now it is Bob Parsons in punt formation. He is a one-time quarterback capable of doing all sorts of things. 1 minute, 53 seconds remaining to be played.
Well, the thing they'd be hoping for here, Lindsay, when he gets a punt away, if somebody mishandles the punt. Kevin Miller is back there deep.
He's standing at his own 40-yard line.
They got everybody covered, too.
Kevin Miller at his 34, at his 35. And he is down at the 37-yard line. So the Minnesota Vikings will take it there. They'll have it 1st and 10. We have 1 minute, 41 seconds on the clock. Minnesota 14, Chicago 14.
Friday night, blast off for a galaxy far, far away. See all your Star Wars favorites in the Star Wars Holiday Special. Friday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
1st and 10 now for the Minnesota Vikings. They have the ball at their own 37-yard line. They're leading in the game by a score of 17-14. Chuck Foreman, Robin Miller, the setbacks in there for quarterback Fran Tarkenton, who has been at the helm all day long for the Minnesota Vikings. Foreman struggles for a yard to the 38. It'll be 2nd down and 9 yards to go. And a timeout, Chicago Bears. So the Chicago Bears spend 1 year with 1:34 remaining on the clock, and the Vikings, of course, leading 17-14.
It is Packer weather at Milwaukee's County Stadium. Score is tied 7 apiece between Dallas and Green Bay. Robert Newhouse has already gained 43 yards on the ground. Dorsett has 35. 23 seconds left to play first quarter. Dorsett and Newhouse now behind Staubach. Tony Hill in motion. Drew Pearson broke the pattern. He was covered by Johnny Gray. Sorry.
They were telling me last night, some of the Packer coaches, there's one team that came out and just blew them off the line of scrimmage rushing, and that was the Oakland Raider game. Like 300 and some odd yards rushing, and yet the score was close. The Packers were still in the game. Down near the goal line, they got tough, but looks to me like Dallas has their running shoes on today, too.
It'll be 2nd and 10 after that incomplete pass. Line of scrimmage is the Packers 47. Score tied at 7-all. Dorsett. Newhouse out in front as Dorsett has a Dallas 1st down at the 35.
Drew Pearson did a good job, too, and the flankers have to block, especially with somebody. Here's the man in motion. You can see that Drew's going to seal off. Newhouse out in front. I'd follow him anywhere, too. Dorsett is bright.
That will be the last play of quarter number 1. The carry by Tony Dorsett for a Dallas 1st down. It is still 7-all at the end of 1.
Checking that offensive line, Bob Young is still in there. They're watching him very closely. He's having trouble with a hamstring. Wortman did start in place of Roger Finney. Here's Jim Otis. And Dan Barnes is there, number 57. It's been a good draft for the 49ers. There's been all kinds of turmoil out here, coaching changes, today a quarterbacking change. But one thing you can say, they did have a good draft. They're starting 3 offensive linemen, a tight end, a middle linebacker.
Well, let's face it, Gary, you know, it takes a lot of courage to stand by your convictions. Very obvious that Joe Thomas feels strongly about these young people, and he feels they're going to take their lumps, but eventually they're going to be good players, and that's what happened every place he's been.
Second down and 10 yards to go. Hart. Now Gray Chuck again. Just his second interception of the day. Chuck Christ now with 4 interceptions for the year, as the 49ers have it with good field position at their own 48-yard line.
That time they were again trying to lift the left corner. Chuck Christ watched him all the way, watched his eyes, and you see what happens. He intercepts this pass again. Big play, Chuck Christ.
At Bloomington, Minnesota, we have 1 minute 34 seconds left to play. The Vikings are leading the Bears 17-14. The Vikings have the ball 2nd and 9 at their own 38-yard line. Fran Tarkenton is 24 for 37 today, 245 yards in the air. Phipps is 8 for 18, 66 yards. Robert Miller to the 45 and on to the 50 and across for a first down in Chicago territory. 1st and 10 Vikings at the Chicago 49. Robert Miller carried the ball.
Just about wrapped it up right there.
Another timeout being spent by the Chicago Bears. That stops the clock with 1:20 left. Walter Payton today has carried the ball 23 times for Chicago for 127 yards. Chuck Foreman has carried it 18 times for 53 yards for the Minnesota Vikings. Well, in the snow and the rain, our producer is Mr. David Fox. And our director is Chris Erskine. These are the people who have made this telecast possible from Bloomington here this afternoon. These Minnesota Vikings will be very much interested in what happens the remainder of the afternoon in Green Bay, Wisconsin, between the Dallas Cowboys and Green Bay. And we remind you once again that you'll be seeing that on most of these stations at the conclusion of this telecast. However, it will not be shown in the Twin Cities because of NFL rules governing such telecasts. 1st and 10 for the Vikings at the Bears 49, 1:20 on the clock, which will start at the snap. Tarkenton hits the deck back at his 49. Takes a loss of 2, and the clock is running. 2nd down and 12 yards to go. Clock is winding down now and is approaching the 1 minute mark, as you see in set. 1 minute remains to be played.
Bears only have one more timeout.
2nd down. Tarkenton again, slowly comes up there. He wants to use it all.
Well, sure. Ball down.
And he hits the deck again. Takes a yard loss back there to the 48.
So I think that's all the timeouts.
I think you're right. The ball is spotted there at the 48-yard line where it's 3rd and 13. The Chicago Bears have taken their final timeout now with 38 seconds remaining to be played, and Tarkenton. That is Neil Armstrong, head coach of the Chicago Bears. He wants to talk to Don Reeves, his middle linebacker.
Yeah, it looks as if it's going to be 8 in a row for the Chicago Bears right now, barring a miracle. They're out of timeouts, and what I think Fran just wants to be sure of, they're going to run that little play here, where he's just going to snap the football, get down. Then it would be 4th down.
Clock starts on the snap. 38 seconds remain to be played.
They would probably take a penalty for 5 yards. Too much time to get all the seconds off the clock they could.
Well, he drives back. He wants to spend a little more time. They wanted to get it back to the 30 if they could. The cord was snapped, and he got it back to the 44-yard line.
That's it.
That's it. As I said, is Mark ready for play? They never have to do anything else. The Bears can't stop it, and the Vikings don't have to snap it. 20 seconds left. There you see it running off. So this game, to all intents and purposes, has ended, as they simply had target and drop back. And one of the Chicago Bears, at least, has headed on into the tunnel. That is Alan Page, who is leading them off. Alan Page has headed into the dugout, and he's in there already as Bud Grant leads him off. And time has run out in the ball game now. And the final score is the Minnesota Vikings 17, the Chicago Bears 14. This is Lindsey Nelson with Paul Horning. Stay tuned as the NFL Today continues after this word from your local station.
Green Bay 7, Dallas 7. First play of quarter number 2 coming up. Minnesota has defeated Chicago 17-14. That is the final.
What a game, huh?
Here is Newhouse, and this time nothing doing. He might have gotten a yard, but that's all.
Now Ezra Johnson, number 78, got kicked. Somewhere critical is on the bench, and Big Barber is in there. And defensive right in and plays a run maybe better than Ezra does. That time Dallas tried it and didn't get much.
The report on Ezra is encouraging, however. He should be back. Second and 9 pass coming up. Drew Pearson hangs on, but he is out of bounds. Steve Luke, a hitter from Ohio State, knocked him out.
Great defensive play. Ball was hanging a little bit, but that's the only way Roger could get it to him. There's a player that gets back into this. I think Weaver drops back, or the cornerback does. Roger moving toward the line of scrimmage, hangs it a little bit. Good play by Luke. Tears the hands right off of the ball and gets him out of bounds. You got to do that to cover 88 too.
Ezra Johnson comes back into the Packer defensive lineup. So their defensive ends would be Barber and Johnson. I beg your pardon, not Barber. Preston Pearson and Tony Dorsett. Mike Butler is the other defensive end. From the shotgun, the blitz is on, and Tony Hill has it. Like he had in mind laterally, perhaps, to Billy Joe Dupree, but he wisely hung on for a Dallas first down.
Tony's
Luke on the tackle.
And you know, Pat, Tony's catching on to coming back a little for the ball because he's got the speed to drive those fellas off. Now come back a little bit and wait for it, and this is when I think he's the most dangerous. This time he wasn't, but he's dangerous.
Enough for a first down, a 14-yard gain, in fact, the ball down to the Packer 20. Those of you who watched Minnesota defeat the Bears for their 8th consecutive loss by that score, welcome to our broadcast from Milwaukee County Stadium. We're at 7-7, Packers and Cowboys. Roger Staubach gives to Dorsett with a blocker out in front. Out of bounds at about the 11 is Tony Dorsett. Gary Weaver got him out.
Assist to Newhouse, number 44. He sealed off the Butler, the big defensive end, and allowed Dorsett to get outside. And if you're playing defense against him, you just can't let him get outside. Watch 44 go and seal off on big number 77, right at the top of your screen there. Dorsett's by there so fast, you don't have to get a perfect block, just some of it.
9-yard gain on that. Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire at this broadcast of the Packers and Cowboys. Double tight end formation with Jackie Smith lined up on the right and Billy Joe Dupree on the left. And Dorsett hurdles for the first down inside the 10, I believe. Jim Carter, the middle linebacker, stopped him.
This looks like the Super Bowl team. This period, that great long drive and all, they come up to the ball and they're not tense, but they're ready. It's a different feeling when Dallas is playing like Dallas, isn't it?
They say they have worked very hard. That gentleman there, in fact, says during this, in fact, the last 2 weeks, they have had excellent practices.
I'll bet they have.
I would imagine they've been long, too.
At least very quick.
Yeah. Measuring for the first down and got it just inside the 10. They got to get into the end zone from there. They can't make a first down without scoring.
And remember, down close to the goal line with the new bump rule, your secondary is all by itself. You can't do much except make a perfect play or die. You know, we talked about that.
First and goal at the 9. Newhouse and Dorsett, they had success earlier with that pitch out to Newhouse, but this is not the formation. This one's to Dorsett. 9-yard touchdown run by Dorsett behind a tremendous block from Herbert and Scott.
Donovan and Scott. The left tackle does a great job, and Dupre to the top of the screen. Watch it now. You'll see him seal off. And here comes Scott outside. Takes the secondary man down. Rolls blocked him.
As Luke. I'll tell you, if we have a chance to look at that again, you'll see a great seal by Newhouse. Watch this.
You're from ground level now. This is the way Tony Dorsett looks from defense. Scary, huh?
13-7 Dallas with 12:58 left to play before halftime. The Packers scored first. Dallas has roared back as Raphael Septien, as indicated by referee Jim Tunney, makes it the Dallas Cowboys 14 and Green Bay 7. There was that block by Newhouse.
The 27th meeting of regular season action between these clubs. There's the record. Andrusician kicking off. Anderson and Owens are back. And this is Artie Owens. Owens gets over the 30-yard line to the 32.
Artie Owens.
A stop made by Clarence Sanders, the linebacker, number 50. 17-yard return by Artie Owens, the speedster out of West Virginia University.
17-yard return.
6-3 the score. The Chargers have the lead. They have 8:12 to go here in the first half.
We'll see if the Chargers take advantage of the fact that Ted Berkmeyer is in there, and also Emmett Thomas, two guys who didn't start the game or weren't supposed to.
Bo Matthews and Lydell Mitchell there, and that's Mitchell over the 30, out to the 38-yard line. Emmett Thomas came up from the corner spot, number 18, to make the stop.
Emmett Thomas been stopping that sweep for a long time for Kansas City.
Lydell Mitchell and Bo Matthews in the background as we look at this Kansas City defensive unit. It'll be 2nd down and 4. Wide receiver set to the right side. Joyner and Jefferson. And up the middle, Lydell Mitchell. Close to the first down. It was Dave Rosamek, 55 on the tackle. There's the stat on Mitchell. 17 yards, and he'll become the 11th all-time rusher.
Dave Rosamek.
It's not bad for 6 years in the NFL, huh?
Don't forget, coming up at halftime, the scores and highlights from around the league on NFL 78. It's been a very interesting day up to now. It is a first down.
First down.
Mitchell, 71 yards on 12 carries. Fouts is 1 out of 2 passing. A 10-yard completion. 1st and 10 from the 43-yard line. Mitchell again. At the 45. Over midfield. And just into Kansas City territory. Good block by the right guard, Ed White, number 67. Tackle made by linebacker Gary Spaney, number 59.
They're going to keep running Mitchell until Kansas City stops him. Excellent job up front. You pointed out the pulling guard did a great job to clear the way for Mitchell. That's what broke it open. Both of them out there with the great blocks. Lydell Mitchell, oh, he's something else. Don't give him any free room. He'll get on you.
Mitchell is out of there now, and Don Woods, number 33, along with Bo Matthews in the backfield. Matthews breaking through, and Matthews is over the 40-yard line down to the 39. Gary Barbaro, the weak safety, made the tackle. Another first down.
If you do not stop up that middle, the fullback can pop through, and you can see the block on Parrish, 61, that springs Matthews right into the secondary.
You can see Matthews cut back to daylight there. He looked like a very fine runner, knew what he was doing there.
Don Masick made a great block. Center for the Chargers.
First down at the 39-yard line. Bo Matthews again spinning down to the 30 and down to the 29-yard line. Close to another first down. Ted Berkmeyer, who's playing for the injured featured Tim Gray at strong safety, along with Sylvester Hicks, 75 on the tackle.
Watch number 62, Masick. If we can see his block again, he just buries Parrish, 61, and Matthews, you could run a truck through that hole. Oh, Bo Matthews out of CU, Ramblin' Buffalo.
One of the Chiefs has been shaken up, and they're attending to him at the 35-yard line. We'll be back with more. 6-3, San Diego.
So the 49ers have a third down, a yard to go. As Scott Bull has the helmet repaired, he's ready to go. On third down conversions, the 49ers are 3 of 6 thus far. Scott Bull gives off, and I don't know. Hofer trying to get the first down, and it's going to be very close. We'll see where they mark it. He didn't get it.
I don't think he made that, and that was an unusual call to take the ball all the way across the formation on a short yardage situation. It's a long way to go to try to make a yard, and they didn't succeed in getting it done.
Well, they're going to go for it. It's fourth down as Paul Seal comes in. They'll have 2 tight ends, Seal and McAfee. They need to make it to the 29-yard line, so they've actually got still a yard to go. In fact, it's a long yard. Fourth down. And he's going to bootleg it, and he's going to get it. Boy, is he strong. Scott Bull runs like a fullback.
Yes, he does, and he's got good, you know, the great thing about him is, for as tall as he is, he's got good body lean. He fakes inside, rolls out to his left. They take the bait inside, but watch, he runs to the outside. Watch the lean. He drops his shoulders, protects the ball very well, and finally spun away from the traffic and made the yardage. A beautiful rush by Scott Bull.
So the ball is just short of the 25, a first down. Scott Bull in place of Steve DeBerg, who'd thrown 20 interceptions and started all the other games.
They can throw in front of Allen anytime they want to.
There they do. Kenny Harrison, you called it, Coach, as they threw right in front of Allen, but the connection was not made.
That time, that kind of a pass, anytime that you throw the ball inside, it's really important that you throw the ball right at the numbers, because if it is deflected, there's no chance to get it intercepted if you hit the numbers. If you hit it high like he did that time, it slid right on through, and there's always a chance that the guy behind him could make the interception.
And that ball is a little wet now. It causes even more problems. Second down, 10. Harrison is back in now. Harrison, Solomon, the wide receivers. Looks like the Cardinals jumped offside. Here's Hofer. Hofer got a yard or two. Let's see if they were drawn off or they, in fact, came across on their own. They did. Offside against St. Louis. Mike Dawson looked like the first guilty party, and then others followed suit.
Yeah, and they had a blitz on that time. They try to anticipate the count. That's why it's so important for a quarterback to make sure that he changes the count and the rhythm as the game progresses, so that the defense can't get geared.
Defense, offside, second down.
So that the defense can get in tune with what the quarterback's rhythm really is, and that's what happened on that play.
And Hank, as I recall, they say they have worked on a different cadence all week, the 49ers.
Yeah, you got to do that to keep them off balance. If you're not careful, you wind up going on 2 all the time.
And so Scott Bull, a new quarterback, a new cadence, and some problems. Here's a delay to Bobby Farrell. Farrell to the 15, to the 10, and he's got a first and goal there. Bobby Farrell was clotheslined by Roger Worley as this former UCLA standout found a hole, and he took advantage of it.
That was another well-conceived play. It was a rollout. Scott Bull has rolled out so much so far in this game that he rolled out to his right like he was going to throw. Bobby Farrell went to the right like he was going to block, and then came back against the grain. There's Steve Neal's missing. There you see Green missing, and he's finally knocked down by Roger Worley, but he's in good position. First and 10.
Farrell now with 28 yards on 5 carries. A give to Hofer, and Hofer is close to the 5-yard line. Tim Carney making the stop, and Hofer really came off the ball that time.
He came off the ball well, and so did the entire left side of the line. John Ayers, Ernie Hughes, Fred Quill in the center, all of whom did a good job of getting movement, and that's what you have to do if you're going to succeed on that kind of a simple handoff.
That offensive line, Downing, Hughes, and Quillen are all rookies. Hughes, 3rd-round pick, Downing, a 2nd-round pick, and Quillen, the center, was a 7th-round draft choice. Second down, just outside the 5. Scott Bull. Steve Niels is up there. He wanted to throw to Solomon. Solomon could not clear. And so then Niels came up, had support from Tim Carney, and now they have a third down, and the ball is back at the 9-yard line.
They wanted to work on Carl Allen, but they're, you know, he has an ally there with the end zone line for protection, and as a result was able to play the ball well. He had no other choice but to try to run it, and he was tackled there very nicely by Steve Niels.
Big play coming up for the 49ers. It's all tied up 3-all. They have a third down at the 9-yard line. Sullivan, Harrison, the wide receiver.
319.
Ball's hit by Dawson. Mike Dawson came through, and that's a big sack.
Watch Dawson, 73. He gets through there in good shape. Looked like a screen. He got through there so cleanly. And Fred Quillen, the offensive center, 56, just missed the block. That's all it is. And here again, it's tough when you go back into the pocket and everybody knows you're going to throw the football. I'm surprised he didn't move the pocket that time and avoid that kind of a rush.
39-yard field goal attempt by Ray Wershing. He's 1 of 2 thus far. He's kicked a 45-yarder. He's missed a 51-yarder. Scott Bull to hold. Wershing's kick, and it's wide left. Wershing does not get it. And so Wershing has missed his last 2 opportunities. And with 4:35 to go before half, it's still tied up 3-all.
Payton had a couple of touchdowns. So did Foreman. 17-14 Minnesota. Lydell Mitchell and Bo Matthews in the backfield with Bouts as Rozamek was shaken up, and he has left the ball game. Clarence Sanders now in at a middle linebacker spot. Lydell Mitchell near the 25, first down. Whitney Paul, 53, and Clarence Sanders, number 50, who just came into the game, making the tackle. Chiefs have had a couple of injuries that have hurt them up to this point in the proceedings. And without Tim Gray starting today because of the shoulder bruise, now Rozamek is shaken up.
Gary Green's out of there.
Gary Green is out of there, that's right. It's going to be 1st and 10 at the 26-yard line.
Very young Kansas City defense. They are not too good in the depth department.
7 first downs for the Chargers. Bo Matthews inside the 23, maybe got to the 22. Ted Bergmeyer and Clarence Sanders, 48 and 50. They are making the play. Last week, the Chargers defeated Cincinnati 22-13. A fine defensive performance. They kept Cincinnati off the scoreboard till about 1:27 left to play. There is Dave Rozamek.
Slight concussion, Jay, but they say he'll be back. Checking his eyes, asking him what time of day it is and where he is.
2nd down and 7. Lydell Mitchell. Lydell inside the 20 and down to the 16-yard line. Gary Spaney back in there now. Number 59 on the tackle.
Let's look at it ground level, and you can see extra effort by the all-pro running back. Again, when he gets hit the first time is when he really sparkles. There he's nailed. Now watch. He's going to get an extra 4 yards. Just driving and scrambling. That's the way Lydell Mitchell can do it.
Now the 11th all-time rusher in the NFL. Lydell is out of there. Triple tight end set for the Chargers on 3rd and 1. Bauer and Matthews in the backfield. This is Bo Matthews. First down at the 15-yard line.
And on to number 41.
59, Gary Spaney on the tackle.
First down. Ladies and gentlemen.
3 minutes, 35 seconds remaining in the first half.
The Chargers are 3 of 4 on 3rd down. You win football games with that kind of percentage. Watch Bo Matthews. He's going to lose the football. Going to squirt out, but it bounces right back up to him.
That's a
oh, look at there it is. Oh, goodness.
Lydell Mitchell back in there. Couple of yards. Down to about the 12. Lindstrom, who's playing for Art Still, who was injured earlier. And Sylvester Hicks Lindstrom 71, hits 75. They're making the play. Wow, look at this first half Mitchell's having.
Ooh. I'd say that he has proved himself real quickly.
Hank Bauer and Lydell Mitchell now in the backfield as Bo Matthews has come out. Jeff Lloyd, 74, out of there for the Chiefs, and Don Parrish, 61, back in at the nose tackle.
Action down, Jay. They can do some wild things in this situation.
On 2nd and 7, it's a play-action pass. Fouts is throwing, and it is complete at the 1-yard line to John Jefferson. And Fouts is claiming he should have had a touchdown on the play. Emmett Thomas on the coverage. Fouts is down at the end zone with the officials, and he is a very upset quarterback.
I will explain to you why it is not a touchdown. His feet do not count. It's where the ball is. Now, his feet might be in the end zone or over the stripe, but the ball is outside the end zone. You must break the plane of the goal line with the ball, not your feet. Good call.
There are the goggles that he wears. They have 2 pairs of goggles for Jefferson in case one of them fogs up. There's Fouts coming off now. He wants to talk it over. The Chargers have got a first down and goal to go at the 1. We'll see if they score when we come back.
If you're a collector of anything, see 60 Minutes tonight at 7, 6 Central and Mountain. And then David Jansen heads an all-star cast and the premiere of The Word. Dallas follows that tonight here on CBS. Again, Rafael Septien kicks it out of bounds, and this time we'll have to go back to the 30 and kick against the wind.
What's he doing wrong, Patrick? You kickers are a strange lot, but what's happening to his kickoffs?
Well, I wish I could evaluate that, but he doesn't do it like I did.
He's not barefooted out there, is he? Maybe his foot's cold, is it?
I don't think so.
He's been kicking pretty well, except on the kickoffs. He's pulled one and he's shanked one.
Well, if that things stay in line, this one ought to be down the middle, right?
Well, you know who makes sure of that? Those other guys that are doing all the running, they're saying, stop fooling around and kick it.
They can either be close friends or life can be tough for you kickers if you keep doing that.
They're telling him now, stop fooling around and kick it.
.54 left to play in the second quarter. County Stadium in Milwaukee, where the Cowboys lead the Packers 14-7. Rafael Septien. This time, in the direction of Steve Odom, came over. A fumble this time by Jim Colbert. And the Cowboys got down and covered at their own, at the Packer 27-yard line. Larry Brinson, number 36.
Well, we return to about the 27-yard line.
Who was on the coaching staff at the University of Florida about 3 weeks ago, and they called him back.
Look at that rushing stack. Whitehurst now must maintain cool. I'm sure Bart said, don't worry about it now. We're still in the football game. You don't have to throw it every play. You don't have to throw it deep all the time.
So it's first down Packers at their own 27. They're down by 7. Thompson goes in motion. Hurdell Middleton has a hole. That's their longest gain of the day. There's a flag, however, down on the near side of the field. Cliff Harris had to come up and make the tackle.
Boy, flags have really hurt the Packers. Yeah, that's just a little movement on the offensive side that will stop the best gain they've had. Last week they had a 70-some-odd-yard touchdown pass called back for holding. Young team, that's tough.
Here's Jim Tunney.
Illegal motion, left end, number 80, offense, still first down.
The great rookie James Lofton was the guilty party.
Tunney speaks well, doesn't he? He'll have his own show on television one of these days.
He's a professional speaker.
I know it.
And a good one. At the 27. They need 15 yards for first as Whitehurst throws. Lofton has it. He is out of bounds. Looked like he might have juggled just as he was going out.
He's 6'3", and Washington's only about 6 feet tall. But Whitehurst is really gunning it. Again, a young quarterback will do that when you're facing a tough team. He really hammers it. He throws a heavy pass on this receiver here, and Washington just gets him onto the white line. Pretty good defensive play.
He finally wound up dropping the football.
Lofton can long jump over 26 feet, you know. He's an Olympic track star.
Every time I think about that team they must have had at Stanford with him at one receiver position and Tony Hill at the other and Benjamin the quarterback. No wonder they scored a lot of points. Whitehurst again dropped. And again he is dropped. This time by Ed Jones, who really started to come on last week.
Too Tall's 9th sack. But he's done a lot of hurry-ups. Just beating the lineup and making penetration. The quarterback feels intimidated. I do, and we're a long way off from him.
Just watching him stand up.
You say he wants to be a singer and rock
Yes,
star?
yes.
Can he sing?
If he wants to.
Well, I mean, who would say that you're not singing that song very well, right?
I'd be concerned about the stage holding up.
I'd be clappy when he came out.
Third down. They need 17. Draw play, Barty Smith. He barrels up for a few yards, but not nearly enough for a Green Bay first down. David Beverly will enter.
A safe call now. Perhaps trying to get a turnover on a punt return or something. Don't throw the interception. Let's kick it and see if Dallas will give us a chance.
Butch Johnson fumbled one earlier that set up the Green Bay touchdown. They opened the game, by the way, with an onside kick, which was recovered by the kicker, Chester Marco. Took his time, and this time Beverly nails it pretty well. Butch Johnson handles this one cleanly. Packers are down in good shape. And Butch is finally spun out of bounds at his own 42, where the Cowboy offensive unit can't wait to get back on the field. That was a 45-yard punt by Beverly. Dallas 14, Green Bay 7 with 11:13 left to play before the half.
This could be an interesting call, you know.
I think it will be.
I don't know what he's doing 4th down.
Well, he sure doesn't want to take a chance on punting the ball, even if he falls down. Guarantee you one thing, Bartkowski's got that offensive troops ready to come on the field.
He just winds up and throws it once he gets in there and hopes for a pass interference or something. 4th down. Long 2 needed for the first down, and they give it to Muncie. Same play, and Muncie is stopped short of the first down. So the Falcons will take over, and here comes the offensive unit with 19 seconds. Clock is stopped while the ball changes hands. And as soon as the two teams are on the field and ready to go, they'll wind that clock and start it going again. Falcons do not have any timeouts left. They will get the ball at their own 43-yard line.
Up in a
19 seconds.
Oh, boy.
They trail 17-13. They need a touchdown. All right, let's see. The officials are satisfied. They wind the clock.
Doesn't start until snap of the ball on change of possession. They've got everybody deep.
Bartkowski going low for Wallace Francis. Francis leaps. Ball is in the air. Oh, my God! Touchdown, Alfred Jackson.
Atlanta, desperation pass, and they do it, Frank.
Alfred Jackson, the rookie, being mobbed, as is Steve Bartkowski. The desperation pass with 10 seconds left to play. And the Falcons have taken the lead, 19-17, 57 yards for a touchdown. And this crowd is stunned.
Here it is again. This is just a desperation pass. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. The ball is thrown up in the air. Watch it fly up.
It's intended for Francis, and Jackson picks it out of the air after it's tipped and goes into the end zone.
That makes up for the one in the first half.
Falcons can't believe their good fortune. You talk about a Hail Mary pass.
And a lot of people left this game early anticipating a victory by New Orleans.
Wow. Extra point try by Tim Mazzetti with 10 seconds left to play. Kick is good.
Here it is again. Let's take another look at it. Bartkowski just rolls over to the right a little bit, sets up in the pocket, and just cranks that arm and lets it fly. Throws it into a crowd. 3 receivers in the same place going up for the ball. Unbelievable.
Actually, he was well covered. You have to say he was well covered.
The defense was super.
The guy saw the ball coming down to Francis, so he came off Jackson to help out, and the two of them tipped the ball in the air. You know, normally in the past now you might have a question about whether it's a double offensive touch, but they changed that
rule this year.
Right, so that doesn't figure in at all. And Dick Nolan, I'm sure, boy, that has got to hurt. That has got to really hurt you. 2 touchdowns by the Falcons, who have done almost nothing offensively. In this football game, they scored twice in the final 2 minutes of play, and now they themselves have only 10 seconds to kill. And they've got themselves a victory.
Saints have 3 timeouts. I think they'll probably try a squib kick just to make sure the ball stays in play.
How are you going to use 3 timeouts in 10 seconds?
I don't know. But, you know, how are they going to get a touchdown either?
Alfred Jackson, rookie wide receiver out of the University of Texas, a number 6 draft choice. And the Falcons now with this victory, things have turned completely around. And if Pittsburgh beats LA tonight, Atlanta would be just 1 game out of first place in the NFC West.
If we thought this wasn't going to be an exciting football game, whew.
Saints still have a pretty good statistical edge, even despite that bomb, 347 to 287. But the Falcons have certainly come on in the second half. Squib kick. Out of bounds, and of course the clock. Well, they ran 3 seconds off the clock, and I believe the rule states that in the last 2 minutes, that clock should not start until an offensive man touches the ball. They don't want to run any more time off, so the Saints are going to take the football and hope they can do what the Falcons just did. See, the clock now has been restored to 10 seconds, I believe. Let's see. Well, now they run it back to 7. That's interesting, isn't it? 7 seconds showing.
All right, look at the defensive backs that they have back here. They got a 4 deep. Everybody's dropping back. They don't want.
They've got 4 defensive backs standing 30 yards behind the line of scrimmage. I mean, beyond the line of scrimmage. That's unbelievable. Look at that. They are 30 yards downfield, anticipating the pass here. Archie Manning sends it out, intended for Harris. Incomplete. Time has run out. Football game is over. Falcons win it, 20-17. Stay tuned now as the NFL Today continues after this word from your local station.
Just watching Raphael Septien loosen up over behind the Dallas bench in his own lean-to.
Practicing his kickoff.
1st and 10. Robert Newhouse, and this is Preston Pearson in motion for Dallas, and the pitch back is to Newhouse. Got a blocker in front. Newhouse has another Dallas first down, a pickup of about 12 before Johnny Gray of the Packers secondary takes him down.
Great block by Preston Pearson. Man in motion, almost moves toward the line of scrimmage too soon. Watch number 26. Turn back around, seal off, make sure that Butler doesn't get away, and the young linebackers are not really supporting that secondary right now.
And again, Rayfield Wright got out in front of Newhouse. Dorsett back in the game now on first down, Dallas at the Green Bay 47. Pitch back to Dorsett. He'll have about 8 more before Steve Luke of the secondary had to make the tackle, and believe me, he almost broke that one.
Quite a battle now between Dorsett and Newhouse. Each of them's averaging right at 7 yards a carry. Good block by Newhouse. Look at Scott out in front, working on Carter, the big middle linebacker. I tell you, Dorsett's putting his head down today, too, protecting the ball.
8 yards or 9 make it, so it'll be 2nd and 1 at the Packer 39. 9:55, 9:50 we'll say left to play. Before halftime, Dallas leads 14-7 over the Packers. Pearson.
Great play by Roger Staubach, too. Roger looked to the left sidelines for Tony Hill. Watch him look out to the left. Now come back around. And just remember that number 12 in 10 years has a 57% completion ratio, lifetime average. It speaks for itself, I think.
21-yard gain for another Dallas first down. Johnny Gray made the tackle on Drew Pearson. Newhouse just spun away from Mike Butler. Steve Luke. Again, the secondary has to make the tackle on the Dallas runners.
Looked like the young defensive line shifted over to close the hole, so Newhouse went somewhere else.
Yeah, he just spun right out of the grass for Butler. Look at that.
And Dallas has so many fronts that a young defensive team has been worrying about them all week. And I think after a while you get a little confused about what you've been trying to remember.
7-yard gain by Newhouse, most of it on his own. From the 11-yard line, Newhouse operates. And again, Steve Luke makes the tackle, but Newhouse struggled down to about the 8.
Well, that Luke can really hit. That was a solid tackle. You young people look at how the good tacklers tackle. They wrap the arms around, they don't use the face, and they never get hurt. Watch this tackle by the safety man. He's having to do a lot by himself. You're not going to get hurt if you slide that helmet by like that.
That lunge by Newhouse got a Dallas first down. At the 7, it is first and goal. Cowboys lead at 14-7 with 7:45 left to play before halftime. Billy Joe Dupree, the tight end, line up on the line of scrimmage, and Jackie Smith, the backup tight end, right behind him. Dorsett. Inside the 5 to the 4, Willie Buchanan made the tackle.
The secondary is making just about every tackle.
Almost every one in this drive.
Cowboys have now reached their game average. They average about 150 yards, 154 yards rushing per game, and they're going to be that at halftime.
Dorsett has 78 already. Newhouse has 67 already. On second down, Dorsett shifts over a little bit, and Staubach will take a timeout. First one they've used.
You know what I like about number 12? After a loss, like the last 2 disappointing jobs, I never heard an alibi out of him, did you?
Nope. 14-7. The Dallas Cowboys lead the Packers.
Next Sunday on CBS Sports, see NFL doubleheader action. Check local listings for the games and times in your area. You'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
Here at Candlestick Park, as you can see, it is wet, it's cold, the wind blowing and swirling around here. 2 very friendly people. I think they're in love. The 21-yard line now after that missed 39-yard field goal attempt. The Cardinals have it. Wayne Morris in motion. And it's going to be Morris with a pass. The ball thrown a little too tall and too hard to the far side.
Well, what happened on the play, Archie Reese, number 78, got penetration, deflected the ball, went right over the top of the outstretched arms of Wayne Morris, number 24, and of course it fell incomplete.
That's the guy that they're high on, Archie Reese, as Hank mentioned, reaching across and getting a hand on it. San Diego leading Kansas City 6-3. And New Orleans, they were leading earlier in that game. What was it, 17-7? Now it's 17-13. On a 2nd and 10, Wayne Morris got some running room. 30, 35, 40, and Morris all the way out across the 45 to the 48-yard line. A burst of speed, a first down. Chuck Crisp eventually ran him out.
You know, they've talked a lot about the fact that they haven't been able to really get outside very well, but Morris really does a good job on this play. Obviously, good run blocking at the point of attack. He runs through a tackler there, jumps to the outside. Good blocking there by Mel Gray downfield, number 85. And he finally knocked out of bounds by number 24, Chuck Christ.
That was a 27-yard run by Wayne Morris. On first down, Hart to throw. He's got his man, Pat Tilley. And Tilley with his second catch of the day, and it's another first down, and the Cardinals are moving. They have the ball now at the 33-yard line of San Francisco. Ed Gallagher came storming through and really put some pressure on Hart, but he was on the button with the pass.
Yes, he was. Gallagher does provide good pressure. You see him coming inside here, but Hart stays right in, keeps his feet in the fire, and gets rid of the ball nicely, right on target to Pat Tilley, 83, and it's a 1st and 10.
Hank, that's that quick release that Hart has.
Yes.
First down from the 33, Jim Otis. And Jim's not going to quite make it to the 30-yard line. Ed Bradley made sure of that, along with Joe Harris, the outside linebackers. And so, a gain of 2. It'll be 2nd down and 8 yards to go at the 31.
And Robertson, number 49, continues to play Mel Gray very soft, and it looks like he could play catch over in that outside area the way he's playing at this stage of the game.
Dallas, after trailing 7-0, now has taken the lead 14-7. That's in Milwaukee. 2nd and 8. Al Chandler, number 87, now in at tight end. Hart to Gray. And Eddie Lewis, the closest. Wet here now.
But Gray was wide open. You see, he runs a hook in front of Eddie Lewis, but the ball's thrown over the top. But on a day like this, you want to throw the ball because the offense has the advantage.
So on a 3rd and 8. 5 defensive backs are in. Hart gets rid of it. Tilley makes quite a catch, and he's got a first down, and Hart really took a shot that time as he released the football, and Tilley with a fine catch, and that's a first down.
That time they were in man-for-man coverage. 49 Robertson had to cover Tilley all the way across the field. They got the one-on-one situation they wanted. Here he is. You see Hart staying in the pocket nicely. There you see Tilley coming across the field. Robertson, 49, pursuing, but too late, and Gray was open on the play too behind Eddie Lewis. Both of them were open. See if they throw again on first down. They can throw anytime they want to.
From the 20, a first down. Hart to Otis. Otis outside to the 15. A gain of 5. Be 2nd and 5. To go back to that previous play, Pat Tilley catches everything that's thrown in his direction. You talk about him not having a great speed, but every time the ball arrives in his area, you can depend on Pat Tilley.
And that's the important thing. You have to be able to catch the ball first, even though you don't have great speed, and that's what he's doing. It's just so very important.
The 2-minute warning is here. We'll be back in just a moment.
Dallas 14-7 over Green Bay. Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire at Milwaukee's County Stadium. Roger Staubach, the Dallas quarterback, has had his visit from the offensive specialist for the Cowboys.
This is really middle America, though, here. You know, if they come to a game, boy, the whole family comes, and they get mad a little bit, and they drink a little beer, I think, around the outside part of the
I think you're probably right. They come early and they stay late. From just inside the 5. Ball back on a long count. Fakes to Dorsett. Rolls right. Gets out of bounds.
I think Mike Butler is the one that chased him out. As soon as the play develops, Green Bay reads it perfectly. Everybody's got good position. Nobody's banging the receivers, but they're covered. All Roger wants to do is save it for another play and not get hurt in the process.
Roger was looking in the direction of Newhouse and then in the direction of Jackie Smith. Bart Starr is rather unemotional at the moment. So is that guy. Billy Joe Dupree has a Dallas touchdown. He dropped 2, but in the traffic, he hung on to that one.
He's trying to spike it, and the Packers won't even let him spike it.
John Anderson struggled with him to get him down, but B.J. got in the end zone.
This is for your own psyche when you do this. He's dropped 2 balls today. Watch him put it away and run over people because he's telling you, I'm back.
Right over Johnny Gray and knocked him back in the end zone.
He wants to do that leaping spike, and he has to hit Newhouse out of the way.
About a foot taller than Newhouse. Rafael Septien hits the middle with this one. They're making 21-7. Cowboys over the Green Bay Packers after the Pack had scored first. Washington, as I'm sure you know, beat the Giants 16-13 in overtime, and Minnesota beat Chicago 17-14. The series championship of women's tennis next Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern time.
Are you doing that?
Along with our Davis Cup captain, Tony Trabert.
We're out some awful place, Palm Springs. Yeah, I thought that.
Billie Jean King will be with us.
Good.
Chris Everett will defend her title. The field includes Virginia Wade, last year's Wimbledon champion.
Martina?
This year's Wimbledon champion.
My choice to win it all.
Martina?
I think she could, yes.
You know, she's a tremendous professional football fan. She probably heard you say that. I'll find out.
Let's see if Septien's going. Hollywood Henderson's going over and saying, don't fool around, kick it straight.
With 57 seconds left to play, or with 10 seconds left to play, rather, Steve Bartkowski hit Alfred Jackson on a 57-yard touchdown play, and Atlanta has defeated New Orleans 20-17. We welcome those of you who watched that game to our broadcast from Milwaukee's County Stadium, where it's Dallas 21, Green Bay 7. It's Steve Odom with a great speed, comes around the corner and now stops. And is finally wrestled to the ground by Mike Hegman, number 58.
That's what people say, though, when they say you've got to beat the whole 45-man squad for Dallas. They have so much talent, even covering, that you can defeat 3 or 4 of them, but the rest of them come through. You know, it's tough.
The Cowboys have had touchdowns from Dorsett from 9 yards out, from Newhouse from 15 yards out, and from Roger Staubach to Billy Joe Dupree, the tight end. They lead 21-7. Barty Smith got the Packer touchdown. And Colbert gets the Packer first down before Randy White and Cliff Harris make the tackle.
Colbert's the big second-year running back out of Oklahoma. This is a pretty good offensive play. Dallas may have been thinking pass. There's Larry Cole in there, and I think they probably were if Larry was in the game for Dallas.
That would indicate usually.
There's Randy White chasing Culberth down. Whole secondary gets in that tackle.
14-yard gain, however. So it's first down Packers. Middleton is the other setback. And Middleton will carry this time. Or is this Culberth? It is Culberth again, I'm sorry.
Running at Larry Cole a little bit. He's usually in on passing situations for the pass rush, and that time Culberth made a good cut and followed Middleton into the hole.
I was about to say I was wrong again. It was Middleton. Culberth is the fullback. And that's what David Whitehurst has done so far. Culberth is 31, and Middleton is 34. 2nd and 6. Packers operating from their own 44-yard line. Not much doing this time as D.D. Lewis came submarining in and cut him down.
Aggressive. Whitehurst's going to have to put the ball up. The play they worked on all week was when Thompson, Andre Thompson, and Lofton go to the same side, and then they swing to the weak side with some backs. One of the newspaper guys in here this town printed it in the newspaper. Bart Starr did not take that too kindly.
Very unhappy about that. 3rd and 7 situation. Whitehurst with a lot of time throws low. in the direction of Andre Thompson. Covered by Dennis Thurman. And the Packers will have to punt as they send David Beverly into the game.
Young quarterback simply just overthrew that. I mean, with velocity. That time he had plenty of time. He could have really whistled it and let him get a little bit of range across the middle.
There's Beverly. Last time he got off a 45-yarder.
He looks like he's out of the PP&K program now.
He'll be doing some of that at the half. Good kick. Puts Johnson up with the fair catch signal, and wisely so, because the Packers were right there. 4 minutes and 25 seconds left to play from Milwaukee's County Stadium. That's before the half. Packers lead at 21-7.
The 2-minute warning has just been executed. The Cardinals have the football. Second down, a long 4 to go. Just outside the 15-yard line. And at halftime, we'll join the NFL Today as Brent, Jane, and Irv will update us on that overtime game. Washington pulling out a big one against the New York Giants. We'll be checking in on that one. And right now, the Cardinals would like to take a lead into the dressing room. Al Chandler, the tight end, moves into the right side.
Mel Gray's got a one-on-one on. Oh, a good shot on the outside.
That's Al Chandler. Chandler's in for the touchdown. Al Chandler with his second touchdown catch in as many games. He caught a 5-yarder last week for a touchdown, and he takes this one in, and he just ran over Vern Robertson.
What happened on the play, they used the shift of the tight end. The tight end went to the right and made Chuck Crisp play strong safety instead of weak safety. You see he's way off of the tight end, number 87, Al Chandler, and he goes in for the touchdown. Missed the tackle, going for the touchdown. They now are going to try the extra point. It should put it,
Had some problems. Roger Worley can't salvage that play. And so that could be a big point after before this game is over, as the Cardinals now have a lead of 9-3.
Again, a perfect call on why this was not a touchdown. The feet were in, the ball was outside the end zone. Those guys in the striped shirts know what they're doing.
He never got the ball in there. We mentioned that Jefferson has goggles that he wears. It's because of a scratched eye, and they've had to be very careful about it. Klein, Curran, and McCrary, the 3 tight ends in there. Bauer and Matthews in the backfield. Handoff going to Bauer. Touchdown, Chargers. Bauer gets his second touchdown of the game.
That touchdown made possible by the Charger offensive line. They were off the ball before Kansas City was even ready.
The drive started back at the 32 of San Diego. And they score here with the 2-minute warning going to come right up after this try for point. Manershka, who missed earlier, with Mike Fuller holding. This one is up, and it is good. So with the 2-minute warning being given, Chicken Man celebrates. 13-3, the Chargers.
Ed White, 67, Rush Washington, 70, make this touchdown. Look at Ed White bury his man. Washington outside, right through. Good block by Bo Matthews as a leader, too.
Bauer only has 7 yards, but he has a couple of touchdowns. Not bad going. There is Cliff Olander, number 5 draft choice in 77. Don't forget, coming up at halftime, NFL 78. Scores and highlights of another rather interesting Sunday afternoon.
Oh, that's an understatement.
Don Coryell pacing the sidelines. He wrote Bill Bidwell, the Cardinal owner, a letter and said, I want to be your coach. He did a great job there before the marriage kind of fell apart.
Kind words.
Morgado taking the kickoff over the 25, the 30, up the sideline, still going near the 40-yard line. A fine return by Arnold Morgado. We're going to pause briefly now for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
WDAF TV for Kansas City.
Jay Randolph and Mike Mike Hafner with you from San Diego. Morgado going off. A fine return. 27 yards coming up the sideline.
He is a workman-like running back. He's behind his blockers. He always keeps the feet running, keeps his head up, never puts it down. Just does a workman-like job, as I said.
And Ricky Anderson again on the specialty unit made the tackle.
2-minute drill.
They've got Larry Dorsey in there. They swing it out. Reed at the 40, 45 at midfield, at the 45 down to the 40 and stepped out of bounds to stop the clock wisely. Fine play by Reed as he got it to the 39. Bob Horn ran him out.
Showed his talent on that run. He did a couple of things that only veteran NFL running backs do. Set up his own blocking, ran as far as he could when nobody was touching him, and then stepped out of bounds to stop the clock and save a timeout. Here it is. Now watch him set up his blockers. Slows down. Good job, Tony Reed. Now break up. Now you got the time and get out of bounds. Just like you coach it.
Chargers were looking for something a little longer, maybe over the middle, and they got hurt on the swing pass to Reed. First down. Handoff going to Tony Reed inside the 35-yard line. Bob Horn, the middle linebacker, 55, making the stop. Timeout called with 1 minute and 33 seconds left to play in this first half. It's 13-3, San Diego leading, and it would be a big psychological lift, certainly, for these Kansas City Chiefs to get on the board here.
Even a field goal will help them going in.
NFL 78 next Sunday features Jamie the Greek. He's only 10 years old. I'm looking forward to seeing him. Lives in New Hampshire. He rides a bike and he skis. And then you'll see this action at 12:30 Eastern Time. The NFL 78, followed by Buffalo at Tampa Bay, New England at the Jets, and San Diego playing at Minnesota. After NFL 78 at 1:30 in many markets, the Cleveland at Baltimore, Seattle at Kansas City game, and then after NFL 78 at the 3:30 markets, Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. And most of you will see the Jets game around the nation. Oh, don't forget to check your local listings for the game and time in your area. NFL action on NBC next Sunday.
Coach Marv Levy trying to figure out which kind of points he's going to get, a touchdown or a field goal. Any one of them will do.
Root is over there loosening. Livingston is 2 for 5 passing, 61 yards. He's been sacked once. It is 2nd down and 6 at the 34. Livingston going to throw. He's got time. He is going and couldn't get it to Larry Dorsey. Penalty marker down. Mike Fuller on the coverage. There's Fuller on the left and Dorsey on the right. Holding call against the Kansas City Chiefs. Well, that's why Livingston had so much time.
That's it. Can't sit back there unless you're holding on to one of those big guys for San Diego.
Referee Fred Wyatt will step it off. And this will put the Chiefs out of field goal range.
That hurts in the 2-minute drill. Now the Chargers know they're
holding number 60, offense.
Charge against the left tackle, Mike Herkenhoff. Herkenhoff, who came out of the WFL.
He's got to handle Fred Dean, and Dean's one of the quickest defensive ends in the National Football League.
At the 45 now, it is 2nd and 16, and the Chargers have 5 defensive backs in there. Glenn Edwards, 27, is there, and the middle linebacker Horn is out of there. They try the draw. Tony Reed, but Louis Kelcher. He's great against the run, isn't he, Kelcher? Number 2 draft choice in 75.
When you're as strong as that, man, you can hold up 4 or 5 blockers and then make the tackle.
Kelcher, I remember the only injury he's ever had, really the only bad injury, was in the game at Kansas City in October of 77, a neck injury. NFL 78 coming up for you at halftime. 3rd down situations. Kansas City's converted 1 of 3 times. This is their 4th 3rd down conversion situation facing them this afternoon. San Diego's converted 3 out of 4 as we have 1:21 left to play in this first half. San Diego got on the board when Bauer scored from 2 yards out with 3:49 left in the first period, and Bernishka's extra point try was blocked. A Stenerud field goal from 39 at 8:22 of the second period made it 6-3, and Bauer scored again from 1 yard out with 1:58 remaining here in this first half. Bernishka kicking the point. 13-3 is where we are with 1:21 left.
3rd and 16, and this is obviously the key. They've got to get down in field goal range for Stenerud.
Livingston steps up and throws. He's got Dorsey. Dorsey coming to the near side at the 30, trying to get out of bounds, and does. Out of bounds at the 27-yard line. Mike Williams and Glenn Edwards were in pursuit.
He might have a first down, and he does.
I think he does. A big play indeed. Dorsey got the first down. He got the clock to stop with 1:12 to go, and they got their 7th first down in the ball game.
They couldn't make a third down conversion. They had only one of them. Here's a 3rd and 16, and they walk right to it. Good move by Kansas City.
Dorsey, who comes in when they go to the pro set, is the big play man. He was involved in the trade that sent Wilbur Young out here. This is Reed, penalty marker down. Reed inside the 20-yard line, short of a first down at about the 18, bulled back at that point.
Number 32, Tony Reed.
Somebody jumped for Kansas City, though.
Gary Johnson, 79 on the tackle. The indication is that the penalty will go against the Chiefs.
On the field.
It's hurting them, the penalties here in this drive late in the first half.
Makes that field goal longer and longer.
Offside, number 88, offense.
Walter White, the tight end, was offside. Puts the ball back at the 32-yard line. 1:04 remaining in the first half. Bob Horn is back in at middle linebacker now for the Chargers, and Glenn Edwards has gone out.
Again, the pressure's on Livingston. They know he's got to throw.
He throws, and it is complete. The catch made by Henry Marshall. The ball way underthrown. Marshall came back and took the ball in front of Pete Shaw.
You called it perfectly. It was not the route. It wasn't anything but the fact that the throw was short. Watch Livingston. He is definitely under pressure. Big Hands Johnson, number 79, is right down his throat, so he's got to get rid of it.
26 yards.
Marshall makes a great play of watching the ball with concentration. The two defensive backs ran by him. He came back and caught it. 26-yard gain, and look out. Here comes Kansas City.
Henry Marshall out of Missouri. Big win for Missouri yesterday over Kansas. Nebraska knocked off Oklahoma. Now 4 linebackers in there for the Chargers. They've got Ray Preston in there. This is Tony Reed. Penalty marker down as Reed gets to the 3. Penalty marker was thrown in the middle of all of it at about the 4-yard line. Woody Lowe on the tackle. Number 51, the linebacker on the outside. Now Wyatt is going over to talk with Coach Marv Levy. And Levy says, wait a minute. Come back here. Let me explain what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I think it's a holding call against Kansas City. And Marv Levy says he didn't hold him, Freddie. He didn't. You were mentioning all the Kansas City area scores. Got to mention Kansas State upset in Colorado.
Oh, they beat Colorado. Big win for the Wildcats. Manhattan. Missouri and Nebraska next week.
Oh, that ought to be foreign powers used to play for Nebraska.
That's correct.
Oh, that'll be a fight.
Holding Kansas City. So Mr. Levy did not convince Mr. Wyatt and his crew that that was not holding.
When have you ever seen him change one? Huh?
50 seconds left in this first half.
Levy's still yelling at him.
Holding, number 88.
2 in a row.
Walter White again.
Offside the first time, holding this time. Walter's having the
This is Jay Randolph along with Mike Hafner here in San Diego. We have 50 seconds left to play in the first half. Chargers leading 13-3. It is 1st and 16 from the 16-yard line. Mike Livingston. Livingston throwing on the run. Incomplete. There's a penalty marker down at the 5-yard line. And Tony Reed is saying he was interfered with, and let's see how they call it.
You called it right, Jay. There was a pass interference penalty against the Charger defensive backfield.
Penalty flag on the field.
Fred Wyatt will tell us right now.
The Chargers leading here 13-3. 2 touchdowns by Bauer from short yardage. Holding called against the Chargers. The only score for Kansas City came on a 39-yard field goal by Stenerud. They're going to place the ball at the 11-yard line, and it is a first down.
And that's the key.
Holding
First down.
number 50, defense.
Call against Don Good, the linebacker. First down for Kansas City. 42 seconds left to go in this first half.
Please call your answering.
The Charger defense trying to hold off Kansas City's challenge here late in the first half. 13-3. San Diego leading it. Mike Livingston quarterbacking the Chiefs. Livingston has time. He throws for Dorsey. Incomplete. Larry Dorsey covered by Hal Stringert over there. Dorsey, who caught a pass here moments ago in this drive and got out of bounds to stop the clock. The pass came up short.
But again, it was like Henry Marshall's pass. He had a chance to come back and maybe save it. I think Livingston threw it there on purpose.
37 seconds remaining in the first half.
Must be careful here. You can't make a mistake because now Kansas City has the momentum going into the locker room. They don't want to give it up with an interception or a fumble.
On second down, Livingston is in trouble. Down he goes at the 24-yard line. Fred Dean, the man who leads San Diego in sacks. Number 71 was there.
Number 10, Mike Livingston. Sacked by number 71, Fred Dean. Loss of 12 yards.
Fred Dean coming in with help from Woody Lowe, the linebacker, 51. And the ball is going to be back at the 22-yard line. There is Jan Stenerud getting ready. This all began with 1:58 left to go on the clock here in the second period on the 39-yard line of Kansas City. And with 8 plays, they got it down close. But 4 of those 8 plays have been canceled by penalties in this drive. You see that statistic right there. And you saw why just a moment ago. Fred Dean and his crew.
Kansas City's got a long way to go. Third down and 21 for a first down. If they get out inside the 1, they can still make a first.
That's right, they can. They need to get inside the 1-yard line for the first down.
Might as well score if you get that far, huh?
I'm sure that's what they're thinking. Now we're getting the extra defensive back, Glenn Edwards, coming in. Also, they send Ray Preston in and bring Don Good out. So the Chargers go to their nickel defense, trying to prevent the bomb. They give up 5-10-yard pass this point in the proceedings.
Kansas City doesn't want to give away the shot at the field goal. Can't turn the ball over.
Dorsey and Marshall, the wide receivers. The throw over the middle to Dorsey. Dorsey is at the 5, and he is stopped at the 3-yard line. Mike Fuller and Pete Shaw. It was Shaw got there first to make the tackle. 19 seconds, 16 seconds, 15 seconds. The Chiefs trying to get squared away for the field goal. That will come from the 11-yard line. 5 seconds. Stenerud boots it up, and it is good. With 1 second left on the clock, Stenerud had the ball there. He booted it through, and that's a big 3 points for Kansas City.
Great hustle. They had no timeouts, and they got it in. How about that, Jay?
Chicken Man is sad, but Kansas City fans take heart.
Yes, sir.
1 second remaining. We will have the kickoff. That was a very gutty drive by the Chiefs. I know they would have liked to got the touch, of course, Mike Hafner, but this was quite a play. I thought for a minute Dorsey might speed it in, but he couldn't quite turn it in on the angle.
A great throw by Mike Livingston. You see Dorsey wide open. Again, they were taking your theory. They wanted to give up the short pass, not give up the touchdown. Dorsey had a good shot at the corner of the end zone, but I think the defensive backs at San Diego had the perfect angle.
Pete Shaw did an excellent job. There's Larry Dorsey out of Tennessee State.
Behind
Mike Livingston right there.
Thank you, Mike. He moved right out of the way to show us, Mr. Dorsey.
Zen and Andrusician will kick off. Anderson and Owens are deep. An onside kick just to see if it can be handled. Edwards having trouble picking it up. And finally, Hank Bauer got it. And that's the way we end this first half. Well, a very interesting football game up to this point. The end of the first half here in San Diego. The score, the Chargers 13 and the Chiefs 6.
And he White starting to loosen up a little bit over behind the Cowboy bench at the moment. Roger Staubach, however, is still in the game on this possession for Dallas as they start to operate from their own 25.
Rogers 6 of 12 for 70 yards.
Jackie Smith started in motion. Dorsett starts to the outside. He's cut down by Steve Luke, number 46.
All right, here's the young man from Ohio State. And we said he's a great tackler. Dorsett's supposed to run inside, but Luke didn't make the mistake of getting fooled by where the play was supposed to go. That's an excellent tackle. I bet Dorsett's checking his number now to see who's making the firm ones.
He's had to make a lot of them, as you pointed out before.
It's good until they use the play-action pass.
So we'll keep Mr. Luke in mind for that reason. Dorsett shifts back deep behind Newhouse. Steve Pearson started in motion. That goes to Bill. And he found something. He got a first down out of a broken play. That's ability.
They should put one official in just to make him play, because I think Dorsett plays a different game. Here's Luke now going over to where the play again is supposed to go. And now he says, my gosh, 33's on that bike going the other way. And darn if he doesn't get into it, miss the tackle, and try to get back up. Dorsett wasn't trying to throw that football, was he?
I'm not sure.
He had a funny look, didn't he, when he first took the handoff?
Looked like he might have been starting to pull up just a bit. Then he went back in the other direction. He got a first down at the Dallas 38. Could be Newhouse's turn. He struggles for maybe one before John Anderson, the linebacker, made the tackle. They have much room to operate then.
Green Bay's got to tighten up the defense. Old Hog Hanna, your old teammate at Arkansas, is probably telling them you got to get in a little closer. We have to give up some of the pass rush to close off the run.
Dave had a great career here, Dave Hanna, that is, as a player, and has been with the Packer organization since he got out of college in 1952.
And had a chaw tobacco in his mouth since he was 5.
Sometimes you can't even tell whether he does or whether he doesn't. 2nd and 8. Roger Staubach is going to scramble, and he'll be tackled by Ezra Johnson.
Ezra Johnson, for you people that maybe haven't seen this young Packer team play, is number 78. 240-pound defensive end with 4.4 speed for the 40.
That will be the notification to Bart Starr and Tom Landry that there are 2 minutes left to play before the half.
This public service announcement was furnished by the American Alliance for Health, Physical Education and Recreation and the NFL. Write for more information. Couple of touchdowns by Bauer, missed extra point, 13 for San Diego. 2 field goals for Kansas City from Stenerud, 13-6 at halftime, and we'll join NFL 78 after these messages from your local station.
In today's game, jumped out to a 23-0 lead over the Houston Oilers. Looked for all the world to stretch that streak to 8, but the Oilers had other ideas. They came up with 26 points, and they defeated the Patriots 26-23. Mike Adamle, you were watching that game. The Oilers have had a reputation for a team that doesn't want to play it when things get tough, but they changed that around today, didn't they?
Well, they sure dispelled that rumor. You know, I think if Houston does reach the playoffs, they will point to this game as a turning point in their season. Extremely well, great comeback win for Bum Phillips. 13-0 was the score after Horace Ivory scored this 5-yard touchdown on a nice individual effort. And then later on in the second quarter, another goal line situation. Steve Grogan, great play action fake. Watch this block by 70, Leon Gray. Oop, there goes Robert Brazil. Easy touchdown for Grogan. And at that point, it was 23-0. It remained that way most of the first half until Dan Pastorini finally got the Oilers going with this strike to Ken Burrow, 0-0 across the middle. And then Rob Carpenter, number 7, second-year man out of the University of Miami of Ohio, scores from 7-yard out to make it 23-7. That's the way it was at the half. Third quarter action. Again, a goal line situation. Again, Mr. Carpenter gets the ball. Again, he scores a touchdown that made it 23-14. They scored one more time. At this point, it's 23-20 in favor of the Patriots. Touchdown pass, Pastorini to Rich Castor. The Oilers win it and go to 7-4 in the AFC.
Carpenter had 2 touchdowns. We might note he left that game late in the game with an injured leg. Giants-Redskins. The Giants had beaten the Skins 4 straight times coming into today, but in overtime it was the Redskins who prevailed this time, 16-13. Mike Thomas scored a touchdown in the waning moments to tie it, and then in overtime, Mark Mosley from 45 yards away has it teed up. Through the uprights it goes, and the Redskins, a winner, stretching their record now to 8-3 with a 16-13 win over a team they've had trouble beating. The other New York team was not as fortunate. The Eagles prevailed over the Jets today. Final there, 17-9, but it might have been costly. Ron Jaworski had to leave the game late in the game with back spasms after suffering a hit that some Philly fans may consider a bit questionable. Mike, how is it the Jets were able to put on a great second-half comeback against Denver last week and only get 9 points against the Eagles today?
Well, the story was Mr. Jaworski. You know, he's a great quarterback when he plays well, and he has Harold Carmichael, one of the great receivers in the league, to throw to. That was the combination that worked today. But this play right here is what got the Eagles in business at first. The end around, the flanker reverse to number 82, Ken Payne, once of Green Bay. He rumbles all the way down to the 18-yard line before being knocked out of bounds by Bobby Jackson. And then Jaworski, from 18 yards out, hits Harold Carmichael in the end zone over Kenny Shroy. That made it 7-3. New York came back in the second quarter when on a 3rd and goal situation, they handed off to Kevin Long, the Jets' leading rusher. He runs in from 4 yards out to make it 10-9 after the extra point was missed. And Jaworski threw another touchdown pass to Harold Carmichael, so the Eagles stay alive in their playoffs hopes. Miami versus Buffalo. You know, Buffalo has lost to the Miami Dolphins 17 straight times. They did it again today. It was very close, 25-24. Here's some of the action. Delvin Williams became the first man to go over 1,000 yards. This 26-yard touchdown run was his second of the day, and it put him over the 1,000-yard mark. Later in the game, Curtis Brown, number 47, returned some of Miami's firepower with a long run of his own, 58 yards. He had a good day, too, 112 yards on the day. But Bob Greasy nailed the victory with this pass to Nat Moore, sealed the victory for Miami, 25-24. Don Shula is keeping pace with the New England Patriots. They are now tied.
Okay, Mike, for the second time this season, the Detroit Lions have beaten the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Final day, 34-23. Gary Danielson, 15 for 24, 206 yards. Horace King had a 100-yard day. And let's applaud the Detroit defense. 7 sacks they had. The Lions are now 4-7, much more respectable than they were some weeks ago. The Denver Broncos dealt one of the Cleveland Browns today, 19-7. It's been a long day, and really dealt the Browns' playoff hopes a blow. They're now 5-6. Greg Pruitt suffered a hyperextension of his left elbow, and Mike, that was not the only problem the Cleveland offense had today.
The other problem was the play of Craig Morton, the Denver quarterback, who has been maligned as of late because of his play, but he was 18 for 28. 230 yards. He had a good day, as evidenced by this play. He gets off the hook in the face of a Cleveland blitz. There's 52 Ambrose, and watching this strike to Riley Odoms. That made it 7-0 in favor of Denver. In the third quarter, Jim Turner became the 4th leading scorer in NFL history with this 15-yard field goal. That made it 13-7 in favor of Denver, and then they tied up out of the game when Lonnie Perrin went in from about 4 yards out, and a big win for Denver. They're now 7-4 in the AFC West.
Okay, Mike, the Vikings are also 7-4. They beat the Bears today 17-14. Walter Payton went over the 1,000-yard mark for the season, but today was a tale of quarterbacks. Mike Phipps, starting for the Bears, completed only 8 of 18 for 66 yards and 3 interceptions. Fran Tarkenton, stitches, no teeth and all, threw for 245 yards. He was 24 of 35. The Bears have now lost 8 straight, their last 3 by 3, 2, and 4 points. Atlanta against New Orleans, the Falcons came up with 17 second-half points. They win at 20-17 in the Dome. Bartkowski to Alfred Jackson, 57 yards, provided the winner. Baltimore against Seattle. This one has now moved into the third period, and the Colts are out in front 10-7. On a touchdown pass from Burt Jones to Glenn Dowdy of 12 yards, Mike Adamle has been tuning in on that late ball game. And Mike, how's Burt's shoulder doing?
It looks pretty sharp to me. You know, you will recall if you watched the game Monday night that Burt put on a great performance of courage throwing those 3 touchdown passes, and he started the Colts off early with a touchdown pass as well. A bullet, to be exact. Joe Washington, also a key man in the Baltimore offense, fumbles the ball here. The Colts get a break as Glenn Dowdy recovers, and it sets up this touchdown pass. Burt Jones to Glenn Dowdy, a real bullet. His arm doesn't look like it's hurting there, and made it 7-0 in favor of the Colts. Then in the first quarter, Seattle 3rd and 2. David Sims, number 35, watch him go. 44 yards in all. Norm Thompson giving chase. He ain't going to catch him. They made it 7-7. Tony Linhart kicked the field goal to put the Colts out on top 10-7. Seattle must win this ball game if they're going to stay alive in the AFC West and in contention for one of those playoff berths. It's crazy.
And after a horrendous start, the Colts could go 5-6, and they still have yet to play the Dolphins and the Patriots once again this year. Dallas against Green Bay. Nothing wrong with the Cowboy offense. The Packers can't fix. It stands at 21-7. Newhouse has one. Dorsett has another. Staubach to Billy Joe Dupree, 8 yards for another. Kansas City, San Diego. It stands at 13-6 at the half. Lydell Mitchell, you've been watching him. He's gone over the 100-yard mark in the half, gone over the 1,000-yard mark for the season. And up in the Bay Area, the Cardinals going for 3 straight are out in front of the San Francisco 49ers. That one stands at 9-3 in the second period. We've got a second half of football to come. Let's go back to the ballpark.
Dave Williams, former University of Colorado quarterback, plays running back, and I understand we might see him at wide receiver before the day's over. There's your time remaining in the upper right-hand portion of the screen. The Cardinals from the 35-yard line. First down.
It was a 47-yard punt.
And as you said, he just drilled it out of there. Here's Hart. Pat Tilley. Tilley could not get there. Robertson defending on the play, and number 49 is being tested today.
Robertson's going to get a lot of experience before the afternoon is over with. He's already gotten a lot of it, but he'll get a lot more.
The CBS Sports Spectacular next Saturday. The Ontario Speedway will be the setting for the highlights from the NHRA World Finals, the culminating event of the 44 drag race racing season. That's next Saturday, 4:30 Eastern, the CBS Sports Spectacular. On a 2nd and 10. And Tilley, that looks like the same play, Hank, they were trying to get earlier.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. They continue to throw in front of Robertson, number 49, and he continues to give him a lot of room, and justifiably so right here before the half. He doesn't want to have a big play, but he's played that way most of the day, and anytime you want to throw in front of him, you can, which is very obvious.
And so, out to the 48-yard line, it's a first down with 37 seconds left. The Cardinals are still trying to get on the board again. The world's strongest men, it's a wrist roll. It's the 7th event. 100-pound weight. They're going to try to lift it 10 feet off the ground. Here is Hart, back to throw again. And Eason Ransom, the tight end, had fallen down, the intended receiver at the 40-yard line, and Chuck Christ was with him, though.
Yes, that time they had 5 defensive backs in the game, and he slipped as he tried to run a hook, but luckily the ball was thrown over the top because Chuck Christ, number 24, was right there with him and had a chance to make a play on the ball had it been thrown properly.
So, 2nd down 10. Are you a poker man? Next Saturday, the Hold'em final. That's poker on the Sports Spec. Next Saturday, 4:30. Got all the great poker men showing up for that event. Hart back again. Pat Tilley. Little too tall. Bob Jury had a crack at the interception, and it's going to be a 3rd and 10. And the time, 26 seconds. The Cardinals still with 1 timeout remaining. This game started out with the 49ers driving. They kicked a field goal. The Cardinals got the football for the first time. They matched it with a 45-yard field goal. And that's the way it stood until 1:53 remained in this first half when Hart hit Chandler with a 15-yard touchdown strike.
Jim Hart so far has thrown 19 times, completed 9 for 136 yards, 2 interceptions and a touchdown.
And both those interceptions by Chuck Christ. And the Cardinals have missed that point after, which could be a big one. It's 9-3. Here's Wayne Morris. Morris has the first down across the 40 to the 39-yard line. Wayne Morris with a couple of big bursts. He had a 27-yard run earlier in the day. Bob Jury making the stop. And at the 39, 18 seconds now left in this first half. Steve Jones threw a big block on that last play as a timeout has been called. Cardinals using their last timeout. As Robertson comes off the field, they've taken him out of there as somehow the Cardinals will try to pick this one up, get something on the board. Next Saturday, CBS brings you the Series Championship of Women's Tennis, and all the big names are going to be there. Chris Evert will defend her title. Former Wimbledon champion Virginia Wade. this year's Wimbledon champ Martina Navratilova and others. Next Saturday afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern, the series championship of women's tennis. There's Jim Hart, Bud Wilkinson, Jim Hannafin. What do you do in a situation like this, Hank? You got 18 seconds, no timeouts left.
Well, you want to get the ball downfield the best you can, so at least you can get in a position to kick a field goal. And without any timeouts left, you've got to call a couple of plays in the huddle with the anticipation of not wasting any time, stopping the clock if you do make a reception close enough where you can stop the clock and at least kick the field goal.
5 defensive backs and 2 linebackers are in now for the 49ers. Hart to Gray. He's got it, and he's out of bounds, stopping the clock with 13 seconds. Walter Mons, boy, that was a beautifully thrown football.
That was double coverage that time, and he threw between the short man and the deep man, Eddie Lewis. They had 5 defensive backs, and the deep man, Eddie Lewis, was very slow coming over to protect the outside area. As a result, Jim Hart saw it. There you see him. He's slow coming over, and Mel Gray makes the catch. Big play and a great executed play by the St. Louis Cardinals.
So they're going to try one more play, and then they'll try to get the field goal kicker in.
Yes, they'll try to get this one into the end zone, I'm sure. They got a bump and run on this left side. They've got a chance to make a big play on the left side. See if he takes advantage of it.
From the 13-yard line, Hart, Eason Ransom. Bob Jury gave him a pretty good shot. So now Jim Bakken will come in with 7 seconds to attempt the field goal. Well, they moved that football in a hurry.
Yes, they did, and I'm surprised that Jim didn't go on top that time because both receivers had bump and run, which meant it was man for man all the way, and it looked like Tilley had a step on this right side on Eddie Lewis, but of course Eason was wide open too, just dropped the football.
Bakken, who's kicked a 45-yarder in the first quarter, will now attempt a 30-yard field goal. Bad snap again. That's twice it's happened. Once on the point after. Bakken getting back, scudding on the football, and that's going to wind down this first half. There's no time remaining. And so the score at halftime at Candlestick Park, the St. Louis Cardinals leading the San Francisco 49ers 9-3. Stay with us. The NFL Today coming your way.
There's Dave Hanner back in the background behind Bart Starr. Dave just gave a signal.
Boy, he's still big.
He was almost that big when he was born. He's from a place in Arkansas called Giesecke.
Giesecke, Arkansas?
Right. Just north of Forest City. Not a heck of a lot there beside him.
And one saloon?
No.
No.
A general store.
Same thing sometimes.
They have refreshments there. Here is Roger Staubach in the shotgun right now. That's a long time. Preston Pearson. That reception gets into Packer territory.
Number 33 for Preston Pearson. 3rd down shotgun. You know they're going to try to get the ball to him. I don't know how Roger got the ball this time to Pearson. The ball's coming right at you now. Look at this coverage. Just under. That's concentration on the ball, huh?
Yeah, it was Mike Douglas on the coverage, and Pearson managed to get both of his feet down inside bounds for a 13-yard gain and another Dallas first down.
Notice how the offensive line, they're taking these big defensive linemen and running them by Roger, and then Roger has a lot of time to look around.
This time he operates from the standard formation. Great protection. Intended for Dorsett. It's just as well he didn't catch it because Gary Weaver was coming. The Packers are yelling for holding.
I think he was trying to throw it to Newhouse.
Newhouse, right.
But sometimes he gets shorter after he leaves the backfield. I think Roger meant to hit him with it and just overthrew the solidly built fullback. We have a lot of fun at Newhouse's expense, but he knows that we really appreciate his football play, you know?
Oh, you have to do that. He has one touchdown today on a 15-yard run. Don't forget at halftime, the NFL Today, Brent, Jane, and Irv scores and highlights from around the league. So it's 2nd down. 10 to go. Ball at the Packer 47. Shotgun operator is at it again and chased again. And throws. Drew Pearson down on his knees, and Roger Staubach just barely avoided crossing the line of scrimmage before he let that one go.
I think Drew saw Anderson, the rookie linebacker, bearing down on him too. That doesn't usually bother number 88, but he was in a curious position, huh?
1:38 now left to play before the half. It'll be third down, Dallas. They have 2 timeouts left. The backs will be Dorsett and Pearson. Preston. You saw what Dallas had done on third down conversions. They're the best in the league at that.
They have 160 yards rushing already at halftime, the Cowboys.
Tony Hill almost made a spectacular catch. Willie Buchanan and Estes Hood were back there with him.
The safety blitz was on. Everybody was coming except the secondary that have responsibilities. Hood plays it very well. Look at this control of the ball and almost catch by Tony Hill.
Thought he should have had it. It would have been a heck of a catch, wouldn't it?
He thinks he should catch all of them. He's going to be one of the great receivers. There's no doubt about it.
Danny White in punt formation for the Dallas Cowboys now, and Steve Odom deep for the Packers. Wind against White. He's been known to run with it. High kick. Fair catch signal for by Odom, and the Packers will take over at their own 21. Clock up in the right-hand corner of your picture tells you how much time is left before the half. Next week, NFL doubleheader. Regional games will be Philadelphia against the New York Giants. That's turned into a good contest. St. Louis, Washington, Atlanta, Chicago, and New Orleans at Dallas.
We're following the Pack to Denver. That should be a pretty good football game. Detroit's going against the Oaklands. The Rams and the 49ers, always a good one on the West Coast, huh?
Consult your local listings for the game and time in your area. Some cities will see only a single game due to the NFL blackout policy. And don't forget, all the action begins with the NFL Today Show with Brent, Irv, and James. Whitehurst from behind the intended receiver, Jim Culbreth.
Whitehurst has got to start doing the drop back now. He faked the draw and what have you. Too Tall Jones didn't even look at the fakes. At this stage, you got to air it out. You got to get your best receivers out there and throw the football. I would imagine Odom would be coming out and put Lofton, Odom, and Andre Thompson in together.
Dallas leads at 21-7. A minute and 21 seconds left to play before the half. George, the tight end, the intended receiver. They had the 3 speed men in that play. Odom, Lofton, and Thompson on the same side. Pass intended for McGeorge was not good.
Marty Smith, the big fullback, is a pretty good pass receiver. He and Middleton both are excellent.
Extra defensive backs on the Cowboys side of the field. Randy Hughes, the center fielder, right down the middle. He has 1 interception already. Harvey Martin almost got Whitehurst. Hulbert, the intended receiver. Like one of the Dallas players might be down. That's Mike Hegman, the linebacker. Tries to get his helmet off. David Beverly has entered the contest for the Green Bay Packers. Meantime, Hegman is still down and being looked at by the Dallas medical crew.
Green Bay's offense looks like they're really lethargic now after that opening spurt when the turnovers helped them and the crowd was up. They break the huddle now and almost take their time getting to the line of scrimmage. You don't feel like they're ready to want to go to the line of scrimmage.
But Hegman might have gotten his neck jammed.
There he's getting up now.
Mike Hegman heads over to the sideline. David Beverly.
There he is.
Back to the Packers. And Tunney, the referee, back there in conversation with him. 1 minute and 10 seconds left to play before the halftime break.
Would you put pressure on Beverly?
He's had his problems. I think I might try it.
You just checked the windage that time.
Butch Johnson standing back at the 40 for Dallas. Beverly will be, there's Butch. Beverly back at about the 7-yard line. The Vikings have won. The Packers looking over their shoulder at them. The Redskins have won. They got the pressure on him, and they almost got it. Again, Butch Johnson goes up with the signal for the fair catch, and he'll have it there at the 40, where Dallas will take over. 1:03 left. Before we send you back to the NFL today, tomorrow on CBS, don't forget MASH first, One Day at a Time, and episode 2 of The Word.
David Jansen, James Whitmore, a couple of the real great actors. Whitmore's a big football fan, you know.
So is Jansen. It all begins at 8 o'clock tomorrow night here on CBS, 7 Central and Mountain Time. Tony Dorsett and Preston Pearson, the 2 running backs. I guess you could call it that, as Staubach operates out of a shotgun. Tony Hill watches Rodgers pass, soar over his head. Estes Hood on the coverage.
That was like a Guidry fastball that got away. Roger just really hummed that thing, and it took off. That might pull the numbers off your shirt if you try to catch that one. He can still throw with tremendous velocity.
The Packers play Denver next week. Dallas entertains New Orleans. And then on Thanksgiving Day, the Washington Redskins will be at Texas Stadium.
In fact, the next 3 games in a row are at home for the Dallas team, right?
Those 2 we just mentioned, and then New England will be there. Pearson is open and struggles for a first down. John Anderson made the tackle. The Cowboys hustle up to the line of scrimmage. The clock continues to run. They still have 2 timeouts left, but they won't use one this time. They line up quickly in the shotgun. 11-yard gain, Dallas first down on the completion from Staubach to Pearson. Again, it's Pearson, who somehow always seems to break in the open.
He was trying to get out of bounds, but pretty solid tackle by McCoy kept him in. For a basketball player, he's not too bad a football player, is he? Pearson, I'm speaking of.
And he's a good runner as well.
They thought he could have played in the NBA. Very good backcourt man.
That's a Dallas timeout as Roger Staubach goes over to the sideline to talk to his coach, Tom Landry. Tom said, as I started to say in the opening of today's broadcast, he said the worst thing that had happened to the Cowboys this year was when they looked so impressive in beating Baltimore 38-0 in the opening game. He said after that, people started to say that the Cowboys can get past the world. They can beat the world. He said the problem with that statement is we're not playing the world.
We're playing Minnesota and Miami, people like that, right? The trouble with coaching a young team that really has high hopes, you come in and get a couple of breaks and it picks them up, but they can quickly be discouraged, and that's going to be Bart's job at halftime is, come on, you guys, we were in this football game, but we've got to do it at an upper level. You can't play the Cowboys and be average.
Bart has said we got to beat some quality teams, or else we don't deserve to be where we are. That was Bill Curry, who had so many great years as a Packer center and also some good years at Baltimore, that was talking with Bart just a minute ago.
Roger might air it out on this play. He might run a 9, a straight pattern. Tony Hill or somebody.
Or right, it'll be second down for Dallas at the Green Bay 45. Flag is down, whatever happened. Here's Preston Pearson. Heading for out of bounds and trying to get there and does not quite do it. Burl Toller says keep the clock running. Landry looks at the clock, and now they do say he got out of bounds, or do they?
Green Bay's pointing back to the flag that was dropped on the other side of the line of scrimmage, which would mean an illegal offensive maneuver of some kind.
It's against Dallas.
Is Rayfield back in the backfield again? The big tackle?
That's what they were saying before. The Packers were. See what he says.
Illegal motion, offense, 89. Still second down.
B.J. Dupre was trying to get off the line early, I suppose. Have you noticed how the offensive lines have stolen as much as they can and dropped away from the line of scrimmage to handle these defensive players that are so darn good, big, and strong right now? They need all the time they can get.
Particularly on passing down. 16 seconds left. Dallas leads 21-7. No flags this time. Over the head of Billy Joe Dupree with 7 seconds left to play before the half.
Tony Hill is on the far sidelines about the 25-yard line all by himself. B.J. had a chance to catch that if he'd have kept running to the end zone, huh?
Ball sailed over his head. Similar thing happened last week in Miami. Jackie Smith checks in, and Billy Joe Dupree will get a rest. Rafferty goes out, and Lawless comes in. Time for one more play before the half. Again, in the event you might have missed it, Washington beat the Giants 16-13 in overtime on a 45-yard field goal by Mark Mosley. Staubach picks it up. They had the right play called, didn't they? That ought to do it for half number 1 at Milwaukee County Stadium. 21-7. That is the end of the first half with the score. The Dallas Cowboys 21, Green Bay Packers 7.
1978 U.S. Open Finals. Defending champion Chris Evert is taken to the limit by 15-year-old Pam Shriver. You saw it on CBS Sports. Next Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern, CBS Sports presents the Series Championship of Women's Tennis. Chris Evert is scheduled to defend her crown against Wimbledon champion Martina Navratilova and other top women professionals. From first serve to match point, you'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
Let me show you what happened down in the Superdome just moments ago. The game was all wrapped up. It was 17-13. New Orleans had a lead. Atlanta had an opportunity for one last desperation play. Bartkowski went back, threw it deep. All the defensive backs were back there, deflected up in the air. Jackson runs underneath it for an Atlanta touchdown. Now, folks, the key here is don't hurt Jackson afterwards. Be very careful. And down he goes. Suddenly, Atlanta can move to within a game of Los Angeles in the NFC West if the Steelers beat the Rams. Right now, the big doubleheader game in County Stadium in Milwaukee. It's the Packers and the Dallas Cowboys. What does Bart Starr order up? Right off the start of the game after he wins the coin flip, the onside kick. And look at the Cowboys. They retreat into the end zone. Chester Markle thumps on it. And then, a short time later, it was a Packer touchdown. Barty Smith barging it 7-0. Upset, hold on. Here they come as the Greek predicts. Robert Newhouse, 14 yards. A Dallas touchdown tied it. Tony Dorsett goes left, 9 yards. Dallas touchdown, 14-7. Raphael Septien warming up on the sideline into his own lean-to. Now it's Roger Staubach pulling out, looking to Billy Joe Dupree, who fumbled last week in the Orange Bowl, but not here, and it's 21-7 right now. We also had an overtime game in the NFC this afternoon. The New York Giants appeared to have beaten the Washington Redskins when the defense forced this fumble right here from Joe Theismann. Watch Troy Archer scoop up the loose ball, zip into the end zone, 13-6. Theismann's got just a minute to work with, and back he comes. Going to his tight end off a quick count, Gene Fugit, down to the Giant 23-yard line. Then, with seconds left, it was Mike Thomas getting the call. He tied the score, 13 all, and they go into overtime. Washington wins the coin flip. They receive. Back comes Joe Theismann. Runs out of the pot. Watch what happens on the sideline. Look what's going to happen to the line judge. Right there, but he's okay. He wasn't seriously hurt. They make him tough, those Zebras, Herb. Now back comes Theismann again, looking for Fugit over the middle. He's got him right down to the 17. First down, and Pardee says, let's kick a field goal and get out of here. Booted by Mosley, but it's no good. The Giants have got a chance now to come back. Can't say that on a family station there, Mark. All right, here we are. Giants can't do a thing. 2nd and 11. Can't move against the skin defense. So Washington gets the ball back after a Jennings punt. And this time, Theismann says, I'll take what you can give me. And underneath to McDaniel, who picks up added yards. And Mosley gets an opportunity that all of us wish we could have. A second chance, and he makes it good. And in overtime, the Washington Redskins beat the Giants 16-13. Detroit, their record now 4-7 as they shoot down Tampa Bay 34-23. Denver climbs to 7-4 by beating Cleveland 19-7. The upset of the day, Houston rallies 26-23. Look out for the Oilers. They're now 7-4. The Patriots slipped to 8-3. Dolphins are now tied with them as the Dolphins down Buffalo 25-24. And the New York Jets a loser to Philadelphia. 6-5 for the Eagles now. 17-9 the final there. 20-17. You saw the conclusion of that wild game down in the Superdome. Chicago has lost 8 straight games. The Vikings could be tied for first if the Cowboys hold on against the Packers, and it looks like they will. 21-7, second quarter, it's all Cowboys. St. Louis and San Francisco, the game you're watching at the half. Cardinals lead at 9-3. 10-7, Baltimore over Seattle at the half. San Diego's ahead of Kansas City. 13-6, that game also at the half. And the NFL Today will continue on CBS after these messages from your local stations. Still can't get over the Houston upset of New England. Or show us some of those plays. The Patriots had it all locked up.
I can hardly wait to see this myself. Of course, Houston wound up winning that game 26-23 after trailing earlier in the ball game, but just fought in the second half and came back for the upset victory. Earl Campbell, New England's ball 2nd and 10 on the 36. Earl Campbell's hit here. He takes the ball down to the Houston 36-yard line. Brandon, the next play here, 1st and goal. I've got the sequence of plays here that I'm having a little trouble with here.
Let me see. Here we got Grogan on the keeper. They built up about a 23-0 lead, and then the Oilers came barging back. Carpenter finally got him up on the scoreboard, and Carpenter got another. Watch Earl Campbell here, candidate for Rookie of the Year, particularly in the AFC, barging in for that score.
Richard Cassius hit here for a touchdown, and the game wound up that way. Of course, Houston winning at 26-23. We had a sequence of plays earlier, and they had a little confusion with it. As it turned out, New England dominated the game in the first half. Houston came back in the second half and won it in an upset, as we said before, 26-23.
Here's the game you were watching earlier today. It was Philadelphia and the New York Jets. Now, the Jets, of course, are operating without their starting quarterback, Richard Todd, who was on the sidelines against Philadelphia but did not play at all. Matt Robinson went the distance, but Todd could be able to play next Sunday. Watch the end around. Kenny Payne following number 63, getting to the outside against the Jet defense and inside the 20-yard line. It pays to have size if you've also got decent hands. Harold Carmichael stretching for 6. 7-3 Philadelphia. Back come the Jets. Kevin Long gets the corner turned. Kick was blocked by Carmichael. Now it's Jaworski looking for Harold. Watch this. Snatches it down out of the air. When you're 5'9", you can't cover him. Unfortunately, Jaworski was injured in the game, just suffered back spasms, nothing serious. And right now, let's send you back to Gary Bender.
Okay, Brent, thank you. We're at Candlestick Park, 9-3, our halftime score. The Cardinals on top, and Hank Stram has a special guest.
We have at halftime the celebrated halfback of the San Francisco 49ers, O.J. Simpson. I know, O.J., the people around the country are wondering how long you'll be out with that shoulder injury.
Well, I certainly hope to be back pretty soon. They told me it wouldn't heal for 3 to 8 weeks. I hope to come back to last 2 or 3 games. You know, we have a young football team, and the guys need all the support they can get. And I like to get back and sort of finish the year for them and hopefully end it on an up note so we have something to look forward to next year.
O.J., what specifically is wrong with your shoulder?
Well, it's in what they call the AC joint. I separated the joint there, and I tore some cartilages and ligaments in there, and it's sort of painful. At night, you know, I have to sleep a certain way in bed. Last night, I slept on my stomach for the first time, and I was pretty sore this morning, but it causes me a little uncomfort. But earlier, in the middle of next week, I'm going to start working it out. They're going to put me on a program, so I'll start my way back into the lineup, I hope.
O.J., I know that your ambition is to play with a Super Bowl team somewhere before you get through with your career. In conjunction with that goal, I know probably that your concern also would like to be able to break the record that's been established by Jimmy Brown, 1,538 more yards that you need. Is that a goal that you have in mind?
Well, you know, as a runner, you want to have all the records you possibly can get. I had hoped that if I hadn't got hurt this year, I could have finished this year on a positive note, and I still plan to and play another year, and with a team that has to improve. You know, we got a lot of young football players on this team. We average less than 2 years per player. They said if they got rid of me, they would average about 6 months per player. But we have a young team. We had the few veterans we had got hurt. I think if they came back, we could be a very good football team. Starting the year, we're pretty optimistic. We lost a lot of good football players. We have to start a lot of rookies up front, but I think our veterans will be back next year. I'll be back next year. We're going to have grass here in Candlestone, and I'm looking for a big year next year, and hopefully we can make a run for the playoffs, and hopefully I can get 1,500 some yards.
O.J. Simpson, thank you very much. Good luck and God bless. Back to Gary Bender.
Okay, Hank, as you can see here, the people are hanging in there as it continues to rain. We're going to be back with the start of our second half of play with the Cardinals looking for their 3rd win in a row, leading 9-3 at halftime.
This 1978 National Football League game is brought to you by Schlitz. Beer makes it good. Schlitz makes it great. By Chrysler Plymouth, who invite you to see and compare Plymouth Volare, the solid, substantial midsize 479. And by AC Delco, quality automotive parts for quality motoring. Go with the names you know. AC Delco.
Hafner, this is Jay Randolph. San Diego Stadium, a 13-6 score on the board. And San Diego, Rolf Benerschke missed that extra point, Mike. That may have something to do with the outcome of this one now that we have the situation with those 2 field goals from Jan Stenerud. There's quarterback Dan Fouts, and he will try to continue to control this ball game. I think the statistics are a little bit opposite of what we expected at the top of the show.
I think so too, because the Chargers leading in the rushing offense, 131-63. Should have been the other way around with the wing T. On the other hand, Kansas City with 95 yards passing to only 21 for the Chargers, who are known for throwing the football. Don Coryell's known for putting the ball up in the air. So it's interesting. Kansas City with that field goal with 1 second left, that gives them the momentum in the second half.
If Kansas City can continue to throw well, it should help their running game here in the second half, obviously.
Obviously, because the Chargers are keyed up to stop the running game. If they have to loosen up their thoughts about playing defense against the pass against the Chiefs, they're going to have a problem against the run.
Marv Levy came from Canada, 5 years at Montreal, 2 Grey Cup titles up there. Mike Livingston, SMU.
Fine first half throwing the football.
Likes golf. Doesn't make him a bad person, this fella.
Have you ever known a quarterback didn't know how to swing that, number 1 would?
For the Chargers, number 43.
Well, these 2 clubs are about ready to take us into the second half as we have a 13-6 score. Lydell Mitchell, a brilliant first half. Anderson will kick off. Ricky Anderson and Artie Owens are set to receive it. We're underway in the 3rd quarter. Artie Owens at the 15, the 20, outside at the 25 to the 28-yard line.
Artie Owens takes the kickoff at the 7-yard line.
Kansas City's Clarence Sanders, number 50, the linebacker, there to make the play. Mike Hafner, Jay Randolph, here with you in San Diego, California. And it'll be Fouts at quarterback, number 14. Mitchell, 26. Matthews, 41, the running backs. The wide receivers, 83 Jefferson, 18 Joyner, Bob Klein, 84, the tight end. First down from the 29-yard line. Bo Matthews getting the ball as Jefferson moved in motion. Tackle made by Don Parrish. The offensive line for the Chargers, talented Don Masick at center, number 62. Ed White, 67, and Doug Wilkerson, 63 at the guards. And Billy Shields, 66, and Rush Washington, 70 at the tackle spots. Second down and 7 coming from the 31-yard line. Fouts going to put it up. And he throws, and it was almost intercepted. The pass intended for Joyner, and Tim Collier almost got his 4th in 3 weeks.
Tim Collier's playing well in that defensive backfield. He timed it perfectly. He saw Joyner running the inside curl pattern, just laid back until it was thrown by Fouts, almost picked it off.
Collier starting now and playing very well. It is 3rd down and 8 from the 31-yard line.
Fouts is going to take advantage of those 2 changes in the defensive backfield for Kansas City.
Fumble at the 30-yard line. Kansas City has it. And number 61, Don Parrish, dances up out of the pile with that football.
Oh, he's having a big game. He stopped the running plays earlier when the Chargers had it cranked up. Now he picks up the fumble, and what a break for Kansas City.
The turnover will give the Chiefs the ball at the 30-yard line of the Chargers. Livingston starting at quarterback. As you see, Fouts upset as they had a problem on the handoff there. That's the first turnover in this football game. Reed, 32, Morgado, 21, and McKnight, 22 in the backfield. Arnold Morgado. Morgado inside the 20. Edwards and Fuller on the tackle. Close to a first down. I think he got it.
A beautiful trap block by the middle of that Kansas City offensive line. And look at that hole. My goodness, you could drive 4 or 5 trucks through that one. Oh, the running backs love to see that kind of blocking.
As we get the measurement coming up, we will mention the Kansas City's offensive line starting this second half. Jack Rudney, the 9-year veteran from Northwestern, 58 at center. They're just short of the first down. Tom Condon, 65. Bob Simmons, 73 at the guards. Charlie Getty, 77, and Matt Kirkenhoff, number 60 at the tackles. Walter White, 88, is the tight end. Marshall, 89, is the wide receiver. Dorsey is the other wide receiver when they go to the pro set. And here they are. It was a first down. I said they were just short, but they gave them the first down. And now Livingston swings it out to Reed. Reed's inside the 20 and down to the 15-yard line. They've had some fun with that swing pass out to Reed, Mike.
What you want to do in the National Football League, if you don't hand off to Tony Reed, you get him the ball some way, and that's what it is. That screen pass gives him a chance to use all his great moves and power.
He caught 29 passes coming into today's game and had a 10.8 average per catch. That last stop made by Don Good, the linebacker. It's going to bring up 2nd down and 5 at the 15-yard line. Early in the 3rd quarter, the Chiefs on the move after the turnover. Morgado breaking through at the 10, down to the 8, and near the 7-yard line. Glenn Edwards making the tackle. Morgado had better than 229 yards, and he's picked them all up over the last 3 weeks.
I'll tell you, you better take number 65, Tom Congdon, out to dinner after this football game. Look at that block he makes on Dean that breaks Morgado, and it was Congdon who broke him earlier on that big run that Morgado had.
Condon out of Boston College, a number 10 draft pick, very consistent. There's Morgado with 40 yards on 7 carries. He's got the ball again, trying to get outside, and he gets barely back to the line of scrimmage as Mike Fuller wrapped him. Let's take a look at this Charger defense right now. They have Dean, 71, and Jones, 68 at the ends. Kelcher, 74, and Big Hands Johnson, 79 at the tackles.
What a pair.
The linebackers are 51 low and 50 good on the outside. Horn, 55 in the middle. At the corner, Stringer, 45, and Williams, 29. Edwards, 27, and Fuller, 42, now playing the safety spots.
They got the pressure, Jay. It's on the San Diego defense right now.
Second down at the 6. Play action over the middle. The pass is complete at the 1-yard line. The tight end, Walter White, hit and pulled back by Woody Lowe.
And the fans in Kansas City will say it's about time number 88 caught one for us.
He didn't catch one last Sunday, dropped a few. White started today 5th in the AFC with 29 catches. And the ball is just touching the 1-yard line as Edward comes out of there, and they put another linebacker, Ray Preston, in there. So it is Lowe, Preston, Horn, and Good, the 4 linebackers. Tony Samuels is in, 81. Double tight end set for the Chiefs.
Could go over Congdon again.
The handoff to Morgado. He's got the touchdown. With 10:55 left to go in the 3rd quarter. The Chiefs are very much back in business here.
Arnold Morgado was the key to that drive. He had the big rushing plays, and he gets the touchdown and a big hug from his offensive lineman.
Morgado going off.
They're doing the hula in Hawaii.
Jan Stenerud will attempt the extra point. Tony Adams will hold. This would tie it up. Bernishka missing a point after that was blocked by Lindstrom early in this ball game. It's on the way, and it is good. So, with 10:55 left to go, 3rd quarter here in San Diego, the Chiefs and the Chargers tied up at 13. Parrish loved it. Hope you're loving it.
Welcome back to Candlestick Park. 9-3, the Cardinals leading the San Francisco 49ers at the halfway point. Gary Bender along with Hank Stram. As this game started out with the 49ers winning the flip, and they marched the football, and they had it for almost 8 minutes before Ray Wershing booted a 45-yard field goal. You can see as Bud Wilkinson comes onto the field, it is cold and damp here. But then the Cardinals, not to be outdone, they got the football for the first time, and they marched with it. And Bakken added a 45-yard field goal, and that's the way it stood, 3-3. But then the Cardinals, with 1:53 left before the end of the first half, marched down, and Jim Hart hit Al Chandler 15 yards out. Chandler's 2nd touchdown catch in as many games. Then they had a bad snap on the point after, and it got away. And then later the Cardinals had another field goal attempt coming up just before the end of the first half, only to have a bad snap again go awry. And so those 2 bad snaps, Hank, could be a big part of this game before it's over.
Yes, it definitely gives the 49ers a lot of hope. And, you know, the one thing about the first half was Freddie Solomon dropped 3 possible touchdown passes that would have made a big difference in the way this game is going to be played in the second half.
Well, you can see the Cardinals have dominated statistically.
Yes, they have. No question about that. You can see total yards 208 to 72. And offensive plays were pretty even, 36 and 34. First downs 13 to 7. Yards rushing, Cardinals 43 and the 49ers 88. Both teams really have gone into the game with a tough time rushing the ball, and they're not doing a very good job of rushing it either this afternoon.
Isn't that something, though? The 49ers lead in time and possession, but look how few yards they have. So that first drive made a lot of difference, an 8-minute drive. Ray Wershing will kick off. Harrell is back deep along with Gordon Bell, and this is Harrell. He'll bring it out. Out to the 30. He's got some running room. He kind of slips on the wet surface here, and his forward progress will be on top of the 40-yard line. Wanderman's over there to make the stop for the San Francisco 49ers. And I'll tell you, Hank, it's starting to get cold here.
Yes, there's a lot of chilliness in the air, and I think it's going to have a little bit of an effect on the way they hold on to the football and the way they throw it and the way they kick it.
It continues to rain. It's let up a little bit. It's more of a drizzle right now. So from the 40-yard line, Tilley, Gray, the wide receiver. Hart gives to Otis, and Otis, as you can see, he's having some footing problems. He may have picked up 2 yards on the play. Joe Harris is over there.
He really had a pretty good hole there that time, and he saw it and wanted to cut back inside behind the flow of the linebackers, but slipped on the play and, of course, just made about a yard. 2nd and 9.
Gray to the bottom of the screen, Tilley to the top. In that first half, Hart throwing the ball pretty well, except he threw 2 interceptions, which he would like to keep from doing. He was 10 of 21. Here comes Hart again. Jim Hart, first down inside the 45-yard line.
Jim Otis on a draw play that time saw the running room right up the middle and took advantage of it. And I tell you one thing about Jim, he sees any kind of a cavity, he's going to run right for that goal line. He's a goal line style of runner. He's running straight ahead and did a good job on that run, picked up the necessary yardage. That time they were in a 4-3 defense and got the first down.
One of the officials, Joe Connell, almost got run over on that play.
And Bob Young, the left guard, did a good job of blocking on the play.
On a first down, Hart wants to throw. Mel Gray. Hit by Robertson, and I mean hit. But he makes the completion. The ball to the 36.5-yard line.
They've thrown enough in front of Robertson where I think somewhere along in here we can see Gray or Tilley run a slight move to the outside and then run up the field with a double move because he's starting to play a little tighter on the patterns in front.
Second down 4, pickup of 6. Hart with his 11th completion of this game. And there's Otis falling down again, and so Hart has to salvage the play, a flag on the play. And you know, it's interesting. Can you have the wrong footwear sometimes when it starts raining? Maybe you don't have the right stuff to be wearing out there. That's twice now that Hart, or rather Otis, has slipped and fallen down.
You know, that's one thing about the progress with shoes on synthetic turf. There's so many different kinds of shoes that I don't know whether there's any right kind for bad weather.
Number 54, offense, holding.
Tom Banks is guilty of holding.
Here you see Tom Banks. You see his arm grabbing Webb's arm, and that's definitely a holding penalty. They have 5 defensive backs in the secondary now and 2 linebackers. That's the 49ers.
On a second down and 13 after the holding penalty. There's a little delay to Wayne Morris, and Morris having a big day. He's to the 30, and he's got the first down. Wayne Morris having by far his most effective day rushing of the 1978 season.
And that was a great surge and a good call. They had 5 defensive backs and 2 linebackers. The linebackers are playing the backs man for man. And you see what happens here. There's a nice hole right up the middle. He cuts to the left. Chuck Christ has a beat on him and gets a shoulder in and makes the stop.
So the first down, Hart gives to Otis. Otis this time, there's a flag on the play on the near sideline as Otis is able to make it to the 25-yard line. So a lot of problems right now penalty-wise. That's against San Francisco.
You know, Terry Steve, number 68, the right guard, is a young player who we drafted in New Orleans. And I really think he's going to be a great football player. We liked him very, very much in New Orleans, and I think he's going to be an outstanding player for a long, long time for the Cardinals.
They ran right behind him. You know, Dan Deerdorf said he just improves each week, that Steve stays in there and is a vastly improved football player.
78 defense, offside.
And
78.
He's just such a young player that he's going to play for 10 years, provided he doesn't get hurt. But he's got that kind of ability.
78 is Archie Reese. So from the 24-yard line, 1st and 5 for the Cardinals. They lead it 9-3 as we're in the third quarter. They have the wind to the back. It continues to rain. And this is Eason Ransom. And there's another flag on the play. Well, we've had about 5 straight plays now with penalties. Bob Jury defending on it. Ransom very close to the first down with that catch. Offside against San Francisco. That's 2 consecutive times.
Jury is playing very soft on the tight end, and as a result, the tight end is just going out into the flat area, and by the time he can recover, why, he makes enough yardage for a good chunk.
Defense, offside, refused, first down.
That's Cedric Hardman. So earlier, it was Reese. Now it's the other defensive end, Cedric Hardman. And the ball's inside the 18-yard line, a first down. The Cardinals picked up that one by penalty. 2 consecutive offside penalties. Tilley, Gray, the wide receivers. That's Eason Ransom in motion. Wayne Morris. Morris drags Ed Gallagher with him inside the 15-yard line. Morris, who has those strong legs, and he can really fire out. Moves the football, and his forward progress will be to the 12-yard line.
You know, I like what the Cardinals are doing with the tight end. They keep shifting him from side to side, and on occasions they're making the safety, it's a strong safety, the Jury, play weak safety, and Chuck Christ, who is normally the weak safety, plays strong safety, and as a result, it gets to be a problem.
Second down, 6 yards to go. Jim Otis to the 10, and Otis has a 1st and goal just outside the 5-yard line. Dan Buns is over there. Otis broke a tackle at the line of scrimmage, showing good upper body strength that time. So it's 1st and goal.
And here's one of the plays that Jim runs extremely well. It's nothing but a vanilla play to the left side, straight ahead blocking. Webb misses the tackle, and Jim runs right through the grasp of Webb, and it makes a nice gain on the play.
1st and goal just outside the 5-yard line. Otis trying to slant outside as nothing developed up the middle, and he may have gotten a yard.
One thing that we have to observe here is that Hardman is an excellent defensive end, especially against the pass, especially against the pursuit, but he is not especially good when you run right at him, and that's what they're doing right now. They're running at Hardman and doing a good job of making yardage at that position.
There is Coach Bud Wilkinson. They gain about a yard, maybe a half yard. So it's 2nd and goal, just about on top of the 5-yard line. Hart wants to throw. Nobody clears. He just had to get rid of it. Eason Ransom, and Hart has really upsetted himself for what it developed on that play, but looked like Otis was the primary receiver and he couldn't get open.
Well, Ransom was wide open, the tight end, and 50, Joe Harris, got penetration, and it looked like he made Jim throw the ball before he was ready to throw it, and he threw it into the ground, but the tight end, Eason Ransom, was wide open on the play.
So we come to a 3rd and goal at the 5-yard line. Al Chandler goes out. Jim Otis checks out. Ransom is in. Tilley and Gray, the wide receivers. Hart wants to throw again. Tilley, touchdown. Pat Tilley, and that is his 1st touchdown catch of the year.
They did a very cute thing on that, Gary. He was in motion on the right side like he was going to come across the formation. He stopped and went back into the corner. Nobody was on him at all. He wasn't covered. See him wide open in the corner. They expected him to go in motion across the field or up the field. He went back away from the grain and was wide open. A beautiful executed play by the Cardinals.
Well, the snap this time is good, and the kick by Bachkin is also good. So the Cardinals get a little breathing room. 10:08 to go, 3rd quarter. They have a 16-3 lead.
The former Hawaii Rainbow takes it into the end zone. Big play by left tackle Matt Herkenhoff to pop him in there. Morgado out of the University of Hawaii.
The drive, 6 plays, 30 yards. The kickoff and precision. Anderson and Owens are deep. And at the 15-yard line, it's Artie Owens over the 25 out to the 30. Owens wrapped up by Clarence Sanders, number 50, who's done an excellent job on those specialty units today for the Chiefs.
Owens tackled by number 50.
San Diego very conservative throughout the game on offense. They've kept the ball on the ground, given it to Lydell Mitchell. Now the game's all tied up. The momentum is in Kansas City's favor. I would imagine Fouts put the ball up a little bit more and take advantage of those injuries in the Kansas City secondary.
We swing back into San Diego Stadium with you. 10:45 to go in the 3rd quarter. Mitchell and Matthews in the backfield. Lydell Mitchell to the 34-yard line. The stop made by Don Parrish. That defensive unit, Parrish 61 at the nose tackle spot. Art Still at left end now, 67 back in there, shaken up early in the game. Hicks 75 at the right end. The inside linebackers are Spaney and Sanders, 59 and 50. Rozimick, 55, injured in the first half. Howard, 52, and Paul, 53 outside. 2nd down and 6 from the 35-yard line. Lydell Mitchell close to the first down at about the 41-yard line. He looks like he might be a yard short. Art Still, 67 on the tackle.
Lydell Mitchell has done it all day for the Charger offense. Why not go to him until they stop him? Look at this from ground level. Oh, I like running behind those big offensive linemen, says Lydell. Got inside and close to the first down.
Mitchell comes out of the lineup as he has 110 yards. Klein, Curran, and McCrary are in there, the 3 tight ends. Bauer and Matthews in the backfield on 3rd and 1 at the 40-yard line. Matthews, I don't know if he got it.
And on 41.
Very close.
Let me get the sharp eyes out here. We'll
Gary Spaney, 59, the linebacker, leading the way. Number 18, Emmett Thomas in under there. Emmett, the 13-year-old veteran from Bishop. Thomas and Collier playing the corners. Barbaro and Bergmeyer the safety spots. It is a first down. And Emmett says, it was tough in there.
Didn't even measure. They had it by a good yard.
Thomas may be shaken up a little bit. Now he's up. And he's hurting a little, you can tell that, but he'll hang in there.
He has to. They haven't got anybody else to put in.
Leading active interceptor in the AFC, Emmett Thomas. Mitchell and Matthews in the backfield. 1st and 10 at the 42-yard line. Bo Matthews got about 2. Spaney again making the tackle with help from Whitney Paul, number 53. And the fans here getting a little bit distressed at this offensive show of the Chargers, who, as you've mentioned, Mike Hefner, are rather conservative today.
Got to put that ball up in the air. They're famous for throwing the football. They've got Charlie Joyner and J.J. Jefferson. They've got to get them the ball. They're great players.
Hank Bauer, the free agent, number 37, joins Mitchell in the backfield. 2nd down and 9 from the 43-yard line. Don Coryell running along the sideline, taking a look. Fouts straight back, throwing over the middle. Incomplete, or did he catch it? Bob Klein. Klein had it. It was popped away when Sanders hit him, and Klein recovered it.
Great concentration by Klein, number 84, the tight end. You called it perfect. The ball was knocked loose as he was falling down. He caught it again. You get 2 receptions on that, Jake?
Klein was with the Los Angeles Rams, traded here in '77. A lot of former Rams on this Charger club. It is 3rd down, 5 at the 47. Fout's going to put it up again. He's rushed. He throws. Almost intercepted. Almost intercepted by Clarence Sanders, and he's beside himself because he thought he should have had it. The pass appeared to be intended for John Jefferson. It was not a good throw.
Jefferson on the quick inside post move, and this young man, for a rookie, he's got all the moves in the world. But I'll tell you what, Sanders made a great play. He thought he had it picked off, and he's mad.
West, a punting average of 37.5 on 2 punts. Ready to boot the ball to Payton. Oh, he hung this one high. It's a dandy. Payton at the 9. Penalty marker goes down as Payton stays on his feet and gets it out to the 17-yard line. A 42-yard punt. Nice hang time on it, too. It was a good punt by Jeff West. And now we have the penalty down, as we indicated to you. And referee Fred Wyatt indicating clipping against Kansas City.
Bad field position now for the Chiefs.
7.5 minutes to go. 3rd quarter. 13 all. It'll put the ball back at the 5. Let's listen.
Personal foul, clipping, number 54. First down.
The call goes against Jimbo Elrod, the linebacker. With 7.5 to play, we're going to take a timeout. It's Kansas City and San Diego tied at 13.
Well, Jim Hart with his 2nd touchdown pass of the day, a 5-yarder to Pat Tilley. Tilley, despite all those catches he's made, that was his first touchdown grab, so I know he's got to be happy with that.
I like the looks of him. He's a very dependable, steady performer. Gives you 100% on everything that he runs, and the big thing about it is you get the ball close to him, he's going to catch it.
Absolutely. Mike Wood to kick off. Boykin, Williams, and Walker deep for the 49ers. A line driver. This is Dave Williams having trouble. And he gets it out to about the 14-yard line. So the 49ers do not have the good field position. So San Francisco, who came in here 1-9, tied with the Cincinnati Bengals with the worst record in the NFL, right now find themselves in a catch-up situation.
You know, it's a great compliment to Bud and his fine staff to have this team respond like they have after losing 8 consecutive games. But they're playing with a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of animation, executing well, and that's a sign of a coach doing a good job.
And Hank, they're out to salvage the second half of the year.
It's very obvious that they feel that they can.
Quick pitch to Hofer. And Hofer's across the 15 to the 16-yard line. Kurt Allerman over to make the stop. Well, the Cardinals, if they'd win today, win 3 in a row, and then they come up against that Washington jinx. It's really been tough for them. They've lost 5 in a row, but the Redskins just got out today by the skin of their teeth.
Well, that's a sign of a good football team. You know, when you can win a close game or win a game when you're not playing very well. It was an important game for Washington, and regardless of what the score was, the big thing and the important thing was that they won.
Second down, 9. Scott Bull gives off to Bobby Farrell, and Farrell going to get about 2 more yards, and that's all. So it's going to bring up a third down for San Francisco. Ken Green is over there. Green's played quite a game. Steve Neal's also an assist. Look at him. You try to get out of the rain any way you can.
We're lucky to be just slightly out of it here. We get a few spots, a few sprays from the outside in here, but it isn't too bad.
So at the 19.5-yard line, third down, 6 yards to go. They have Harrison. Solomon is a wide receiver. There's Scott Bull. He does not throw the ball all that much, or hasn't, so he's got a tough chore now. He's going to have to throw the ball to play catch-up. Over the middle, McAfee. Kenny Stone almost had it. Stone, who has 6 interceptions in the last 6 games, almost had number 7.
Yeah, he had that one, and he looked at Scott Bull all the way. There was a blitz on the play. Bull stays in the pocket nicely, but there you see Stone, number 23, just waiting, and had he kind of anticipated it, he would have made the catch. He waited for the ball to come to him instead of going after the ball, or else he'd have had an interception.
Mike Connell back to kick. Ken Stone has been quite a story. He's come on so well at that safety spot. 6 interceptions, second in the NFC. Here's Connell from the 5. Will Harrell is deep for the Cardinals. Kyle Davis is in to snap the ball. Connell hits it very high. Harrell with a fair catch at the 47-yard line of St. Louis. So the Cardinals with a good field position with a 16-3 lead. 8:20 remaining, third quarter.
County Stadium in Milwaukee, where the Dallas Cowboys lead the Green Bay Packers 21-7 at the half. The lights have been on since the beginning of this game. Statistically, it has been dominated by the Cowboys.
And Green Bay broke on top scoring after the couple of breaks they got early. Look at that rushing yardage, 27. Green Bay's been averaging about 180. They average 27 yards rushing, 20 passing that right column. You can see Whitehurst 2 for 11. Meanwhile, the Dallas Cowboys 162 yards rushing with Dorsett with 90 and Newhouse with 69. First downs 18-3, complete domination, and I'm wondering what Bart Starr will do with the Packer offense at half. Will he come with Sproul, the young man out of Arizona State? Pat, what do you think?
Well, they like his athletic ability very much. I know that, the way he delivers the football. And he was warming up just before they went to the dressing room. So it could be we'd see him. Bobby Douglas, I suppose, is also a possibility. He's the Packers' third quarterback as the Green Bay starts to head back on the field. Dallas yet to make an appearance as yet. One more half of football from Milwaukee. The Cowboys lead Green Bay 21-7. The preceding announcement was brought to you as a public service by the National Football League.
Big difference in Dallas is Tony Dorsett. He comes out and starts breaking a few runs, and the offensive linemen come back to the huddle, and they can't wait to get back up and block for another one.
Newhouse is averaging today better than 6 yards a carry as well.
Dorsett's looking for a big day. He needs about an 80-yard burst, and he has that potential. I think every time he touches the ball, which is frightening.
Activity on the Packer bench. As BP and K is still going on at the moment. There is Tony D. All kind of rumors circulating about possible trade for him, which the Cowboys say there's nothing to. I can't imagine there would be any reason to trade him.
I can't think of one. Once Ma Bell gets his phone fixed up, he doesn't have any problems anyway. Remember all the plaudits and everything that was piled on this young man for 4 straight years. You can go into big cigars and motor cars pretty easily. I think he's pretty well under control.
You can get things out of perspective in a hurry. Too much above freezing. A fumble by Odom, who finally finds the handle. Tom pointed out just a minute ago. It gets him fumbled. Steve Odom with one heck of an effort to begin his second half. The speedster Odom is finally stopped by Mike Hegman and Guy Brown. It's encouraging to see Hegman back in there.
That's one of the best efforts. He averaged 29 yards every return anyway. Here are those sort of calloused hands. They get very smooth. Now watch this run. I don't know how many people get 2 shots at him. They're getting back up and rallying again. Odom does a heck of a job.
Yeah, Scott Laidlaw that hit him and got back up and came in and actually got a part of the tackle on first down Green Bay at their own 25. Nothing doing against the famous flex defense of Dallas. Too Tall Jones and Jethro Pugh.
Jethro plays the run still about as tough as anybody inside. 75 as solid as an oak.
And he's been around for 14 years. In fact, it was that block by Jerry Kramer in that famous Ice Bowl game up in Green Bay that sprung Bart Starr for the winning touchdown in that NFL championship game, and the block was on Jethro Pugh. Whitehurst throws almost picked off by Cliff Harris. Intended for Turdell Middleton.
That's what Whitehurst is probably going to have to do, though. Throw the shorter things to get his backs out of the backfield. Of course, makes you susceptible to the good pass rush that time if you don't keep anybody in to help block.
Coming up the situation right now. Green Bay has not been able to convert on 3rd down today. Situation where Dallas will put a lot of heat on you with a blitz.
And Lofton hasn't caught a ball yet. The sensation from Stanford.
Here comes that blitz. They get it outside the Middleton. He cuts back on the inside and will not get the first down. As Aaron Kyle comes over to make the tackle. But Thomas Henderson was running free in that Packer secondary.
What a tackle by Aaron Kyle. That was helmet to helmet. Somebody's down it. Is it Cliff Harris?
I believe it is. Cliff hurt his neck last week and missed a few plays against Miami, but came back. Pat Harder is the official. We're checking Cliff Harris.
Tony's crew keeps a pretty firm hand on the game, though. You always feel like it's being handled, don't you?
That is why he's done more than one Super Bowl. They'll take a timeout as Cliff Harris is looked at. We'll be right back.
Next Sunday, regional coverage of exciting NFL action. Telecasts include a rematch between the Patriots and the Jets and the interconference clash between the Chargers and the Vikings. Check local listings for the game in your area.
NBC Sports. The Chargers have been penalized 4 times for 20 yards. Kansas City 4 times for 40 yards. They're in the pro set. No, it's Larry Dorsey is the wide receiver. Henry Marshall is out of there. I saw Dorsey in there, and I thought they'd be in the pro set, but they're not. The handoff fake to Morgado. He's throwing, and the pass intended for Ted McKnight. He's blaming the man covering him, Stringert. and says he was bumped. And I believe he was, but I think he was bumped fairly, because you can bump inside that 5-yard zone, and I don't think he was outside the 5-yard zone when he was hit on the play, Mike.
He got bumped inside that 5-yard barrier. That was fine. They've, nudged up against each other as they got past it, but not enough to be thrown a penalty flag for.
Henry Marshall back in. Reed, Morgado, and McKnight. Morgado out to the 9. Boy, he's a tough runner. Had 64 yards in the Cleveland game, 2 touchdowns, 74 yards at Pittsburgh, 54 yards against Oakland. Tackle made by Bob Horn, 55, Fred Dean, 71. Livingston, 6 of 11, 131 yards. He's been sacked twice. 7 minutes to play, third quarter. Score tied 13-all. 3rd and 6 coming at the 10-yard line.
We'll see if Livingston wants to put it up this close. I wouldn't do it if I were him.
Handoff going to Reed. Gets it out to the 13-yard line, short of the first down. And Zenit Andrusician is going to have to get away a good punt. Leroy Jones, 68, the left end, on the tackle. Kansas City, 2 out of 7 on 3rd down conversions.
This is an important punt, Jay. Very important to the momentum of the game. Old Mo could jump the other side right now.
Andrusician, born in Germany, lives in Ontario, gets it away. Hung it high. Mike Fuller. Fuller down at the 48-yard line. Leading the way for Kansas City, Jimbo Elrod, 41-yard punt. The Chargers will get it. We're tied 13-all in the 3rd period with 5:58 to play.
Crowd of 33,000. They've just announced there's 12,886 no-shows. They had 10,000 last week as the brave souls, very hardy souls here today. So after that kick by Wood, 49ers have the ball at their own 17-yard line. They trail 16-3. Ball on first down. And he got his man, Kenny Harrison. And Harrison kept both feet in bounds. That's a good catch by him.
He was open all the way, too. It was a play-action pass. Watch Harrison, 83, go right down the field. Roger Worley took off like he was going to be a fly pattern. He broke to the outside. Scott Bull had to scramble a little bit, but Harrison knew where he was all the time, kept his feet in bounds, made the catch, and first down, San Francisco.
The ball at the 34-yard line. Scott Bull to throw again. And he just got rid of that one as Mike Dawson dropped him. Dawson was on top of him.
There's a penalty, a flag downfield, and that time, Gary, they were in double coverage again, and Scott Bull didn't read it very well, and it looks like a penalty against
St. Louis. It's going to be holding. That was way off from the football.
Yes, it was. It was on the other side of where they threw the ball, but again, Scott Bull, the young quarterback, was surprised by the double cover. Here's an announcement.
Number 50 defense, holding, first down.
That's Kurt Allerman, the linebacker. So the first down at the 39, and all of a sudden now, 49ers got a little operating room. Started from the 17. Baltimore leads Seattle 10-7. Can't believe you could hold the Seahawks to only 7 points the way they've been scoring.
Yeah, not many people have done that this year.
Ball on a first down gives to Paul Hofer, and Hofer runs into a lot of white shirts as he's just across the 40 to the 41. Eric Williams, Kurt Allerman, the men in the middle. Eric Williams is playing, as you look at Coach Bud Wilkinson, with a specially designed elbow brace. He had a hyperextension of that elbow, which slowed his progress. He's probably a real key to that defense, as he is just quite a player, second-year man from USC.
You know, John Zook that time did a good job, along with Mark Arneson, number 57.
There's Fred O'Connor still looking for his first win. The second time around his second game as the head coach of the 49ers. Second down and 8. Ball to Harrison, intercepted Kenny Stone. Now, Harrison and Worley collided.
Harrison interfered on the play, I'm sure. That's what they're going to call. At least I think they will. Let's see what they call.
That's exactly right. Well, Ken Stone now has 7 interceptions. 7 in the last 7 games.
That was a blitz again, and the young quarterback just threw it up for grabs, really. And
number 83, offensive pass interference, refused, first down.
There you hear the call. Here you see again, you see Harrison, number 83, push Worley, intercepted by Ken Stone, number 23.
Timeout. We'll be back. The Cardinals have the ball at the 25.
Chicken Man entertaining here.
Playing the tuba, huh?
Don Woods, 33, and Bo Matthews, 41 in the backfield. 1st and 10 at the 48-yard line for the Chargers. Don Woods over the 50. Spinning down to the 46-yard line. Whitney Paul, 53, making the play. Don Woods out of New Mexico Highlands. A quarterback there. Waved from Green Bay and picked up here. Pretty handy man to have around.
Ran the wishbone when he was in college, and that makes a running back out of you real quick.
Ball just short at the 45. We'll call it at the 46-yard line. 2nd down and 4. Fouts 3 out of 6, 25 yards. Hard to believe that's all they've got through the air today.
He puts more balls in the air than he's done today, I guarantee you.
Jefferson in motion, play action. He's going for Jefferson. He's got him, and he makes the catch for the touchdown. John Jefferson. Well, you could saw that one coming, I guess, Mike. 45-yard touchdown pass, and the Chargers are back in the lead.
John Jefferson showed that great speed of the rookie.
Beat Tim Collier. His 6th touchdown pass of the season.
This young rookie has got it all. It's a play-action fake, and it's just speed right here. Collier was beaten by a good 5 yards. Now watch the wave to the fans. Thank you, sir, and ladies, and everyone. Great throw by Fouts, too.
Fouts' 47th career touchdown pass. Benershka to attempt the extra point out of the hold of Mike Fuller. It's on the way, and it is good. 5:09 remaining in the 3rd quarter. And the Chargers have bounced out into the lead after the big pass play. They lead 20-13.
Cliff Harris got up and left without assistance. Butch Johnson standing deep for Dallas, number 86, and number 11, David Beverly is the punter for the Packers. Charlie Waters, who blocked a bunch of them last year, almost got that one. Butch Johnson handled this one cleanly, but the coverage is excellent. Estes Hood, the first man down.
Hood can play a little bit. What do we got coming up?
Well, we got the Sports Spectacular next week. 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 3:30 Central and Pacific. The NHRA Finals.
Prudhomme and those guys, right?
The World Series of Poker, of which highlights will be broadcast. And the World's Strongest Men next Saturday on the Sports Spectacular. Roger Staubach is still the Dallas quarterback, and Robert Newhouse and Tony Dorsett with the running backs. The flag is down immediately.
It's about the It's about the first flag we've seen call in there for holding and all between two teams in a battle in that line of scrimmage pretty hard.
Dave Roller and Gary Weaver were the Packer tacklers. Opening moments of half number 2. 13:28 left, in fact, in the 3rd quarter.
Did you notice how the Packer defense...
Holding, offense number 62, still first down.
John Fitzgerald, the offensive center. But it looks like the Packer defense now has decided they will pick up. They will pick this team up.
Dan Fouts has just thrown a touchdown pass to John Jefferson with 5:09 left in the 3rd quarter. And Diego leads Kansas City 20-13. Crowd comes to life. Here is Newhouse to the outside, and Newhouse gets back the yards that they were just penalized.
Dorsett got a pretty good block for Newhouse on the outside. Tony once in a while tries to go under the ground and doesn't make good blocks all the time, but he makes a pretty good one here. You'll see 33 to the left here, making contact with big linebacker Anderson.
Johnny Gray was the secondary member, number 24.
800.
Who went underneath Newhouse. Finally got him down.
8.
Tight end Jackie Smith lined up close to Billy Joe Dupree on the right side. Fake trap. Outside it goes to Drew Pearson, and the tackles swarm. Mike McCoy and John Anderson right on top of Drew.
And a little trouble downfield with Billy Joe Dupree and at least a couple of safety men and a linebacker. Packers now have come out aroused. This is the way the Pack comes back, with good defense.
Willie Buchanan, I think, was the guy in the argument with Billy Joe Dupree.
There's never been an altercation or a fight in pro football that wasn't started by a defensive secondary man.
Drew Pearson comes out wide to the right on third and 11 as the crowd again encourages the Packers. Staubach will operate from the shotgun with Preston Pearson next to him. Butch Johnson with the reception made the cut very near first down yardage. Mike McCoy chased him out of bounds.
Good throw, and the Packers are coming now. That's Butler, number 77. Rayfield Wright takes him on. Donovan is doing a good job with Ezra Johnson. Look at this throw coming right at the camera. And it is going to be close to a first. Packers are hot, all right.
It is a first down, Dallas. Butch Johnson knew exactly where he was. Good play.
What a throw.
What do you do?
Cowboys ahead 21-7. Knowing, of course, that the Redskins have already won 16-13. Tony Hill checks over to the sideline. A lot of confusion. Finally, Roger Staubach calls a timeout.
Fitzgerald has the look of a guy. Look, I'm always where I am over the ball. Look like a Chinese fire drill.
Don't you stay behind the fucking line?
Butch Johnson just barely did get settled.
How would you like to be playing poker across from Tom Landry out in Las Vegas? You'd never know if he had the flush or not, would you?
Anywhere. He jumped up and down a couple of times down in Miami last week when Billy Joe Dupree fumbled that pass at the end of the game. 21-7. Right here is the score.
Mr. Jefferson gets a little rest.
Little congratulations from all of his teammates, too. Fine route, great speed, good concentration, amazing for a rookie.
Dan Fouts and John Jefferson combining for a big play here. Cliff Olander will kick off. Eddie Payton, the man in the middle deep. Payton ranking third in the AFC in kickoff returns with a 28.1 average. Olander ready to put it into play. Payton at the 10, at the 20, 25, and got near the 30. Hank Bauer, 37, the running back on the specialty unit, making the stop, a 19-yard return. And Kansas City will now have the opportunity to see if they can tie it up again. They've been behind before in this ball game. Didn't take long, did it?
Awful quick when you go by the air.
Marv Levy shading his eyes, looking out at his club. Livingston, the quarterback. Handoff in the middle to Tony Reed, and it was read very well by Kelcher and Jones.
The old Syracuse scissors. That's going back, huh?
Our old friend Floyd Little used to run that one pretty well.
Real well, as a matter of fact.
Leroy Jones out of Norfolk State, played in Canada. He's another fella came from the LA Rams. Ball just over the 30-yard line. 2nd down and 8. A little delay to McKnight. Gets to the 34-yard line and is pulled back by Don Good. Look out, look out. Good, number 50, into it a little bit there.
Number 22, Ted McKnight.
We had Ted McKnight.
Too early for tempers to flare. It's only the 3rd quarter.
Number 50, Don Good. And number 55, Bob Horn.
McKnight on the quick draw. They're trying to get it in there quickly. He slips by Kelcher on the inside. But Don Good isn't going to let him go anywhere. Come back here and I'm going to roll you over 2 more times and then I'm going to fix you. Look out.
You saw Condon working on Kelcher. 3rd down 5 at the 34-yard line. MacArthur Lane is in there. Dorsey is in there. The throw is complete to Tony Reed for a 1st down at the 43-yard line. Hal Stringard on the coverage.
32, Tony Reed.
Livingston putting that one on consignment to Reed.
I said he could run the football with anybody. He can also catch the football. He's only in his 2nd year.
11 first downs now for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Perfect throw. A key 1st down, and you must complete those 3rd down passes if the wing T is to be successful.
Stringard playing rather soft on the corner. 2:55 remaining in the 3rd quarter. Play action fake to McKnight. The throw complete to Reed. Reed's at the 45 and down the 42-yard line. Another 1st down. Livingston's had a lot of fun throwing to Reed this afternoon. Ray Preston, the extra linebacker, 52 on the tackle.
The problems in the pass offense have obviously come from the fact that the players are learning the wing T, but boy, Mike Livingston got it together today, picking out all the open receivers, especially hitting his backs well out of the backfield.
1st and 10 at the 43-yard line. Morgado gets a couple of very hard-earned yards and broke through, but I think they whistled the ball dead. Now let's see, they're going to give him the credit down to the 35-yard line.
What a great effort.
Glenn Edwards on the tackle. Morgado with continuous effort. I thought they had whistled it down, but he went through to the 35 where it'll be 2nd down and a short 2.
Look at Morgado. He will not give up. He's stacked up, hit dead center. It looks like he goes down, but his center of gravity kept him up in the air, and that's a tremendous extra effort.
Henry Marshall is out. Samuels is in. 2 tight ends in there. And it is Morgado, and he is met by Leroy Jones. Didn't get the 1st down. Leroy got him. We'll pause briefly now for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
WDAF TV for Kansas City.
With Mike Hafner, this is Jay Randolph. We're in San Diego. Hope you're enjoying it. 20-13. The Chargers lead. 3rd and 3 coming for Kansas City at the 36-yard line of the Chargers.
Going to have to put it up, Jay.
Give it to Morgado, and he is very close to the 1st down. Morgado really doing a job. Louis Kelcher, 74 on the tackle. Very close.
Might be short by inches, but it'll give him a shot at 4th and inches to go for it.
You see Mike Livingston looking down the line. Are they going to bring the chains in? They are.
It's going to be short by about 3 inches. Let's see how the eyes are today, huh?
You called it.
Maybe 6 inches.
Maybe
huh?
6. Well, Here is a big call coming up, and they send Tony Samuels, the extra tight end, in there. They're going to go.
No other decision. You go for it right here.
Kansas City's 9th third down situation. Converted 3. Have 12 first downs. Here's the play. McKnight in motion. Morgado got it. The first down for Arnold Morgado. Gary Johnson, big hand, 79 on the tackle. Morgado hurdling for the first down.
Oh, Superman's at it again. He can really get after it. Plus, again, I must say the offensive line for Kansas City beat San Diego at the snap.
And we come to the end of the third quarter. The score, the Chargers 20, Kansas City Chiefs 13.
Preston Pearson and Tony Dorsett will be the setbacks. Dorsett now lines up as a flanker on the right side. And now he moves back into the backfield. Line of scrimmage, the 44. First down. Billy Joe Dupree is wide open. There's a flag down, however.
I think Fitzgerald got a hold of Roller again, the big defensive tackle. It was quite a battle on the line of scrimmage. I tell you, that Packer bunch up front are coming now. I wonder what Hog Hanner said to him at halftime. Through tobacco.
They got the message.
Holding offense, number 67, still first down.
Pat Donovan.
Pat Donovan was holding it. Let's take a look now. Remember, you can, on a pass play, you can extend the arms. Now, look to the top of the screen. Yes, Ezra Johnson is being manhandled. Looked like tag team. Good play, too, huh?
Dupree found the open spot, and Roger got the ball to him quite nicely. Ball moves back to the 34 now. It'll be first and 20. Dorsett fumble. Dallas got it back. Rayfield right. Smothered it.
Right recovers the fumble. Packers got all taped up at halftime. I'll tell you, their defense is hitting it a lick. Watch them coming off the line of scrimmage. This play worked in the first half.
Linebacker John Anderson made that hit and knocked that ball loose. That's Mike Hegman. Remember, he was hurt in the first half, but he's forgotten about that. Score helps. 21-7 Cowboys. Packers are coming again. Staubach, with that mobility, gets away, throws back in the middle to Pearson, who almost got away, almost gets back to the line of scrimmage before again it's number 60, Anderson, that made the tackle.
Got help from Dave Roller, and they are really hustling on defense. Roger will be glad to get out of this series and let Danny White kick it deep.
So it'll be third down as Burton Lawless will check in with the play. Anderson goes out. Gary Weaver comes in, 52 for the Packers. Just over 10 minutes left to play in the third quarter. Dallas leads Green Bay by 14 from the shotgun. Tony Hill. Well thrown by Staubach. He just lofted it over. The defender, Estes Hood, knocked Tony Hill out of bounds.
From the shotgun now, Roger gets a chance to read the whole pattern and see his pass protection. That's out of the corner of the eye, and it's good this time. See the good blocks, no holding call, and Tony Hill gets his second pass of the day, and that's a 21-yarder. They're tackling rough, though. The Packers are making you pay for everything now.
Cowboys down in Packer territory at the 35, where it'll be first and 10. the tackle and finally does. The flag goes down. It has to be a face mask on the far side of the field.
I don't understand how number 44 got into the pass play. He had to pick up a blitzer and takes a tremendous shot. Let's see if we can pick it up. Here's Roger from the call now. Look at 44. He takes on the charging lineman and now checks out, stays on his feet with some kind of an incredible balance. He must have a gyroscope somewhere in that helmet. Now watch him keep dragging. And the Hustlers come over and really take care of him.
There again was a flag down on the far side of the field.
Personal foul, grabbing the face mask. Number 50, defense, first down.
Jim Carter.
Big Jim, the veteran linebacker. He hasn't played a lot this year and was their leading tackler a year ago, but the other young linebacker was hurt that's been playing that spot, Michael Hunt.
They move it down to the 26. That's the penalty story. It's 1st and 10 Cowboys. Dorsett behind Lawless. Hole opened up nicely. Mike C. McCoy got him out of bounds. Dorsett nearing 100 yards on the day. Burton Lawless mad about something at the moment.
Well, the Packers figure if they're going to lose, they might as well go down swinging, and that's really the belligerent attitude you got to have to play defense. You know, that time Luke came up and was in perfect position, and Dorsett just ran by the thing, ran right through it.
Second and 1. On the 17.
John Anderson, the Packer linebacker who's made so many tackles today, is out at the moment. And our information is that he has a groin pull. He might be back. 1 yard is all the Cowboys need for another first down. Dorsett. Is or was close at one time. Barzalauskas made the tackle.
It's one of the few ballparks where the two teams are on the same side of the field. Here in Minnesota, I guess
that's the only two left. Used to be a lot of them like that.
A lot of crazy things happened over there, too, you know?
Mostly in the old baseball parks, or in this case, of course, this is the home of the Brewers. Believe that?
Rushing the football for most of that. Rogers not having the outstanding day. He's 15 for 26 for 132. He's been very careful.
Got the touchdown pass to Billy Joe Dupree. Dorsett is now at exactly 100 yards for 17 carries. Newhouse has 79. He's probably going to try right here. No, it's going to be Dorsett. Inside the 10 and down to about the 5, and perhaps even inside the 5. Watch this quickness.
You know how this discourages a defense that is really hitting hard to have to look around and suddenly see 33 go by everybody, and you're having to make a touchdown saving tackle every time he carries the ball. Boy, that's a good tackle. It's a good thing Johnny Gray was there.
He would have been in otherwise. Getting the workout.
I gotta move.
Saw the owner, Mr. Murchison, at halftime with a smile.
Understandably so. Dorsett will get another carry. And as he cut back inside, he is met by Mike Douglas. By the way, Tommy, Burt Jones is hurt again in the Baltimore-Seattle game. The Colts lead Seattle 10-7 in the fourth quarter. Mike Kirkland is the quarterback for Baltimore. Like Dorsett might be shaken up a little bit, too.
Packers helped him up. Did you see that?
A busy day.
Chivalry ain't dead, right? Of course, they'll knock him back down again as quickly as they can get their hands on him. He's some athlete, I'll tell you that.
Tony running over to the sideline. He's been replaced by Preston Pearson. And as good as Dorsett is, they don't lose much when Pearson comes in. Second and goal at the 3. 7:55, 7:50 left to play in the third quarter. The Cowboys already lead 21-7. They have dominated. Straight ahead is Newhouse. touchdown, number 2 on the day for Robert Newhouse.
Fitzgerald out of sight block from the offensive center spot. Try to look right center of your screen and see what happens. They get penetration from Roller. They just split the goal line defense. Not easy to do. Now you're looking right at Fitzgerald making the snap. Working on Barzalauskas, who's 268.
And a good block by Fitz.
Look at that high stepping. Seattle slew.
Or the drum major. Raphael Septien with Charlie Waters to hold. It is 28-7. Dallas over Green Bay. Scoreboard clock shows 7 minutes and 36 seconds left to play in the third quarter.
Want to take a look at these third quarter stats right now.
Kansas City moving up in the rushing department, but really throwing the ball well today. My hat's off to Mike Livingston. Outstanding game.
At the 30-yard line, Kansas City, 1st and 10 to go. We go to the fourth quarter here. They've been 8 plays in this drive. They've eaten up a lot of time. The handoff going to Reed. Reed down to the 25, near the 24-yard line. Leading the way, number 50, Don Good, the linebacker. There's that address to send your tax-deductible contribution to help our American Olympic athletes. Box 1980N, Cathedral Station, Boston, Massachusetts, 02118.
Oh, and I can't wait for those 80 Olympics. Oh, yes.
You'll see the summer games from Moscow and other venues in Russia right here on NBC. Hand off to Morgado at the 20, the 15, to the 13-yard line. Morgado having a fine second half. Fuller, 42, the strong safety. Glenn Edwards, the free safety, 27, making the stop. First down. One of the Chargers shaken up at the 13-yard line. It appears to be Mike Fuller, number 42, who made that tackle.
And again, an outstanding block by 65 Tom Congdon. Oh, he did well.
Rick McDonald and Jim Hammond attending to the injured player. 14:06 to play in this ball game. 20-13. The Chargers lead Kansas City.
If you're a collector of anything, you'll want to see this program. 60 minutes. What a program it is. And then following that, David Jansen heads an all-star cast in the premiere of Irving Wallace's The Word. And then Dallas follows the movie, and tonight the Ewing women are really staggered by reports that Bobby and Junior are missing in a plane crash. 60 minutes, The Word, and Dallas, all tonight, right here on CBS. Bobby Farrell carrying the ball, and Farrell's got close to 5 yards as he brings it out to the 25-yard line. A look at Scott Bull. He was the Prep High School Athlete of the Year in the state of Arkansas. Then he went to play for the Razorbacks. And in his senior year, they won 13 football games, losing only in a bowl game.
He's got a lot of poise and runs the team very well, Gary.
But you can see he's having a tough time passing. They're 3 for 11.
319.
On a 2nd and 5. Complete to Farrell. Farrell's got a first down. As he drags Steve Niels with him. First down, San Francisco.
That's when he looks most effective, when he moves the pocket by design, rolls right, rolls left, play action passes, play action and rolls. He does that extremely well, and he puts a lot of pressure on the defense when he does do that. That was a good illustration of it right there.
Well, you know, Scott Bull started 2 games his rookie year in '76, and they won both of them. Also a preseason game. But last year he threw only 24 passes. And, of course, his first starting call today.
He's got to do more throwing on first down.
In motion goes Solomon. Give to Hofer. And Hofer is going to get a couple of 3 yards. Bob Pollard leading the charge defensively. And also Mike Dawson.
The guards, Knutson and Downing, continue, 60 and 62, continue to bring in the plays from the coaching staff on the sideline.
Before that, under Pete McCauley and when Steve DeBerg was the quarterback, he was calling the plays. And then they made that change with O'Connor, and now he's calling them.
Well, I'm, you know, O'Connor was on the staff with Jack Pardee, and that's what they did. He called the plays for the Bears, and I'm sure that he feels that's the best way for them to function at this stage of their team.
2nd down and 8. This is Harrison. Kenny Harrison to the 20-yard line, make it the 19-yard line. Roger Worley finally caught up with him, and Bull threw that ball very well.
To it, and here again, it was a rollout to the weak side. He rolled to his right that time and threw the ball right between Roger Worley and Kenny Stone. Watch it. Beautiful throw and great concentration on the part of Ken Harrison, 83, who stayed with it all the way. Good for 48 yards and a first down.
You know, last week Harrison caught a pass for 50 yards. Now a 48-yarder. He was cut earlier in the year and re-signed. From the 19-yard line, a give to Hofer. And he may have lost a half yard on that one. Ron Jankowski now playing at right defensive end. The former Kansas State standout stacked that play up and then some. Just nothing developed on that, and that may be the last play of this third quarter. But Harrison, who is a brother of Dwight Harrison, who's a defensive back for the Buffalo Bills, made a couple of big plays the last 2 games for the 49ers.
He really reached up and got that beautifully.
So that's the end of the third quarter. The score, the Cardinals 16, the 49ers 3. We now pause for a word from your local station.
There again is a look at Tom Congdon, 65. What a job he's done blocking against Louis Kelcher today. Arnold Morgado again is going to buy him dinner after the game.
Keith King, 31, now at strong safety, replacing Mike Fuller. Morgado, Belton, and Reed in the backfield now. The handoff to Tony Reed. Reed near the 10. Bob Horn, the middle linebacker, 55, doing a job on him. Reed now with about 25 yards on the day, and Morgado was 71. Final score, Atlanta over New Orleans. Bartkowski to Jackson, a 57-yard touchdown pass with 10 seconds left. Baltimore leading Seattle 10-7 there in the third quarter. Tony Leonard has kicked a field goal from 22 out in the second period. 2nd down and 8. Handoff to Morgado. And he gets maybe to the 8-yard line. Louis Kelcher and Gary Johnson, the 2 tackles, doing a job there. Mike Fuller is back in the lineup for the Chargers as you look at Arnold Morgado, the Hawaiian. Dallas leading Green Bay in the third quarter. Staubach has thrown to Billy Joe Dupree for a touchdown. Cardinals trying to make it 3 in a row. 16-3 over San Francisco, third quarter.
Great for Bud.
Here's a throw that is complete to Tony Reed at the 3-yard line. Bob Horn, the middle linebacker, made the stop. And they're short of the first down there. It's going to be 4th and about 1.5.
They're going for it, Jay. No field goal here.
You see Ted McKnight coming in. Tony Samuels, the extra tight end, is in. Ray Preston, 52, an extra linebacker in for the Chargers. They go with 4 linebackers. Here we go. 4th and about 1.5.
A big play, folks. Whoa.
That's McKnight in motion, rolling and throwing. Oh, no, the pass intended for Reed. Let him a little bit, but he had a chance to make the catch. Fuller on the coverage.
Too tough a catch. He let him just too much. No chance for Tony Reed. He made a dive. Couldn't get it.
A big opportunity goes by the boards. 11 minutes, 46 seconds to play. 20-13, Chargers lead it.
Raphael Septien will kick off. Steve Odom deep. That's pretty good.
Odom can run, I'll tell you that.
Starting at the 3. Almost maintained his balance. Gets outside the 25. The Packers will take over. Mike Hegman made the tackle. Watch the kicker.
Now, Pat, you did this a lot, kicking off for the old Giants. What happens to Septien? Look at the instincts.
Yeah, that's what I did a lot.
Did you ever do that, right?
Dallas scoring drive to make it 28-7. Was accomplished like that. Here's David Whitehurst. Jethro Pugh was reaching for him. He finally has to throw back inside. He can't find anybody. It was intended for Barty Smith. Harvey Martin in hot pursuit.
Ooh, he really hit Whitehurst, the quarterback, and knocked him clear out of the ballpark. Harvey Martin was almost too late on that pass rush. Whitehurst, by the way, is 3 for 14 for 26 yards.
Harvey Martin has got to go out. There's Tony Dorsett. Already hurt himself a little on making that tackle. Larry Bethea.
I'm
Baltimore now 17-7 over Seattle. Ron Lee, a 15-yard run. Good protection. Andre Thompson looked upfield before the ball arrived.
Good receiver. Got 16 catches coming in. They say he's a... Luke Carter was telling us he's one of the most dangerous receivers he's got. This time he was checking to see if Washington had him, huh?
And Mark Washington was the closest Dallas defender. A rush from Bethea. Whitehurst throws a grounder. And the fans are getting a little restless.
You can't come out of Furman and start the last 5 games of 77 and then run this team now and have all the answers as a young quarterback. He's going to be a good one.
Particularly against a good team. A good defensive team like the Cowboys are. 7:07 left third quarter. Dorsett has gained 115 yards and 19 carries on the day, and that's what David Beverly has done.
He's almost breaking out in shingles. He's worried about getting it off. There he got it.
A high hanging kick, which Johnson signals fair catch. And makes it at the 37.
Butch Johnson makes the fair catch.
Thought perhaps we'd be getting a look at Danny White sometime pretty soon. But not yet.
Marv Levy made the decision moments ago to go for the first down of the touchdown, and it didn't go, and I'm sure he's wondering if he should have kicked the field goal at this point. But I mean, you know, he might second guess himself. Let's see what the Chiefs can do defensively. Lydell Mitchell, who has played sparingly here in the second half because he's been bothered a little bit by a sore calf muscle, we're told. Hit by Clarence Sanders. Gain of about 2. Charlie Joyner, number 18, into the game, and the extra tight end, McCrary, coming out. So it is Jefferson, 83, and Joyner, 18, the wide receivers. 2nd and 8 from the 5-yard line. Lydell Mitchell again getting the call, and he gets it to the 8-yard line. Whitney Paul, 53, making the stop. Also number 50, Clarence Sanders. Sanders playing for Dave Rozamek, who was injured in the first half, and playing very creditably, I should say. In fact, I did say.
You did. You need that great linebacker play in the 3-4 set.
3rd down, a long 4.
Important, too.
Very important call here for the Chargers. 10.5 minutes to play. Fouts giving it to Lydell Mitchell. Penalty markers down. Whitney Paul and Gary Spaney on the tackle.
No game. Penalty flag on the field.
Oh, it's against the Chiefs.
The Chiefs are upset.
I don't think it'll give them the first down, though. Or will it?
I don't know. It's going to be very close. I think it will.
Oh, it will.
It's close.
Oh, does that hurt?
That's what they're asking about right now. You see Emmett Thomas, senior man service-wise for the Kansas City Chiefs. Emmett's saying, "Are you sure?" The line judge is Fred Swearingen. And now you see referee Fred Wyant pace it off. And it is a first down.
Offside, number 52, defense, first down.
Thomas Howard was offside. The outside linebacker gives the Chargers a little breathing room out at the 14-yard line.
That's a big break for San Diego.
Chargers leading 20-13. Bo Matthews going down near the 15-yard line. Gary Barbaro, the weak safety, came up to undercut him. Also, Ted Bergmeyer, 48. We'll say again, Bergmeyer picked up 3 weeks ago, number 48. Originally a Miami draft choice, picked up as a free agent, played at Notre Dame. He was picked up when Ricky Odom was waived. And Bergmeyer is playing for the injured Tim Gray at strong safety. There's the first down statistics. Clock running with 9:50 to play. It is second down and 9 from the 15. Fumble. Covering it, Lydell Mitchell. Thomas Howard pounced in there also, but Mitchell got it. Second time today, Fouts has had problems with Don Masick, his center.
Fouts has had problems with his ribs. And I'll tell you, if you make a funny turn and don't get the handle on the ball, and look at Don Coryell up in the corner of your screen, he doesn't like that at all. Oh, how can he do that to me? I can hear him now.
Lydell Mitchell joined by Don Woods, 33 in the backfield, 3rd and 13. Handoff to Woods, stopped, and it's going to be punting time for the Chargers.
Fans don't like that either. They wanted him to throw for the first down.
Clarence Sanders and Thomas Howard, 50 and 52, the linebackers, making the play. Jeff West will come on to punt as Fouts goes off and talks things over.
The adrenaline is pumping in Peyton's older brother, huh? Eddie's got a shot.
For the Chargers, number 80, Jeff West.
There is Peyton. Now he's got a little bit of a sun problem. He's right where the shadow, the dark and the light come together. Let's see where the punt comes, though. Now he's going to be able to take it in the shade at the 50. To the 45, steps away, down to the 40, still going, and is down to the 37-yard line. It was a 37-yard punt. Fine return by Peyton, stopped by Artie Owens, number 85. The Chiefs will have it in good shape when we come back with 8:17 left to play in this game.
So we start the fourth quarter. And the 49ers, after that long 48-yard pass completion, now with a chance to climb back into this football game. And the ball at the 20.
See if they try to do something on Carl Allen over here. He's rolling here. Here it is.
Scott Bull to Bobby Farrell. Farrell is at the 11-yard line. And Steve Neal's defending on the play, and Scott Bull being very effective with those rollout passes.
Yes, and he just rolled to his right that time, Gary. You're right, rolled to his right. They drove Allen back, threw in front of him, and another nice gain on the play.
You know, Hank, looking ahead, should the 49ers get in on this one, that point after looks awfully big now, doesn't it?
Yes, they always do. You know, when you miss an extra point or a field goal, especially like they have on 2 occasions, they could be a big factor in the outcome of this game. 2 tight ends in the game right now.
There they are, 3 of 10 on third down conversions, 3rd and 2. Scott Bull gives it to Farrell, and Farrell is trying to get to the goal line. What an effort by Bobby Farrell. He looked like he was shot out of a cannon on that play.
Boy, he got off the mark as well as I've seen anybody get off the ball all year long. He got into that crack. He got into the crack beautifully. And the left guard, Ernie Hughes, John Ayers, Fred Quillen, did a good job of blocking on the play, but Farrell really blew in there tough. and almost fought his way into the end zone on the play.
Boy, what determination. First and goal at the 1-yard line. Scott Bull asking for some quiet. Bull trying to sneak it, and he's not going to get it. Boy, he hit a brick wall, didn't he?
Yes, that's a poor call because the quarterback really doesn't have any momentum at all, and he doesn't have any kind of a surge, and it's tough for the quarterback to take the ball in on that kind of a situation. It's much better to give it to a halfback or a fullback because he's got a good running start.
Dawson, Jankowski, Arneson, all of them. Got to give credit to the entire forward wall. So it's second and goal. They may have lost a little on that one. Solomon is flanked out. 2 tight ends are in. Ball gives to Hofer. And it's going to be third and goal.
That's the second time they try to run across the ball from a formation with the left halfback on the left side of the ball. It's a long way for them to go, a long way for them to get penetration. You see, there you see Williams, 55, coming in there along with Steve Niels, all doing a good job, and they stop the play for no gain.
They lost yardage, Hank. They're back out close to the 2-yard line now.
He's going to have to roll out, run some kind of a play-action pass to get the ball in there if he hopes to. Let's see what he does here.
He's going to have to hurry. He's only got 6 seconds. 6 seconds, so he's going to have a delay of game coming up. He's going to have to hurry. 2, 1. He didn't get it off. Delay of game. And boy, that's going to give Coach a gray hair, right?
That's really murder. It's tough enough when you make mistakes, but when you stop yourself and the mistakes are self-inflicted, that really hurts.
Delay of game call. Would you believe that? San Francisco's had everything happen to them this year. Well, now you've got a third and goal.
Now they take out the 2 tight ends and they bring Harrison back in the game. They'll go to their normal setup and they'll try to get the ball in the end zones from about the 6 or 7 yard line. And I'm sure it'll be some kind of a rollout. Let's see what they do.
At the 7 yard line, third and goal. Scott Bull to Paul Hofer trying to get in. He's to about the 1. There is a flag, however, on the other side of the field.
A flag on the other side, you don't know what it is.
It's offside against St. Louis. Now let's see, they had it at the 7 yard line, so they won't take that penalty. Or would they want another down?
Let's see what they do here.
It's a tough decision. And we've got a man shaken up for San Francisco. That's a tough decision, whether you take that play over or you go to a 4th down at about the 1. Because they had it at the 7 yard line, and they're going to take the penalty, Hank, and have another down. There's the man, Bobby Farrell
is down, yep.
They're taking the penalty, and they'll have it at the 3 yard line.
Offside defense.
Now they got 2 down, which is a smart thing for them to do. They got 2 downs to get the 3 yards instead of 1 down to get 1.
Boy, those 2-3 yards have been awfully tough, though.
Yep.
There you go. That is Dawson, who fired prematurely. And so now it's third and goal at the 3. We have 2 tight ends again in.
Let's see if they roll out this time. They were very successful with it before. There it is.
Ball to Paul Seal. Broken up beautifully. What a play by Roger Worley. Roger Worley, who all year long has been making those kind of plays. He made an end zone interception against Philadelphia.
Yeah, that time they rolled out away from the strength of the formation. The tight end was on the right side. They faked inside and tried to throw over the top. Roger Worley just did it beautifully. Just like you want to make a highlight film, that's the way you'd play it on Paul Seal, number 85.
Well, that's the reason he's an all-pro. You know, they're going to go for it. They're not going to go for the field goal. 4th down.
They'll roll out again, I'm sure.
Scott Bull off to Bob Farrell. And they're back in this game. Hank, were you surprised they didn't go for a field goal?
No, I wasn't surprised at that, but I was surprised at the play they ran, but it was the right one, obviously, because they went for the touchdown. I thought sure they try to roll out and flood an area, but they give it to him right inside there, Bobby Farrell, and he does a great job running through traffic and fighting his way into the end zone for the touchdown. an unusual play, and that's probably why it was successful.
Boy, that point after very big now. 16-9. The Cardinals earlier messed up a point after. Kick is on the way by Worthing, 16-10. And all of a sudden, that Cardinal lead has been cut to 6 points. They're still a long ways from winning this one. 12:44 is left.
Dennis Sproul warming up for the Packers, the rookie from Arizona State.
We saw him in the Fiesta Bowl. He's got a great delivery. He's only thrown the passes in anger 8 times this year, completed 4, but not against Dallas.
Looks like he might get a chance to try his luck against Dallas the next time the Packers get the football. Roger Staubach is still the Dallas quarterback. Line of scrimmage, their own 37. It's Dorsett. Tried to break to the outside. Mike McCoy tripped him up, and Dorsett also got a welcome from Jim Carter. St. Louis leads San Francisco 16-10. 12:44 remaining in the fourth quarter of that contest. The Cardinals had won 2 in a row, shooting for 3.
Dorsett was sort of idling toward the sidelines that time. It's a good thing McCoy made a sure tackle.
Maybe got a half a yard. It'll be 2nd and 9, Dallas. This is Robert Newhouse, who is herded out of bounds by Carter, and McCoy again. Same 2.
McCoy really took Tony Dorsett on that time and was trying to block him. Of course, Colorado really hit him on the helmet.
Packer defense has been on the field a long time in this contest. Been a long game, really, so far. 6 minutes and 14 seconds left in the third quarter. 3rd and 6. Preston Pearson in the game. Shotgun formation. Staubach fires out to Butch Johnson. He's got it at the 45. Mike McCoy got him out of bounds for Butch Johnson, except for that early fumble.
McCoy's got a little bit of exposure. Not all of it's that good. Out of the shotgun now. Sure snap that's blind by center Fitzgerald. Look at this throw. We've seen that about 4 times today.
15-yard gain on that pass completion from Staubach to Butch Johnson.
You'll never forget the one he makes. Super Bowl, huh?
That was sort of the nail that day. Newhouse plugged straight ahead and is stopped by Dave Roller, Mike Butler, and Barzalauskas, and the rest. Jim Carter, the middle linebacker. Actually, we were talking about that Ice Bowl before, back in 1967. 2 Cowboys remain from that day: Jethro Pugh and Rayfield Wright.
They have been constantly putting new blood into their system, haven't they? They're always coming up with new young people. Some of them are free agents that come along. Cliff Harris isn't a bad one. Ouachita Baptist College.
Dorsett swings out in motion. Packers put on the blitz. They throw back into the middle of the field, and this open. Newhouse to the 30. Stumbles at the 20. Inside the 20 to the 18. Was that well set up?
It's called a screen away. You roll all the way to the right sidelines and throw it back. Now watch the Packers chase, because they're young and they're aggressive and they're really mad right now. So they really want Roger badly. Sucks him in and dumps it back to number 44 and friends.
And a lot of friends with him too, didn't he?
He's never been this open. I think he just ran out of grass.
Or gas. He got just inside the 20, where it will be another Dallas Cowboy first down. Burton Wallace is number 66, walking up in front of Roger Staubach. Newhouse going to get another try. This time he gets a couple, but that's all. Barzalauskas on the tackle.
The last 3 games, Minnesota only got 60 yards rushing against Green Bay. Tampa Bay got 72, and the Eagles got 51. And the Cowboys got 170 something already.
Well, nearing 200. Dorsett with the gloves on. Actually, the Cowboys have 202 yards rushing. 114 for Dorsett and 85 for Newhouse. On a time. They caught it. What a grab by Billy Joe Dupree. His second touchdown of the day. Spectacular catch.
Drops 2 fairly easy catches early, and since then he's really been a vice. Let's watch the offensive line. They've slowed down a pretty good bunch of pass rushers. Rodgers right on. But what a great catch.
Fine catch by Billy Joe Dupree.
At 6'5", it's hard to get a big frame like this up in the air, and he actually leaves his feet to make it. Here it is coming right at you. Go up. I don't blame him for leaping, spiking that one.
The most touchdown passes that Billy Joe Dupree had caught in any season was when he was a rookie back in 1973, and that is his 7th. For this year, he caught 5 that year. Raphael Septien puts the Cowboys out in front 35-7 now.
Both catches of his are touchdown catches today. But if you double on the outside receivers, which you have to do with Hill and, of course, Drew Pearson, number 89 is going to catch a lot of them.
The game-breaking plays, the hottest new craze, all pros in action, the latest in fashion, straight-talking views and late-breaking news. The pregame show that has it all, NFL 78.
There's a statistic that will give the Kansas City fans some heart here. Of course, there's another statistic that's not very...
That'll take it away from him, huh?
Helpful. 1st and 10 at the 37-yard line. Play action pass coming up. Out it comes to McKnight. And McKnight goes down at the 33-yard line. Hit hard by Woody Lowe. Walter White was downfield, Mike Hafner, near the 10-yard line. Uncovered.
Wasn't a soul around. They'll remember that one.
Livingston is 10 out of 16. For 165 yards. Don't forget, coming up when we're concluded here, all the scores and highlights from around the league on the Sperry NFL Report. 7.5 minutes to play. 2nd and 4 at the 31-yard line. Morgado got about a yard. Gary Big Hands Johnson on the tackle. Morgado starting his 4th successive game today, and each of the first 3 was the busiest rusher, and he's been busy again today. Led the team in 2 of those 3 games.
He's been the force today.
Livingston has started 8 of the first 10 games this season. Adams started against Tampa Bay and against Oakland. 3rd down, 2. Handoff going to McKnight. And he is inside the 25, down to the 22-yard line. Fred Dean on the tackle, 1st down.
Arnold Morgado was the guy who sprung him outside with the lead block. McKnight obviously made it the 1st down. Nice when the backs block for each other.
15 first downs credited to these Kansas City Chiefs. Clock running with 6:20 to play. The Chiefs down by 7, 20-13. Down at the 23-yard line. McKnight coming in motion, the fake to him. Livingston back against the grain, and the receiver fell down. At the 10-yard line, the receiver, Tony Reed, slipped as he went for the ball. He was open.
I think Livingston threw it behind him a little bit.
Maybe a little, you're right.
He tried to stop, and that's what made his feet come out from under him. But still,
this is a natural turf field, and I'm told that after the heavy rains of yesterday, it was rather soft down there today. 2nd down and 10 coming. The clock stopped with 6:10 to play.
As my old receiver coach used to tell me, there is no excuse for falling down, no matter what.
He was right, too. Again, McKnight is in motion. He takes it, hands it back to Reed. Reed trying to get outside, does, and Reed is out of bounds at the 11-yard line. It's a first down on the reverse. He outran Louis Kelcher, and then he got the job done. Run out of bounds by Hal Stringer. Tony Reed, a big play.
What a great play by the all-purpose running back. Inside, he has the power. Look at the handoff now to McKnight. And you have to work on this so you don't blow those handoffs. There are 3 up there. Now watch the great speed. Kelcher's no slowpoke for a big guy either. Reed does an excellent job. Oh, big
first
play.
Down at the 11. They could get a first down without getting the touchdown. 6 minutes to play. McKnight to the 5-yard line. They're running the football. This is a very inspired Kansas City club. Earlier, they went on 4th and 1.5 down at the 3-yard line and didn't make it when they had a chance. Good, and Edwards on the tackle.
Watch the slashing run by 22, McKnight. He uses his blockers well, sees the hole. Now watch the burst of speed right there. That's what gave him that extra yardage. Good running.
Kansas City calling a timeout. Mike Livingston trotting over to talk with the board of directors.
The Brain Trust going to tell him what play is going to get him in the end zone.
43,873 sitting in on the action this afternoon. Reed now with 37 yards rushing. McKnight with 32. Morgado with 75. Reminder that next Sunday on NBC, NFL 78 will come your way, and they've got Jamie the Greek on. And then those 12:30 games will have be followed with Buffalo, Tampa Bay, New England at the Jets, San Diego at Minnesota. Then Cleveland at Baltimore, Seattle at Kansas City. And then we have the Cincinnati at Pittsburgh action. And don't forget Thanksgiving Day, when you'll have an opportunity to see Denver at Detroit. Also, you're going to see a special feature beginning at 12 Eastern Time, how they win the Heisman. And there's a lot of politics, a lot of interesting voting. I'm one of the voters.
I voted too this week.
Also, you'll see a feature called Timeout for Kids and what's happened to Denver. I don't know what's happened to Denver. We'll find out. Denver at Detroit. That's Thanksgiving Day on NBC. 4 linebackers in there now for the Chargers. This drive began on the Charger 37. At 8:17, we now have 5.5 to play. 2nd down, 4. Livingston throwing, and his receiver slipped down, Walter White. Coverage over there by number 50, good. There's White. They're having trouble with the footing down there and cutting and trying to go for the ball. And it's going to bring up 3rd down 4 for the first down. 3rd down 5 for the touchdown. If you're just joining us, Kansas City had an opportunity in the 3rd quarter. Didn't go for the field goal. Went for the first down inside the 5-yard line on 4th and 1.5. Didn't make it when Reed couldn't hold on to a pass that was thrown a bit too far in front of him. But he had a chance. He just didn't do it. Now, here is another big play in this game.
They got to gain 2 if they run it.
Up the middle, Morgado. He's got a touchdown. Morgado with a great effort. Oh, what a fine play by Morgado. And the Chiefs congratulate a very happy Hawaiian.
And again, number 65, Tom Congdon, was the guy who cleared it out. Morgado was going to run inside Congdon. Saw him make his down block, split outside, extra effort. Watch this. This is what football's all about, close to the goal line. Excellent job by Simmons, 73. And look at Morgado. He will not give up. He is in the end zone. And Kansas City's bananas.
And the point is up. And it is good. The point after is good. And we are tied at 20. 5:22 left to play in this game.
I wonder if we're going to see the new quarterback for Green Bay. Bart Starr's almost gone as long as he can with Whitehurst for his own good right now.
The new quarterback is 6'2" and 210. Rookie from Arizona State, Dennis Sproul. There's Raphael Septian. Line drive kickoff in the direction of Steve Odom. Odom swings to the outside. He's almost broken a couple already. This time he gets out to the 30. Therefore, Larry Brinson tripped him up, along with Randy Hughes. Dallas had lost to Minnesota, and they lost last week to Miami. They appear to be struggling, but today they've been very, very sharp. Dennis Sproul is the quarterback.
We watched him, I think, in the Fiesta Bowl one year, didn't we?
Yes.
Nebraska against Arizona State.
Yes.
From California as a prep star, and he has a great delivery. He has time to get it off.
Middleton and Culbreth trying to run a screen, and now trying to run for his life. A flag goes down. They have to have a lineman illegally downfield after all that struggling and running around. The pass was incomplete.
Cliff Harris really stretched Rich George, the tight end. The only time you can make contact with the receiver is when he's trying to catch it, and Cowboys take advantage of every shot they get.
Ineligible lineman downfield, number 54, 10 yards, still first down.
Rick Herron, the center, was downfield. Maybe they should have thrown the ball to him.
Meantime, Danny White now starts to warm up again for the Cowboys. San Diego and Kansas City are now tied with 5 minutes and 22 seconds left to play. Arnold Morgado, his second touchdown of the day. Foul fumble. Dallas has the football. The exchange between center and quarterback never took place. Randy White and Jethro Pugh caused the confusion, and Jethro got the fumble recovery.
And this is something the Cowboys have not done very much this year. They've only recovered 5 fumbles before this one. Looks like they may have turned on all their systems now. They seem to be have the juices flowing, huh?
I'd say. Danny White is loose, but he's not the quarterback yet. Roger Staubach is still in. Jackie Smith lines up tight left, and Bob Steele, Robert Steele, is one of the Dallas flankers. Hadn't seen much action so far. Here's Dorsett. Trying to get to the outside. He is pulled down by Steve Luke.
Those are good tackles. Dorsett is 1/2 a step away from breaking every one of these, and that secondary just keeps making tackle after tackle. You watch it. If you know anybody that can come up and tackle like this, call your nearest professional football team. This bunch really tackles.
That's Luke.
I made one of those in about 9 years.
That was on me.
Yes. I finally found somebody I could catch.
That was while we were playing. Roger Staubach gets outside to Newhouse, who gets one block, which might have been a quip from Jackie Smith. There's a flag down in that area.
That Luke just took Newhouse on head-to-head and didn't lose that fight either. There's a microphone down near the field, and once in a while the players' voices can be heard sort of under us. Just wanted to make sure you heard that disclaimer. Because, you know, it's a very heated exchange.
You can hear those voices. You're going to hear the voice of Jim Tunney in just a second. 35-7, the Cowboys lead with 2:25 left to play.
Personal foul, clipping, number 81.
Jackie Smith. That 2:25 is in the third quarter.
On the attacker, 32-yard.
Again, Roger Staubach is still the quarterback. Robert Steele goes wide left, and Butch Johnson comes wide right.
Has Roger been sacked? He was chased a little bit a couple of times, but he hasn't been down. It was a running play when he was tackled, wasn't it?
Here comes the Green Bay blitz. Over the top. It is incomplete, intended for Butch Johnson. The blitz.
Estes Wood
Rogers
came through
down.
and really hit Staubach a shot. The safety man blitzed through. This guy's a stretch runner. He'll get up.
Oh, yeah. He looked for a second over to the sideline. Danny White is warm.
I think Estes Hood and Mike Douglas, not to be confused with the popular daytime host, but Mike Douglas, the linebacker. Watch this. And you'll see that Roger never saw what happened to the pass. Here comes Hood, and there's Douglas. Brunch.
And Staubach is leaving the game. And Danny White has replaced him. He ran off under his own power. And he seems to be certainly all right. Here's Danny White from the shotgun, throwing outside Dorsett. And Dorsett is caught from behind by Ezra Johnson.
Defensive end tackles Tony Dorsett from behind. He can run, and Ezra Johnson runs the 4.440 we spoke of and weighs 240.
Dorsett did not quite get enough for a first down, and Raphael Septien will come on. The Cowboys lead at 35-7. 16-yard pass completion from Danny White to Tony Dorsett. Charlie Waters will hold at the 24. Make this a 34-yarder for Raphael Septien.
8 of 13 this year.
2 for 2 from this distance. Line drive is no good. He pulled it left.
Takes 3 people to make a field goal. The snapper, the holder, and the kicker.
Everything seemed fine from the snapper and the holder then. Septien just pulled it left. It's still 35-7 with a minute and a half left to play in the third quarter. The series championship of women's tennis. Next Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern time from Palm Springs. Chris Evert, Virginia Wade, Martina Navratilova.
Who's got the hottest serve? Virginia Wade, is she still the biggest service in women's tennis?
If it's any bigger than Martinez. He can hit it. They both got good strong serve. Erdell Middleton streaks to the outside and picks up a Green Bay Packer first down. Cliff Harris stopped him.
Second-year man out of Memphis State. 196 pounds of dynamite. Unlike most runners we see today that want to cut back to the inside all the time, Wilbert Montgomery, people like that, Trudell looks like he's always trying to make you juke and get to the outside.
13-yard pickup. Got great leg strength. Over there, Lofton comes wide left. Thompson goes wide right. Now comes in motion. They operate on the same side of the field. Brown just had to throw it away as D.D. Lewis and Harvey Martin were breathing right on top of it.
And Cliff Harris, the Baptist, the runaway Baptist, blitzed from the safety spot. D.D. Lewis plays some pretty good football every Sunday, doesn't he? Or Monday or whatever the day is.
Thursday.
Sproul hasn't thrown the deep pass yet, and
really hasn't had time. And again, they'll be coming. Ball's at the 33-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 10. Middleton comes out in motion. This time he is chased by Too Tall Jones. Almost caught while lying down by James Lofton.
Lofton has been shut out, and Sproul has got to learn not to run over where the big guys are. That time, Cook was trying to block for him, and he runs right into the area of Too Tall Jones. There's the try by Lofton.
Mark Washington soared over the top.
3rd and 10.
Spread out works good in college, but if you don't get outside of somebody 6'9", real trouble.
Foul the quarterback. 3rd and 10. Taking a blitzing. Nothing doing. The Dallas defense, when they get you down like this, can be just awesome. Thomas Henderson sacked with help from Harvey Martin.
That's the 3rd today, Pat. They now have 37. The no head slap and the new blocking rules have sort of cut down that big Dallas pass rush. It looks like they're putting it on today, so.
David Beverly back in punt formation. Dallas leads Green Bay 35-7. This should be the last play of quarter number 3. Play that Beverly would like to get off because he got a little help from the wind. It didn't help him much with that kick. Butch Johnson fields, tries to get back out to the outside. It's in Packer territory at about their 46, and that's the end of the third quarter.
28-yard punt. End of the third.
That is the end of the third quarter, as I said, with the score Dallas 35, Green Bay 7. And we now pause for a word from your local station.
Well, you look at the drive, the time it took, and you can just say that Tom Condon and Arnold Morgado had an awful lot to do with it.
They certainly did, Jay. They got the last touchdown for Kansas City also with some fine blocking and some trap running inside.
Anderson kicking off a short kick. Anderson and Owens are back there. This is Artie Owens at the 25, over the 30 to the 31. Owens first in the AFC kickoff return race with a 29.1 average, stopped by Tim Collier, number 44.
I might point out why Andrew Sisson kicks off instead of Jan Stenerud. Stenerud hits the line drive that can be easily returned. They like the height on Andrew Sisson's kicks. That one was short. They didn't get a good run back because Kansas City covered it well.
Fouts has only thrown 7 times today.
Not like him.
Hand off to Lydell Mitchell. Mitchell out to the 34-yard line. Gary Spaney, 59, making the tackle. Next week, Seattle is at Arrowhead Stadium. The Seahawks playing Baltimore this afternoon. Then San Diego will come in, and then Buffalo. Oh, you folks in the Kansas City area will have a chance to see these Chiefs. Don't forget, coming up, after the action is over here, the scores and highlights from around the National Football League on the Sperry NFL Report.
We could be here for a while, Jay, in 2020 with 5 minutes to go.
It's now 4.5 minutes to go, and Fouts is going to put it up. He's got his man. Jefferson was all alone at the 43-yard line. Barbaro makes the tackle, and Barbaro and Jefferson have a word or two.
Jefferson beat that zone defense, and again, I pointed out earlier, the young man knows how to run patterns for a rookie. He knows how to find the seam. Watch this, how wide open he is. He's beating the linebackers, and he's in between the 2 defensive backs. Barbaro made him pay for the catch, so that might be why there's a little bit of ruckus going on. Receivers never like to get hit anyway.
First down at the 43-yard line. Handoff going to Bo Matthews. He gets 1, maybe 2 yards before Gary Spaney wraps him up. The score tied at 20. The clock running with 3:40 to play.
Going to be a little pressure on the slightly ailing Benershka if he has to come in for a field goal.
Benershka missed an extra point in the early going in this ball game. And that set up the situation where we have this tie. There's Benershka
with his automatic holder. That would have put me out of the NFL about 5 years before my career ended.
Fouts throwing and completing it to Joyner. Joyner breaks away and goes down to the 15-yard line. Let's make it the 14-yard line. He broke away from Whitney. He broke away from Gary Barbaro, and Whitney Paul had to finally get out and get the job done. And we have 2:50 to play in this game. A 26-yard play. Fouts to Joyner.
You never know when something's going to happen. He thought he had a perfect tackle. Joyner got away.
Clock running with 2 minutes, 35 seconds to go. First and 10 at the 14-yard line for the Chargers, who have come right back here. Lydell Mitchell slanting down to the 12. And Thomas Howard on the tackle, number 52 for the Chiefs. 67. Art Still and Don Perry, 61, also there. Clock running down, and we'll be getting the 2-minute warning. And And it will be given right now. The clock stopping with 2 minutes left to play in regulation time. Timeout as both benches are notified. 2020. We'll be back here in San Diego right after this.
Well, let's check another score being played elsewhere. San Diego, Kansas City, they're all even. 20-20, fourth quarter of play. And the Dallas Cowboys are really having an afternoon. Look at that. 35-7 over Green Bay, and nobody's been scoring very many points against the Packers.
No, but this is, you know, the challenge that the Dallas team has at this particular time is what maybe just what they needed to get them out of the complacent attitude that they've had, and they could come on strong from here on in.
That last kick by Connell was only 24 yards. So from the 36-yard line, the Cardinals have it. Wayne Morris. And Morris to the 40-yard line, a pickup of 4. We're to bring up a 2nd and 6. Eddie Lewis making the stop. Jimmy Webb, an assist on the play. Well, the Cardinals, as you mentioned, Hank, made a good defensive stand on that last series, and now the offense could put this game away if they can keep it moving now with 10-15 remaining.
And I think they have to throw the ball a little bit more than they have, too. They're kind of sitting on this lead. But I think they can throw the ball when they want to, and I don't think they can just consistently run the ball down their throat.
From the 40, a give to Otis, a flag on the play.
Deerdorf that time was in motion, was leaning on the play, and we'll see what they call.
You know, we should say that Deerdorf, when he got into San Francisco last night, had an abscessed tooth. They had to take him to the dentist, have it drained, and he was there ready to go today, but he's had trouble with his teeth ever since he had his jaw broken a year ago.
Illegal motion, number 72 offense, refused.
So Dan back in there. They said he was able to eat shortly after he had the tooth worked on, I should say, and so he's in the lineup, and he has played this year with a lot of hurts and pains with a knee brace at times.
He's a great player, and he finds a way to play regardless of what the injury situation might be, if it's at all possible.
3rd down, long 6 to go. Hart's got a lot of time, far side, Tilley. And you know something, I wonder if the wind could have affected that ball a little bit.
It definitely did. It kind of blew it off course. Tilley leaped for the ball, and I think it took off into the wind and created a problem for him to make the reception. He was wide open. Gallagher is providing a rush. There's Webb, 74, providing some more pressure, and he throws the ball. He's wide open, but the ball just sailed right over the top of his head.
You know, John Brody said that you'd play here sometimes, you couldn't believe what would happen to the football. All those years he was a San Francisco quarterback.
Well, in a pregame warm-up several years ago, Jerry Wilson, our great punter, missed the ball completely in a pregame drill because the wind disturbed the ball, the drop of the ball so much.
Mike Schumann with a fair catch. The 49ers with the football. 9:38 left in this game.
Phelps has talked it over. We might guess with you that he might be throwing to Lydell Mitchell, who is the top running back in the AFC in catches with 38 coming into today's game, and he hasn't thrown to him, Mike.
Hasn't thrown to him one time. Maybe he's lulled the Chief defense to sleep. Let's watch.
2nd down and 8 at the 12-yard line. The handoff goes to Mitchell. He stumbled, and he just barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. Mitchell now with 24 carries and 120 yards. About 6 for 9 for 114 yards.
Lydell Mitchell this time using his slip and slide, as he says. He's just waiting to see where that hole is going to develop, and there isn't any hole because Gary Barber was up there to greet him.
And Clarence Sanders again making a fine play along with Don Parrish. Timeout is called. 1:47 left.
Score is 35-7 Dallas, and they have just overwhelmed the Packers.
I think Bart was afraid that quality that Dallas has so many good people that he's still 4 or 5 players he thinks Class A players short. He'll get them, though.
San Diego now 23-20 over Kansas City with 1 minute and 27 seconds left to play. Rolf finished the 28-yard field goal. And Baltimore is now 17-14 over Seattle with 1:05 left to play. Dorsett shifts back deep here. The line of scrimmage is the Packer 47. Here's Newhouse rumbling into the secondary for the Packers for about an 8-yard gain. Might see McCoy. Jim Carter made the tackle.
Billy Joe Dupre is not only catching the ball for touchdowns, but he made a heck of a block that time. He just took the defensive end Barber and buried him, turned him.
Danny White is the Dallas quarterback. There's Billy Joe. Getting a little rest.
They were very serious coming out. They looked like they wanted to play good football and then scared everybody to death in the state of Texas for a quarter, didn't they?
8 yards by Newhouse on that first down carry. Jackie Smith from the right side jumped. Newhouse has 96 yards on the day and 17 carries. Dorsett has 114 yards and 21 carries.
Jackie Smith is so happy to be playing. He's had a clip. Now he jumped the count early.
Full start, offense, number 81. Still second down.
New life, huh?
Second down, looks like about 8 to go for Jackie Smith and that Dallas Cowboy offensive unit. Jackie was just sitting home.
Watching TV when the phone rang.
Jay Saldy got hurt. Jackie Smith became a Cowboy. Dorsett was the intended receiver. The Packers blitz. Roger Staubach is looking on.
19 for 31 for 200 yards. And settled everybody down when there could have been a tick, 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 you know, in that first quarter when things were tight. He's a pretty cool customer, isn't he?
Packers came out opening kickoff with an onside kick, which they recovered. It worked. They couldn't move it. They punted, recovered a fumble, and scored the first touchdown of the day. Since then, it's been all Dallas.
Roger looks like he needs a shave. He's been studying films, I think, a lot this week.
We'll take care of that very shortly. Danny White operates in the shotgun and throws outside to Butch Johnson, who breaks one tackle and is finally taken out of bounds at about the 25-yard line by Estes Hood. Steve Luke helped him out.
Getting some solo coverage now because they're trying to put a lot of pressure on Danny White, which means the secondary is alone. Slips the tackle by Buchanan.
Preston Pearson goes out. Robert Steele will be one of the wide receivers. Dupree is still playing. Jackie Smith is lined up tight to the right, so it's a double tight end setup at the moment. Handoff is to Newhouse. He bangs into the Packers secondary for about a 5-yard pickup, but he is met and firmly met by Steve Luke.
Luke weighed 245 pounds. You know, they'd pay him to get out of this league. Is he some kind of a hitter?
And now both Dorsett and Newhouse are over that 100-yard mark.
I've seen some big people get run over by Newhouse because he gets so low, and that Luke has stayed in there and battled better than even all afternoon. He must have made 12 tackles.
Rookie tackle Terry Jones, number 63. Rookie from Alabama into the Packer defense at the moment. Dorsett. And about the 16, where again a flag goes down as Jim Carter led the assault along with that Terry Jones I just mentioned a minute ago.
Newhouse is over the 100-yard barrier. 101 working yards for the man out of the University of Houston. I'm trying to look in the book and see how many 100-yard days he's had. How do you spell Newhouse, right?
I don't know. They kept saying it last Tuesday night, election night.
Personal foul.
It's going to be a new house.
Number 68. Still stuck down.
Second down it will be.
Got 245 yards against Mississippi State once, but that's a collegiate.
So is Dorsett. They both had one today. 13:21 left to play. The Packers again fake a blitz and run a draw play to Dorsett.
Get the extra point team ready.
set on the draw play, and nobody was even close to him. 33 yards away is where that began.
Give this offensive line for the Cowboys a lot of credit. Donovan, Fitzgerald, Lawless, Scott, and Big Rayfield Wright have done a heck of a job. Looks like an inter-squad play.
It is 41-7 now. Dallas over Green Bay as Dorsett scores his second TD. Waters to hold for Septien. About the only thing that hasn't worked for Dallas is that Septien missed the field goal. 42-7.
The kick is good.
An awesome display by the guys in white, the Dallas Cowboys.
Then it was Jefferson scoring on a pass from Fouts, 45-yarder. 5:09 of the third, make it 20-13. Morgado again, 5:22 of the fourth to tie it up. Here's a pass going out to Hank Bauer, or to Don Woods, excuse me, number 33. Woods swept out of bounds over there by Sanders, along with Ted Bergmeyer.
Now they got to kick the field goal, and there's still plenty of time for Kansas City to get it back in Stenerud range.
1.5 minutes to play. Banershka, who has been bothered with an intestinal infection for weeks, in a weakened condition, had an extra point blocked when he didn't get it up. He is 11 for 15 field goals on the season. He's lost over 15 pounds because of this infection.
This is where the field goal kicker feels the pressure. He's got a stomach ailment. This isn't going to help right now.
At one point, he kicked 12 consecutive field goals last season. The record in the National Football League is held by Jan Stenerud, 16 in a row.
Both right here, huh?
Rolf Banershka. His daddy is one of the curators of the world-famed San Diego Zoo here, and he himself, a brilliant zoology student, went to University of California, Davis. And right now, it's up to Banershka. Although I might mention, because of his weakened condition, Mike, we could get a fake here. Fuller has been known on many occasions to run with his football or to throw it out of this field goal situation. It'll come from the 18, a 28-yard attempt. It's on the way, and it is good. The 28-yard field goal with 1:27 remaining puts the Chargers back in the lead at 23-20.
Big smile at Rolf Banershka's face. That makes all that pain feel a little better.
Still got a lot of football to play.
Second down, 9. Scott Bull back to throw. He's got McAfee. And Carl Allen.
That time they sent Freddie Solomon in motion from the outside in. He went up the field and broke to the outside, and he was wide open. Scott Bull did not see him on the play.
And you could see Harrison coming back and talking to Bull. He spotted something. So it's third down now. And 9 yards to go from the 37-yard line of St. Louis. Steve Niels on that last play put some pretty good pressure on Scott Bull.
Here he rolls again.
That's his best play of the day. Dawson's after him, and Dawson unloads on him. The pass intended over the middle to Ken McAfee, and that'll bring up a fourth down. Ken Stone back there defending. Mike Dawson shows very good quickness as he came racing after him and caught up with him.
He's really played outstanding football on the nose of that offensive center. Controlled that center very well most of the afternoon and has put a lot of pressure on the quarterback.
Oh, they're ready to kick the ball in a hurry. Connell's back there. Everybody's still getting back defensively. Still 8.5 minutes left in this game. Nobody back for the Cardinals. They haven't dropped anybody back. They're going to let the ball hit, evidently. Now they only have 7 seconds. Here's Connell. And that ball is going to die inside the 5-yard line, the 1-yard line. Bob Jerry is over there to down it. And Mike Connell did an outstanding job of putting that ball on the 1-yard line.
I think he had a little tear in his britches. Had to tape it up.
Sperry NFL report is coming up for you. 23-20, the Chargers. 1:27 left. Benershka will kick off. First time we've seen him kick off today.
Field position will be all important for Kansas City.
A low kick coming down. It's going to be handled by Belton. Belton almost didn't get it. Belton hit at the 29-yard line. Horace couldn't find the handle. Pete Shaw hit him. And Kansas City, without any timeouts, will have to operate from their own 29. They have to go 71 yards to score the touch or get within field goal range for Jan Stenerud. They've got Dorsey and Marshall, 80 and 89, the wide receivers. MacArthur Lane, 42, with Tony Reed, 32 in the backfield. Marv Levy looking out at the scene. Mike Livingston is quarterback. But another fine performance for the Chiefs. See if they can tie it up or pull it out. The pass out to Reed. Reed gets up to the 38-yard line.
They got to hurry, hurry, hurry.
Tackle made by Louis Kelcher. A minute, 15 to play. Second down and 1. Livingston going again to Reed. He's out of bounds with a minute and 4 to go. Woodrow low on the coverage. The gain for a first down up to the 47-yard line.
2 perfect plays. A nice screen pass to Tony Reed, then the out pattern to stop the clock. He's playing it perfectly with no timeouts left.
And 4 seconds remaining. Chiefs out of timeouts. Chargers lead at 23-20.
Right now they're shooting for that Charger 30-yard line, Jay.
At right end now for the Chargers, 73. Desjardins replaces Fred Dean. Livingston going and completing it. Tony Reed again. Fumble. Reed got it inside the 45.
Wait a minute.
Kansas City going to keep the football or not?
They're going to give it to Kansas City, I think.
Kansas City has the football, and the Chargers don't like this call. Clock running now with 52 seconds left. The ball down at the 43-yard line.
What a break.
45 seconds to play. Livingston swings it out to Reed. Reed heading downfield, gets to the 35. It's a first down. Tackle made by 55, Bob Horn. 28 seconds to play.
They're within range of Stenerud if he can crank one.
20 seconds to play. The throw to the far sideline, complete to Marshall. Marshall steps out of bounds at the 30-yard line. Jan Stenerud standing along the sidelines.
He kicked it right now, Jay, to be a 48-yard field goal. That's a lot of pressure for Stenerud.
Stenerud's longest this season, 46 yards.
They need a couple more, or one more play before they go for the field goal.
18 seconds remaining. 23-20. The Chargers lead it. Boy, it's been a fine ball game. Here they come with Marshall going right. Dorsey going left. The pass overthrown. Stops the clock with 14 seconds. He was going for Henry Marshall. Marshall cut back down the sideline. The pass went way wide right.
The problem with no timeouts is you cannot throw the ball over the middle where you might get a man open for a 20-yard gain, but then you wouldn't be able to stop the clock and get the field goal off. So they've got to go to the sidelines. The Chargers know that. They'll have everybody and their brother on the sidelines to stop the out pattern. Tough pressure for Kansas City.
Livingston, 15 of 24, 202 yards. They're yelling defense. 45 3,000 watching it with you. 14 seconds to play. The pass goes to MacArthur Lane, and Lane is out of bounds at the 30. No gain on the play. 7 seconds. They got to kick it now.
Got to kick it now, and it's a 48-yarder, Jay.
Jan Stenerud is on.
Now they'll make it a 47. He got 1 yard on that play, so they'll kick it with the snap at the 30. 7 yards back.
It will come from the 37, a 47-yarder. It's on the way. It is good. It hit the bar and bounces over. It hits the bar and bounces over with 2 seconds left to go. Stenerud bounced it through. And we have a tie with 2 seconds left at 23.
Oh, my goodness. Stenerud's done a lot of things, but you only remember what happened today, and he is a superhero right now.
Ricochet romance right over the ball. Officially a 47-yard field goal, his longest of the season. 2 seconds left to play.
Oh, look at Jan. Look at him. He says, I love it, and he loves Jan Stenerud.
7th all-time leading scorer in the National Football League, Don Coryell. Disturbed right now. Jan receiving congratulations.
Look at that smile.
Oh, how many times over these years has he done the job? That one needed a little nudge, hitting the bar and going through.
Steve Odom standing back at his 5. Raphael Septien indicates he's ready to kick it.
He's gone 93 yards for a touchdown run back in his career, and he's been trying all day.
Had a lot of chances. Steve Odom to about the 32, maybe a little further than that. Before Bruce Huther, the last Dallas scoring drive, 6 plays, 47 yards, capped by the 33-yard run from Tony Dorsett. San Diego and Kansas City have gone into overtime. 47-yard field goal by Stenerud tied it up. Baltimore beat Seattle 17-14.
And Burt Jones is hurt again, huh?
Right.
That's bad news. Great quarterback.
Baltimore's record now 5-6. Erdell Middleton, the ball carrier, brought down by Harvey Martin.
Packer offensive line is second-year men, good ones, but they're young, and they are looking at that flex for first time for all of them. I would imagine they don't play very often.
And they're looking at the prospect of being tied by Minnesota after this game is over. The Vikings won over the Chicago Bears 17-14 earlier. So they both will then have records of 7-4. Middleton again. And he ducks underneath and picks up 3 or 4. Charlie Waters made the initial contact. Pat Donovan on the Dallas sideline. I'm out.
I was asking, why don't they ever say hi, Dad? Nobody ever says hi, Dad.
I guess because Mom did the cooking.
That's right. Who sets the table?
Caught by McGeorge. Rich McGeorge, the tight end. For Green Bay, first down. Aaron Kyle, the tackler.
Here's young Sproul.
Jones has a shot at him. Excuse me.
Okay, let's see who makes the big rush. It's too tall, breathing. Good catch by George, whose hands are good, but feet aren't so nifty, huh? He's not really fast for a tight end, would you say?
No. 16-yard gain, however. Lake George has caught 2. Sproul is going to throw again. This time to Lofton, an overthrow. Dennis Thurman on the coverage on Lofton.
Oh, he really squeezed off around this time. Watch this baby explode off that Sproul right arm. He just loads it up. Cole goes by and almost gets it, and Lofton watches it disappear into the night.
That was intended for Bill Walton. Dorsett has gained 149 yards and 23 carries. It'll be 2nd and 10 Packers. Thompson goes in motion. He'll be the draw play with Herdell Middleton, and Cliff Harris was on the blitz and happened to be at the right place at the right time. He got some help from Guy Brown.
Thompson and Lofton, between them, Lofton has been shut out. Thompson has had 1 catch for 11 yards. And they came in as 2 of the most feared young receivers in football.
Packer coaches are really high on those 2 youngsters. But it hasn't been a day. 42-7, the Cowboys lead with just over 10 minutes left to play. Sproul went down under a tremendous rush. Charlie Waters had a chance perhaps to pick it off, and Sproul is down. And it looks like he might stay for a while.
Big argument about how late can you hit the quarterback when he's throwing it. Usually the linemen try to veer off and collect themselves not to hit the quarterback. I did not see this one.
It's like a problem with his left leg.
Take a look at it now. Remember, even when they veer off and try not to hit you in the upper part of the body, one of these big guys comes across your leg and you're looking at the target.
Got caught in between Randy White and Larry Cole. Fed him backwards.
Now, 2 seconds left. And Andrusichin to kick off. At the 30-yard line, it is fielded, but we're out of time. And we're going to be going to overtime here. It's the 2nd overtime game of the afternoon. Earlier, the Washington Redskins defeated the Giants in overtime by 3 points. And now we're going to have overtime here.
Here's Scott Bull on 1st down. Complete to Bobby Farrell. And Farrell has the ball stripped loose. And I believe St. Louis has it. They do. The Cardinals have recovered.
St. Louis definitely has possession. He caught the ball. It was jarred loose.
Tim Carney's got it.
Yep.
Ken Green was the guy that hit him, and then Tim Carney came up with it.
Watch it. A play-action pass from the I formation. Makes the fake with his hand. Throws the ball out into the right flat. You see Dawson coming in, getting an angle. There you see Farrell making the catch. Loses the ball. And Carney recovers.
So from the 38, the Cardinals get a new line. 6:45 left in this game. Hart to Wayne Morris. And about 6 red shirts get a shot at him and eventually get him.
He still has to throw the ball some. He hasn't done that much at all. He hasn't had very good field position, but it's not bad here. And I still think he can throw in front of the defensive cornerback, Robertson, anytime he wants to, and especially on 1st down.
So his forward progress will go to the 36-yard line, where he lost actually a yard, maybe 2 on the play. 2nd down. Let's make it 11 yards to go. They're bringing in a 5th defensive back as Jimmy Webb comes out of the forward wall. Gray, Tilley, the wide receivers. Cardinals got pretty conservative here in the 2nd half.
Yes, they have. Here he comes.
2nd down, 11. Hart to Gray. And Mel Gray makes a big catch, and he just won't go down. He weighs all of 170 pounds. They can't get him down.
And the other thing is, you know, they were fighting desperately to jar that ball loose, but he maintained possession of that in good shape. And the Cardinals have possession 1st and 10. Bob Jury made the tackle, number 26. But it was nothing more than a curl pattern inside. Good protection. Jim Hart throws it right on the money. He's in the open area. There were 5 defensive backs in the game. There you see Jury, number 26, tackling high, and the rest of the people trying to jar the ball loose. Danny Buns specifically, number 57.
You can see Hart has thrown the ball 35 times, most of that, though, in the first half. 21 of them. And there's a give to Otis to the 45-yard line. Joe Harris making the stop. So a pickup of 3. It'll bring up 2nd down and 7. And that was a big completion as the time, as you can see, starting to get down to a critical stage.
Yes, very definitely. And it becomes, you know, the time becomes an ally for the St. Louis team. And as a result, that was a very big play. Good reception by Mel Gray.
Jim Otis comes back out. Steve Jones is in the backfield with Wayne Morris. It has not been easy. It was 16-3, and all of a sudden, 49ers climbed within 6. Here's Steve Jones. And Jones to the 40-yard line. Dan Buns, the fine rookie middle linebacker, making the tackle. We have another overtime game today. Kansas City and San Diego. After regulation, all tied up 23-all. Earlier today, Washington in overtime won a game.
You know, it's amazing. I think the Kansas City Chiefs have won their last 5 games in San Diego, but San Diego has won their last 5 games in Kansas City. So it's really been a wild encounter between these 2 teams the last 5 years.
3rd down, 2 yards to go. Mel Gray goes in motion. Hart's going to throw. Here's Gray. Mel Gray. He went in motion, circle clear back over. He ran a long ways on that play.
Yes, he did, and he had a chance to make the catch. He ran right away from the defensive back, but it was just a little bit too low. Play action pass on short yardage. There he's got plenty of time. Throws into the post to Mel Gray. Eddie Lewis is in pursuit, but he has to reach out a little bit too far, and it's a little low, and as a result, he couldn't hang on to the football.
So it's a 4th down, and Ward will have to kick. 49ers still have time remaining, 4:27.
That was a good call. You know, during the course of the game, you're in a 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2 about just 3 times in the game, and it's good to take advantage of that situation for the big play.
Wood hits it, and they're going to have good field position as the Cardinals covered very well. The ball will be about the 10-yard line. So 90 yards away, San Francisco trailing by 6.
We're going to have the toss of the coin. Fred Wyatt, the referee. We are going to overtime, or as our old friend Kurt Gowdy would say, sudden victory.
Sudden victory.
Fred Wyatt setting things straight.
Remember the AFL playoff where a Kansas City captain chose to kick off? I know the Kansas City fans will remember. I won't mention any names.
There is the toss of the coin. The Chiefs.
Got it.
They want the ball. You heard them say it. The Chiefs win the toss, and they want the ball.
We want that ball. I heard it.
It was 6-0. San Diego at the end of the first period. 13-6, San Diego at half. 20-13, San Diego at the end of 3. And we're tied at 23-all. At the end of regulation play, the score 23-23. We'll return with sudden death action in a moment, right after these messages from your local station.
Well, you can see the wind, and you can see the rain that continues to fall here in Candlestick Park. The 49ers have the ball at their own 10-yard line. 4 minutes, 18 seconds left. The 49ers still with a chance because the Cardinals missed that point after attempt early in the game, which left the door open for San Francisco, who trails by 6. Kenny Harrison, Freddie Sullivan, the wide receivers. Scott Bull has done a very creditable job at quarterback. He's going deep to Kenny Harrison. Carl Allen. Allen up to bat it down. That play took a long time to develop.
It's hard to keep it up there that long and not have a defensive back respond to the ball as it was in flight like it was. It was up there a long time, almost like a punt.
Mike Dawson came through and dumped Scott Bull just about the time he released the football. So it's going to bring up 2nd and 10 from the 10-yard line. Say that Carl Allen, he had one of those earlier he misjudged, and that one wasn't far from getting over his head. Allen, like Robertson, has really had a busy afternoon as both teams have gone right at those respective corners.
See if he rolls out this time to his right.
He's got McAfee, and the big tight end shows some good hands on that play. First down to the 32-yard line. Ken Stone made the tackle.
That time they doubled the outside receivers. He threw this one from the pocket. You see Dawson spinning off the block, and he throws the ball right down the middle to Ken McAfee, and he's a big bruising tight end, and he's got excellent hands.
That's his second catch. There's a final Baltimore over Seattle, 17-14. Scott Bull. This is McAfee again, and all of a sudden a big tight end has become a primary target.
He made a good adjustment on that. Now he rolled out to the right, and the tight end has been going out to the right. That time, instead of going to the right, he curled into the inside away from the traffic. They overran his position, and as a result, he was wide open in the middle. There you see Scott Bull reading it well. McAfee making a leaping catch, and good for another first down. A beautiful play by Ken McAfee, the rookie tight end from the University of Notre Dame.
Ken Green made the stop. It's another first down to the 46, and the 49ers with 2:55. Coming up next, Dallas, Green Bay. We'll shift there immediately following the conclusion of this one. Ball back. Broke it up. Mike Dawson. Dawson up and batting it down. Well, you know, there was a big game between Green Bay and Dallas today, and I think this is going to surprise a lot of people. Dallas leading in that game 42-7 over Green Bay. The Packers went in there with a 7-3 record. So from the 46-yard line, 2nd and 10. 2:43, still a lot of time, and Scott Bull has shown the ability to come up with a big play today. There's his stats. That's the rollout that he likes. And he's hit hard. Boy, he really took a shot at the 50-yard line. Niels and Bell over there. That quarterback's fair game in those situations.
Yeah, but he's a gutsy quarterback. He's done a lot of... Watch this hit now. He jumps over the top, and he finally gets a shoulder right on the sideline. But he responds well. He's back, ready to go back in the ball game and gets another play.
I would
assume,
the coaching staff. You know, Hank, I would assume this young man's earned another starting assignment. He has given him some hope, I would think, at that quarterback spot.
Oh, no question about it. And he played in the final game against us a couple of years ago, and we thought he was very impressive.
Third down, 6 yards to go. Bull is 10 of 24 in this game, 184 yards. And Steve Niels hits him. Steve Niels, the linebacker, came up, wrapped him up. Big play. And the loss will be back inside the 45-yard line.
That's the one way to stop the rollout, is to blitz the linebacker on the outside. That time Niels does blitz, and before he's ready to throw the ball, he gets to the quarterback and jars the ball loose and almost recovered it. But the 49ers now have to punt with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game.
That's the 6th sack of the afternoon for the Cardinals. As on 4th down and 13 yards to go, Connell will kick. 2:10 as we approach the 2-minute warning. Fair catch called for by Harrell. Whoa. That one almost got away from him. And at the 24-yard line, the Cardinals have the football, and the 2-minute warning is being executed at Candlestick Park. So the Cardinals still protecting that 6-point lead, 16-10. We'll be back with the final 2 minutes in a moment.
Don Coryell on the right. The two coaches, we've played a full football game, and we're going to start even at 23. The Kansas City Chiefs trying to win their 7th consecutive game, Mike Hafner, here in San Diego. The Chiefs 4-6 on the year, 3-3 under Don Coryell. Felt they had to win here today to have any shot at the playoffs. The Chiefs, of course, this would be some win for them. Even though they're 2-8, it would be a very meaningful victory.
Meaningful is the right word. The last 3 weeks, they've only won once, but they played excellent football against a couple of very great teams. Oakland, Cleveland.
Pittsburgh, they played pretty well against
played
for a
pretty
while.
well, too. Marv Levy. Oh, the rebuilding program is working in Kansas City, and the fans love it.
Can't get over the job that Mitchell did in the first half here for San Diego, and Morgado did in the second half for Kansas City. Cliff Olander is going to kick off when we start the overtime period. Kansas City has won the toss. Eddie Payton is the deep back. Here we go. It is Eddie Payton at the 5, at the 15, the 20, out to the 25-yard line. Payton. Pete Shaw, 44 on the tackle.
The momentum is on the side of Kansas City as they won the toss and tied it up on a last-second field goal. Eddie Payton looking for a way to go and runs right into his own man Lindstrom, and that cost him maybe an extra break or a couple extra yards.
This is Jay Randolph with Mike Hafner. We're in overtime. Score tied 23-all. Arnold Morgado out to the 28-yard line. 51, Woodrow Lowe on the tackle, the right linebacker. Lowe out of Alabama.
Kansas City has the right offense for an overtime game. They play good control football. They don't make many mistakes, and that is the key in overtime. You must execute.
2nd down and 7. Morgado again gets outside at the 35, out to the 40, the 41-yard line, a first down for the Chiefs. Arnold Morgado running that football. Glenn Edwards made the tackle.
Morgado has been the man ever since the start of the second half. There's Tom Congdon, number 65, with an excellent block again. And Morgado's got a pasture to run through, lots of room, and he has fired this Chief club up.
13 minutes and 50 seconds to play. Overtime, 23-all. Chargers and Chiefs. First down from the 41. Morgado again. Gets 2 yards. Hard-earned yards. Louis Kelcher hanging on to him.
You don't beat Kelcher every time. And again, they're setting up that wing T offense and trying to stuff it right down San Diego's throat.
Let's call it a gain of 1 yard to the 42. Second down and 9. This is McKnight. McKnight getting it to the 45-yard line. Jay Randolph and Mike Hafner, San Diego Stadium, the Shadows, the score 23-all in overtime. 12 minutes, 50 seconds to play in the overtime period. It's going to be 3rd down and 6 coming for Kansas City. They won the toss in this overtime period. They have MacArthur Lane now in the backfield and another wide receiver, Larry Dorsey, in there as they go to the pro set. Mike Livingston, the quarterback. Livingston complete. Up at the 42-yard line to MacArthur Lane, a first down, and the drive stays alive.
Mac Lane hasn't done anything all day, but he is the leading pass receiver out of the backfield for the Chiefs, and he did it. Great catch.
Al Stringert made the tackle. Lane and Dorsey go out, and they go back to the wing T with Reed, 32, Morgado, 21, and McKnight, 22. We are in overtime here, 23-all. They've turned the lights on here in San Diego. That's McKnight in motion. Morgado Morgado to the 40-yard line and down to the 39. If you've just joined us, Morgado has just had a tremendous afternoon. He picked his ball club up in the second half and has really done a job. It's going to be 2nd down and 3. We're going to do some scores for you. Houston defeated New England. Washington in overtime, 16-13 over the Giants. 2nd down and 3. Morgado close to the first down. I don't think he got it. Fred Dean, 71, wrapped him up for the Chargers. Philadelphia beating the Jets, 17-9. Miami, 1-point victory over Buffalo.
Bills playing well.
Delvin Williams had a big day. Tampa Bay losing to Detroit. Denver, a big win for them, 19-7 at Cleveland. Minnesota, 17-14 over Chicago. Atlanta beat New Orleans, 20-17. Here is 3rd and 1. Morgado now with 101 yards in this game. McKnight in motion. Morgado gets the call. I think he got the first down. We're going to wait till they unravel it.
And out to Morgado.
Gary Big Hands Johnson, the right tackle, in there to make the stop.
Where they put it down counts, Jay. He may be a little short.
It is very, very close. Marv Levy yelling out. Levy, who was an assistant under George Allen. Here comes the measurement. 10 minutes and 37 seconds remaining in overtime.
Just short.
There it comes. It is just about 1 foot. Just about a foot.
Oh, you go for it here every day of the week. No decision whatsoever. To make this first down here, it might push San Diego right over the edge.
4 linebackers in there now for the Chargers. 4th and about a foot at the 37-yard line. Everybody up for the Chargers. Morgado behind the quarterback. Morgado gets the call. Let's see where they put it down. Let's see where they put it down.
They're going to give him the first down. It was a great second effort. He dove backwards, I think.
Morgado stopped by number 71, Fred Dean.
San Diego, they'll be bringing in the change. This is Jay Randolph along with Mike Hafner. The Chiefs and the Chargers, 23 all. We're in overtime with 10:15 to play, and we have just had Morgado try to get a first down. Did he get it? Morgado, with over 100 yards in this game, got the first down, and the Chargers keep moving with his football.
What a day for Arnold Morgado. He took over in the second half after Lydell Mitchell had dominated the game. There he is, the Hawaii Rainbow, number 21, and he has been the man. That's all there is to it.
If you're joining us, it was 6-0 San Diego at the end of the first, 13-6 San Diego at halftime, 20-13 San Diego at the end of 3, tied 23 all at the end of regulation play. 1st and 10 at the 36-yard line. Play action pass over the middle, complete. McKnight. McKnight is inside the 30, down to the 27-yard line. McKnight had only caught 2 passes coming into today's game. We're going to pause briefly now for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
WDAF TV for Kansas City.
With Mike Hafner, Jay Randolph in San Diego. Sudden victory or sudden death, depending on your point of view. Overtime, 9 minutes and 25 seconds to play. 2nd down and 2 at the 28. Morgado down to the 25, to the 24. Woodrow Lowe, number 51, the right side linebacker, wrapping him up.
John Stenerud with 7 seconds left to go in the game. Put this into overtime, and they're well within his range now. Well within it.
The Chargers 4-6 on the year. There's the man whose field goal from 47 yards out bounced over the bar to tie this game at 23, the veteran Jan Stenerud.
His longest of the year, and it came at the right time.
8 minutes and 40 seconds left to play in overtime. 1st and 10 at the 23. McKnight cuts it in at the 20, down to the 15-yard line. And the Chiefs are just running right at the Chargers. Glenn Edwards made the stop. Because of the length of today's football game, the wonderful world of Disney will be seen immediately following this telecast over most of these NBC stations. And we want to apologize right after you see this.
Look at Ted McKnight. He knows that they got a shot. They got a shot to put this thing away. That was a slashing run down to the 15-yard line.
And we'll apologize because of the length of this game. There will be no Sperry NFL report. And here's Morgado inside the 15, got to the 14-yard line. The middle linebacker, Bob Horn, stopped him about a yard shy of the first down. Don Good is also there. Lydell Mitchell had over 100 yards in this ball game. Morgado's had over 100. There's Don Coryell, 54 years old. There is Marv Levy, the new coach of the Chiefs. There is Jan Stenerud, who tied it. Now Tony Samuels, 81, is in for the Chiefs. They'll have a double tight end set. 4 linebackers in for the Chargers. Everybody up. 3rd down, 1. McKnight in motion. Morgado again. I don't know. Fumble! Morgado fumble! The Chiefs have it. Mike Fuller. The strong safety comes up with it. And just when it looked like the Chiefs were going to move in, they had it going their way. Morgado, the hero in this second half, coughed it up.
Boy, that's when the wind comes right out of your sails. This game is not over yet.
No, it's not over. No question about that.
Field position is definitely in favor of the Chiefs, but oh, how do you get the adrenaline pumping again when you cough one up with victory right in the palm of your hand?
That is quarterback Dennis Sproul, the rookie from Arizona State, that's being carried off the field. He got caught in a Cowboy pass rush between Randy White and Larry Cole.
It looks like it's the left leg, and the young man from Hacienda Heights, California is where his folks are. He's being taken care of.
And being carried right now to the Packer locker room. In obvious pain. David Beverly, the Green Bay kicker, angling for the sideline, and Packers get the ball downed by Walter Tullis inside the Dallas 5-yard line. Remind you again that 60 minutes will be seen in its entirety after this game, immediately following. It will be seen at its regular time, 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. Pacific time. But you'll see the whole show wherever you are. Dallas huddling in their own end zone. They lead already 42-7. Line of scrimmage is their own 5. Alois Blackwell and Scott Laidlaw are now the Dallas running backs, and that's Laidlaw. Haven't seen much of him this year, except on special teams. Mike Douglas made the tackle.
Laidlaw helped save the St. Louis game that was tough for a while, remember, by knocking the ball out of the end zone for a safety instead when the block punt took place. Stanford fella.
Instead of a touchdown, it was a safety. Very alert play by that young man. A 6-yard pickup on that play. The information we have on Sproul is that they are x-raying his lower left leg. 2nd and 4. Alois Blackwell, the deep back, will get this carry. The man from Houston swings to the outside and has a Dallas first down. A little speed there, too.
He never got off course. He just went straight to whatever that carried him to, which was the secondary, and runs hard. Direct toss. Laidlaw out in front, gets a good block on Luke. Pretty good run.
Tom Randall Number 60 for Dallas, also getting a little playing time now. The rookie guard from Iowa State. 6'5" and 245. Cowboys lead 42-7. Laidlaw bangs up for about 9, a fumble, and the Cowboys have it back. Tony Dorsett wound up with 149 yards and 23 carries. Robert Newhouse 101 yards and 18 carries. And now the backup boys are doing the work. Dallas plays Washington on Thanksgiving Day. That might settle who is the NFC Eastern Division champion. There's Robert Newhouse. Happy days.
101 yards rushing.
And Sunday after Thanksgiving, the Packers play Minnesota at Green Bay. Lois Blackwell drops it. Looks like Green Bay might have it. They do. The pitch was good. Blackwell just took his eyes off it. Steve Luke made the recovery.
Well, Blackwell only had 2 rushes coming in and Laidlaw 8, so they really haven't seen a lot of action. And fumble recovery has been a pretty strong Green Bay activity. That's number 17 for the year.
And here is big Bobby Douglas. We'll get the play action.
He doesn't even have to wear shoulder pads. In fact, it doesn't look like he has any pads on.
235-pound, 6'5" quarterback, Bobby Douglas.
Talk about a strong person physically.
10-year veteran from Kansas. Of course, played with the Bears previously. Starts Thompson in motion. Hands back to Colbert. Ball is at the Dallas 18, but the Cowboys have this one locked up. They lead 42-7 with 7:45 left to play.
Remember the early days when he was with Chicago, they put the big rush on, and people like Carl Eller and all had a heck of a time handling this big quarterback.
They couldn't get him down. They might get him out of bounds, but he just ran over everybody. Still lives in Chicago. Harris on a blitz. Bobby Douglas hits Steve Odom. Steve Odom hits the end zone.
Watch Douglas stay in against the safety blitz. Harris comes right up the middle, and Douglas just stands there and throws dart. That's a corpse.
Odom gives the juke to Thurman.
That's the first pass that Bobby Douglas has thrown this year that's for a touchdown. That might be a record.
He'll stay in to hold for Chester Marco. Well, the Packer offensive lineman moved. The extra point is good, but they'll bring it back.
That was Bobby Douglas' first pass attempt this year. His first touchdown.
The announcement that Tom Brookshire gave you just a minute ago was just given to the crowd about Bobby Douglas.
I interviewed him once after he had thrown a touchdown pass to beat Cleveland, and he said, well, I wasn't trying to hit Farmer. I was trying to hit the other receiver. I just hit the wrong guy. He's a very honest fellow.
Chester Marco, who hit that extra point out of the hold of Bobby Douglas, will have to try again. Successfully. Cowboys.
Dan Fouts is asking for quiet. The quarterback hands it off to Lydell Mitchell. And Mitchell slants out over the 20-yard line to the 21. Clarence Sanders, number 50. Whitney Paul, 53, making the tackle. Lydell Mitchell, who came from Baltimore. Joe Washington going to the Colts.
Stick again. And look at that fumble. Morgado trying to get the first down.
5 yards, second down.
The ball is knocked out by number 71, Fred Dean.
Some people will wonder, maybe they should have kicked the field goal down there.
Nah, you hold on to that ball, make sure.
They coughed it up and have given the Chargers a chance. 6:45 to play in overtime. 23 all. Bounce straight back over the middle, and it is complete. Bob Klein, the tight end.
That's complete. Number 84.
Klein gets the first down at the 28-yard line. Clarence Sanders on the tackle. You don't think they should have considered kicking the field goal?
3rd down and 1. Why not try for the first down? You got plenty of time left. Hindsight's 20/20. If you'd have kicked the field goal, it'd have been over with. You're right.
1st and 10 at the 29-yard line for the Chargers. Give to the second man through Lydell Mitchell. Might have lost a half a yard. Leading the way for Kansas City. Thomas Howard, 52. Don Parrish, 61. 75, Sylvester Hicks.
If you look at that field goal situation, the head coach and all of his coaches talk about it on the sideline. If they miss the field goal, then you give incentive to San Diego. If you make the first down and keep driving until you're forced into the field goal, then there's not so much turn of momentum.
Denver won today. Oakland plays tomorrow. The Chargers felt they had to win this game to have any shot at the playoffs. The pass complete to John Jefferson. Jefferson at the 45-yard line, a first down for the Chargers. Tackle made by the veteran Emmett Thomas playing the corner.
And time becomes a big factor now.
5 minutes and 5 seconds to play. The Chiefs may be hurting a little bit in the secondary, although it's a bit amazing to both of us that the Chargers have not thrown more often today with the injuries to Gary Green and Tim Gray.
They've got problems back there, but Fouts hasn't put it up that often.
Lydell Mitchell to midfield and into Kansas City territory near the 49-yard line. Gary Spaney makes the stop. Mitchell now 26 carries, 126 yards.
What an afternoon for Lydell. Number 26, he's proven he's one of the best.
Fouts is 9 out of 12 for 136. We're in overtime here in San Diego. 4:20 to play. Score tied at 23. 2nd down and 4. Lydell Mitchell close to a first down at the 45-yard line. Don Parrish on the tackle. Ted Bergmeyer also in there. 43,000 came through the turnstiles. Most of them have stayed.
They're going to measure, and I'm going to give them a first down by 1.5 inches.
Referee Fred Wine and his crew taking a look at it. First down. 4 minutes to play in overtime.
And if you don't score in overtime, it ends in a tie. We don't keep playing.
Banershka, we have to go back to him, the kicker for the Chargers. There he is, bothered by an intestinal infection. Missed an extra point in the first period.
That's why we're here.
San Diego with 19 first downs. Kansas City has 22. 1st and 10 at the 45. Fouts over the middle, overthrows John Jefferson, who was in the clear. Jefferson between the seam at the 35 could have gotten some yardage down near, I would say, the 25 had he been able to hold on, but the ball was thrown too tall. Clock stopped with 3:37 to play.
Number 52, Thomas Howard, the linebacker, got in the way of Jefferson, made him adjust his route, and therefore the throw wasn't in the right spot.
We play only one overtime. That's all there is. If nobody scores, it would end 23 all.
That's all there is.
Here's Fouts on 2nd and 10. Throwing for Charlie Joyner. Ball might have been tipped. It looked like somebody might have got a hand on it. Joyner couldn't get to it. Let's see if it was tipped.
Don
Coryell will be watching this pass play. Let's see if the ball is tipped. Bounce had Charlie Joyner on an inside move. I just think he threw it down and away.
I don't think it was tipped.
No reaction.
On the flight it was. In the line of scrimmage, possibly. There's Coryell. What a great career he had here at San Diego State. Now coaching the San Diego Chargers.
Right where he wanted to be all the time, huh?
3rd and 10.
Big down.
Bounce complete to Bob Klein, the tight end. I don't know if he's got the first down. I think he's just short. Weak safety Gary Barbaro on the tackle, and it looks like it's going to be 4th and about half a yard.
They can't kick a field goal, Jay. They're not close enough. They got to go for it. Oh, we're down to right down to the bottom line.
Clock is running with 3:05 left. In an overtime, both clubs get 2 timeouts. There you see a gutty catch by Klein.
And a great tackle by Gary Barbaro to keep him from getting that first down.
Triple tight end set. Bauer and Matthews in the backfield. And it is Bauer. First down, Bauer. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to go.
Hank Bauer.
The Chargers say they've got the first down. And there is a penalty going against Kansas City. A personal foul has been indicated against the Chiefs. Benershka taking off his jersey in case he has to go.
Piling on number 26. Defense, first down.
A flagrant foul call against Gary Barbaro. First down. The ball is inside the 20. Jay Randolph and Mike Hafner with you from San Diego. 23 all. We're in overtime. 2:45 to play. Bounce quarterbacking the Chargers. Lydell Mitchell. Spinning out. Fumbles the ball. Kansas City recovers. At the 5-yard line. Number 52, Thomas Howard with the football. Well, let's look at it again.
Here we go. Lydell Mitchell almost breaks it out. Tremendous second effort, running inside, turning. Now he tries to make the great move. And it was Emmett Thomas who ripped the ball out of his hands. And then Howard makes the recovery.
The 2 heroes rushing the ball, Mitchell and Morgado, both fumbling when it looked like their teams were driving to score here in overtime.
You know, Gary, this is the first time it's rained in San Francisco in 3 months.
Must be your fault. You brought it with you.
It had to rain because I didn't bring a coat.
That's right. Here's Wood kicking, and that ball is going to go dead at about the 15-yard line. So 16 seconds left. The last gasp effort now by the 49ers. Ken Green covering the ball. It's one of those plays you just hit him down the field and toss it up for grabs, right?
That's right. It's the only way you can survive it, and it happens so many times. It's just unbelievable.
Did you see the play earlier today?
Yes.
How New Orleans lost to Atlanta.
They threw it up for grabs, threw it up against the wall, and you hope if you throw it up there enough, something's going to stick. And that's what happened on that last play. And, of course, Atlanta won the game 20-17.
Solomon, Harrison, the wide receivers. Scott Bull throwing. He just got rid of that one. As Solomon covered by Carl Allen and Ken Green, and 11 ticks left on the clock. There's O'Connor giving the play to his wide receiver, Coach Bud Wilkinson, and he's 11 seconds away from his 3rd straight win. Hasn't been easy, but it's sure nice winning. That salves a lot of wounds.
Yeah, I know, and nobody really fully understands how tough it is to win in this league. And Bud should feel mighty proud of the fact that they've come back and win 3 games in a row after losing 8 straight.
From the 15-yard line, 2nd and 10. This is Solomon, and he dropped yet another one. Boy, he has had some afternoon to forget about.
You know, the one thing about Solomon, you know, he's been trying to catch the ball in his arms rather than in his hands. He's done it on all 4 occasions, and on all 4 occasions, really has dropped the football. But he's not catching it with his hands at all. You see, I think he's desperately trying frantically to make the catch, and as a result, he's trying too hard and is not using his hands at all, but trying to use his body and his arms to make the catch, and hasn't succeeded in doing a good job.
He's got to be psyched out now.
Oh, it's tough when you have that kind of a day.
It's like a guy playing shortstop. He makes that error, and then the next ground ball, he gets to doubting himself.
Well, that's the one thing about being a pro. You can't worry about the last one you missed. You got to come back strong and catch the next one, and I'm sure that's been a problem with Freddie Solomon.
Well, this is probably the last play of this football game. Ball gets it off to McAfee. Well, we're going to have no time remaining. That's it. So it's all over from Candlestick Park. And there's Coach Bud Wilkinson, and he's happy, as they have won their 3rd straight game. They now move to 3-8 on the year, and next week they go to the nation's capital to meet the Washington Redskins, and they have lost to the Redskins 5 straight times, and I would imagine that'll be quite a football game. Well, our thanks to our producer William C. Barnes, our director Bob Dunphy, our associate producer Wally Miller, and our manager of field operations Brooks Graham. Jay Fairman, our technical director. Audio, Dick Oldacre and Mark Radulovich. Thank you, gentlemen, for your help here today. The St. Louis Cardinals defeating the San Francisco 49ers 16-10. This is Gary Bender saying so long for Hank Stram, where once again it was 16-10 St. Louis. Now let's go to Milwaukee's County Stadium for the conclusion of the Dallas-Green Bay game.
Ahead and looking for more. Ball at the 25. Scott Laidlaw had a little collision with Danny White. Paul Rudzinski again made the tackle. Those of you who've been watching St. Louis and San Francisco and the Cardinal victory over the 49ers, welcome to Milwaukee County Stadium, where Dallas leads Green Bay 42-14 with 3:22 left to play. Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire.
I think everybody thought it would be very close, or this could possibly have happened.
That is Larry Brinson, the ball carrier, number 36, that's herded backwards. Willie Buchanan led that charge. Robert Barber held out there. Just over 2 minutes left in overtime in San Diego. Kansas City has recovered a Charger fumble at its own 10-yard line, with that score tied 23-23. Again in overtime. 60 minutes immediately following the game. Don't forget that. It'll be seen at its regular time on the West Coast. 7 o'clock.
The team, of course, is rather safer and Mike Wallace, right?
Good team. Third and 18. The Packer got back. Alois Blackwell. Robert Steele in a little slugging match on the far side of the field with Willie Buchanan. Flag goes down over there. Robert Steele claps his hands, and like the penalty's going to be against Green Bay.
Well, Big Butler jumped across offsides and then got back, and just as he was trying to get back, they ran that draw inside of him, and he didn't have much control of his body at that time.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 28 defense, half the distance to the goal line, first down.
Told you it was a secondary man, Willie Buchanan.
2:10 left to play, and Dallas with a first down. Ball at the 5. It'll be first and goal.
You know what? They always started with the biggest guy on the other team, too. Somebody that's about 6'7", 280.
Not in this case. Robert Steele is rather frail looking. 6'4" and 196.
That's true. That might have been a pretty good square off.
At least he used good judgment. The guy he picked on. Lois Blackwell and Larry Brinson are the running backs, and that's Blackwell. Good second effort. He gets down to about the 3. Steve Luke led the defense.
That's something we're talking about, 196 pounds. Rocky Marciano never weighed 190 when he was champion. We forget how big these people are today.
Sometimes you do, don't you? They say Robert Steele has the best hands on the team, and he doesn't even play.
2:38 to play, and the Kansas City Chiefs have the ball. 1st and 10 at the 4-yard line. 11-yard line. Bob Horn, the linebacker, 55, made the tackle. This game was tied on a 47-yard field goal by Jan Stenerud that bounced over the bar. We're in overtime. MacArthur Lane talking with Coach Marv Levy. Bob Horn is shaken up. The fine middle linebacker for the Chargers. 2 minutes and 17 seconds left to go. It's going to be 2nd down and 4 for Kansas City.
I'll point out to the fans at home, each team gets 2 timeouts in the overtime session. Remember, the Chiefs had none at the end of the game, so they still have their 2 timeouts remaining. This is the craziest game I've ever seen. 2 chances to win it, and we're still tied.
This has been a stem winder, I'll tell you. Jim Laslovic, number 54, will take over at middle linebacker for Bob Horn. Don Coryell looks out at the scene. His Chargers were driving moments ago till Mitchell coughed up the ball. Horace Belton in the backfield now. Morgado stopped short of the 1st down at the 12-yard line by Fred Dean. And now it's going to be 3rd down and 2.
There is a timeout on the field, and it's for the 2-minute warning in the overtime. Well, it's 1:58 to go, but they called the 2-minute warning.
That's right. Mike Livingston talking it over. Marv Levy there. His clubs have played real good football the last few weeks. That's Joe Spencer, the offensive line coach, there with him.
Used to coach me up in Canada.
We're going to take a timeout as the 2-minute warning has been given here in overtime with the score at 23-all. There's Lydell Mitchell, who moments ago coughed up the football when the Chargers appeared to be in a position to go ahead and win it in overtime.
And Kansas City can't sit on the ball, Jay. They got to go try to win it.
3rd down and 3. Livingston rolling out, in trouble. Livingston down at the 6-yard line, fumbled, but he was out of bounds. Fred Dean did a job on him. Louis Kelcher, too.
You think there's going to be some pressure on Zenon Andrushesin to get off a long kick? A good return could put the Chargers in position.
Leroy Jones on that play. He was the man that actually made the contact, and he's hurting a little bit. Now, Andrushesin will have to punt from deep in his own end zone. Fuller and Shaw are back. Andrushesin gets it away. This is Fuller down at the 38-yard line. 1:43 to go, and the Chargers still have a golden opportunity here.
They're only 8 yards out of field goal range. They need 1 first down, and they're within Bernershka's range.
Fuller stopped by number 48, Ken Hartmeyer.
Dan Fouts returns at quarterback.
For number 17, Andrushesin.
The 38-yard line of the Chiefs, the Chargers. Lydell Mitchell going in motion. Fouts steps up and throws, complete at the 30-yard line. Pass going to John Jefferson again when he really needs his bread and butter man. It's Jefferson. Thomas on the tackle. No huddle. Clock running with 1:20 to go. Throw to the far sideline, incomplete. He was out of bounds. John Jefferson Jefferson was out of bounds when he took it.
And isn't it amazing? They go to a rookie wide receiver in the tough situations. This guy's like a 5-year veteran in his first year.
Banershka loosening up. A minute and 18 seconds to play in overtime. Both teams with 2 timeouts remaining. The score tied 23 all. Bounce 11 out of 16, 153 yards. Third down. 2. Handoff going to Hank Bauer. Bauer appears to have the first down. Tackle made by Lindstrom, 71 for the Chiefs.
And off number 37, Hank Bauer.
They had the triple tight end alignment in there. They get the first down and call a timeout. 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining. The Chargers with a timeout call. That leaves them 1 left. A first down at the 28-yard line.
They won't mess around now. They're in makeable field goal range. 4 or 5 or 6 yards on a run is all they need. They won't want to put the ball up, I don't think, in this situation.
I wonder, though, if Don Coryell and his staff are questioning the ability of Banershka in that weakened condition, which we've talked about. Lost 15 pounds. The infection. It's been tough. There's the measurement. Academic.
Gain of 3 yards.
Banershka kicked a 28-yard field goal with 1:27 left. And then Stenerud countered with a 47-yarder that bounced over the bar with 2 seconds left. That took us into overtime. Both clubs have had excellent drives. Morgado coughed it up for the Chiefs. Lydell Mitchell coughed it up for San Diego. The first downs are even, 22 apiece. The score is 23 all.
You know, Lydell Mitchell still hasn't caught a pass. If they put one up, they got to give it to him.
They have not thrown to Mitchell, who had caught 38 coming into today. Bounce. Just did get it away, and it's complete. John Jefferson again. Coverage by Gary Barbaro. Excellent job by Fouts. He just did get that ball away.
A lot of pressure with the linebacker blitzing on him. Drilled it right to the rookie Jefferson. What a first-round draft choice that kid is.
50 seconds to play. First down at the 15-yard line. Fouts throwing. Almost intercepted. Gary Barbaro almost picked it off. It was intended for Joyner, and Barbaro came so close.
Why did he throw the football there? I think that was a bad choice. You want to control the football in an easy field goal range. You almost got it picked off. Oh.
At the 15, second down, 10. 42 seconds left to play.
Well, about to have mass cardiac arrest with that interception almost.
Both 2 coaches. Quite an afternoon of football. Mitchell in motion. Fouts giving. And that is Woods. Not much there, maybe a yard. Gary Spaney, the linebacker, 58 on the 59, and they're on the tackle. 30 seconds to play. 1 timeout remaining. They may let it go down here.
That's what they'll do.
Call a timeout and kick it.
They'll run it right down to 5 seconds, somewhere around there.
15 seconds on the clock.
Oh, he's going to run one more play.
10 seconds. 8 seconds. 4 seconds. He better hurry. He throws, and it is a touchdown!
With no time left, Jay.
Touchdown to John Jefferson, and they were out of time. They could not have had time to kick the field goal.
Unbelievable.
Well, I'm sure there'll be some. In fact, I'm looking at Don Coryell, and he's saying, what in the world were we doing? But they get the touchdown and win this overtime game, 29-23. If a catch is not made, it ends in a tie.
Strange final play, Jay Randolph. Very strange, but a win.
He would not have had the opportunity to send Benershka on to kick the field goal, and San Diego wins a weird one and keeps their playoff hopes alive. Final score in overtime, 29-23, the Chargers. For Mike Havner, Jay Randolph, stay tuned for the wonderful world of Disney over most of these stations after these messages.
Second and goal at the 5 for Dallas. The Cowboys already lead 42-14. They entertain New Orleans next week.
Just looking through the glass, Gary Knaufel, a former Packer receiver, is working in the booth next to us, and we played against one another here in 1958. Now, that's a long time ago.
20 years.
It was a great offensive game. I think it was like 3-2 or something like that. Hank Aaron was then playing the outfield up here.
Reasonably good. At the 5, it's second down as Brinson shifts back. He'll block for Blackwell. Lois gets down to about the 3. Terry Jones, number 63, was the first. Here's the Cowboys. You get a chance to look at some of their reserves. Andy Frederick is one tackle. They're still shuttling guards, Rafferty and Burton Wallace. Donovan is still playing.
Is this the most points the Cowboys have scored for a while?
Tom Randall is one of the offensive guards. I think it is. So Steele in motion, and Brinson stayed ahead. He will not get in. Rudzinski. These programs will be seen in their entirety this evening. 60 minutes whenever this game is over, followed by The Word and then by Dallas. And on the West Coast, again, you'll see all in their entirety, beginning at the regular time on the Pacific Coast at 7 o'clock. Bob Daly has been our very astute director today for this broadcast, and the producer, also very astute, Perry Smith.
It's the all-time Dallas rushing record for a game. Used to be 286.
They do not make the touchdown. The Packers stop them, led by Terry Jones. And Green Bay will take over. 26 seconds left. The Dallas record will be improved to 7-4. And they'll still be a game behind the Washington Redskins. Minnesota has already won today, and they will be tied with the Packers at 7-4.
315 yards rushing and 234 yards passing. That's an offensive afternoon.
That's a final score. They won it in overtime. The Redskins did. Detroit, a good offensive day, beat Tampa Bay. Philadelphia 17-9 over the New York Jets. The Eagles aren't out of it yet. Bobby Douglas running around in the end zone, being chased by David Stalls and Randy White, and herded out of bounds. 18 seconds left to play. Most points the Cowboys have ever scored are what?
Well, they had 59 points once against Detroit. Most yardage they ever had before was against Philadelphia. I was probably played.
These are all final scores again. Minnesota 17-14 over Chicago. 8 straight losses for the Bears. Atlanta 20, New Orleans 17. Tell you a little bit more about that game in a minute. Baltimore beat Seattle 17-14. Our information is that New Orleans was ahead 17-6 with only a minute to play. And Atlanta won. James Lofton, the intended receiver, and the clock stops with 12 seconds to play.
I'll tell you, Atlanta's defense is never the same thing twice. They come at you from the bench and everywhere.
Oh, boy. With what looks like 15 men instead of just 11.
I think Lehman Bennett's done a great job down there.
Oh, yeah. Douglas. McGeorge. Stopped by Guy Brown. Mike Hegman. And the Packers take a timeout with 1 second to go. One more play as the Pack calls a timeout.
McGeorge is the leading receiver. The tight end has 3 catches for 30 yards. Lofton has been shut out. Andre Thompson has 1, and Odom has 1, the touchdown pass.
So they've completed just 5 passes. The Packers.
5 of 25.
A good defensive day for Dallas. They've shut down Middleton with 9 carries for 29 yards. Marty Smith, who'd been averaging 5 yards plus for the last 4 games, had 3 carries for 6 yards. Galbraith, 19 yards and 4 carries.
That is defense, huh?
At its best. This will be the last play. Lofton caught a pass on the last play of the game. Tom Landry and Bart Starr, by the way, Dan Fouts has passed to John Jefferson, and San Diego has won that contest 29-23 on the last play in overtime. Dallas 42, Green Bay 14. Don't forget, tonight on CBS, these programs will be seen in their entirety. 60 minutes, The Word with David Jansen, followed by Dallas. Regular time on the West Coast. Pat Summerall saying so long from Milwaukee's County Stadium for Tom Brookshire. NFL on CBS is a presentation of CBS Sports.
This is CBS.
3 David Posey field goals and touchdown runs by Horace Ivory and quarterback Steve Grogan accounted for the 23 first-half points and what looked to be a Patriot rout. But the Oilers came back. Rob Carpenter scored 2 touchdowns in the middle quarters. In the fourth, Earl Campbell scored from 1 yard out, and with 2:39 left, Dan Pastorini threw an 8-yard touchdown pass to Rich Castor. The extra points failed on the last 2 touchdowns, but Houston had enough to win it. The New York Jets find themselves 2 games behind the front-running Dolphins and Patriots following their 17-9 loss to the Eagles. Touchdown passes of 18 and 6 yards from Ron Jaworski to Harold Carmichael were enough to lift the Eagles to the win. Alfred Jackson caught this deflected desperation pass from Steve Bartkowski with 10 seconds left and ran it into the end zone for the winning touchdown as the Falcons beat the Saints 20-17. The Redskins maintained their game lead over the Cowboys in the NFC East, beating their nemesis, the New York Giants, 16-13 in overtime. Mark Mosley's second attempt for 3 points in the extra period was good from 45 yards out. The Cowboys snapped a 2-game losing streak by whipping the Packers in Milwaukee 42-14. The Packers scored first, but it was all Dallas from there on out. The Cowboys reeled off 42 straight points to make the game a laugher. Tony Dorsett, Robert Newhouse, and Billy Joe Dupree each tallied twice for the Cowboys. The loss drops the Packers into a first-place tie with the Vikings in the NFC Central.
Sunday at Milwaukee, things started to improve for the former Heisman Trophy winner as he rushed for 149 yards against the Green Bay Packers. But following the game, Dorsett was still upset about the way he has been treated by the press.
There's been I don't feel I've been justified as far as the press is concerned. So there's been a lot of things going through my head, of course, yes, because I feel the press was very unfair to me. And, but I try to deal with it the best I can. And now, it feels like, it's like this here. When I'm down, everybody's, talking about me. Now I had a good game, everyone's here want to talk to me, and, I don't feel it's right. I've been treated wrong, and I don't appreciate it, but I'll live with it. It's just one of those things. But now that I've had a good game, the Cowboys had a good game today, not quite sure probably good things to be written about Tony Dorsett, but, I don't need no favors. I'll just go out and play football, do my job week in and week out, and hope for the best. If I have a good day, if we win, if I don't have a good day, if we lose, I'm going out there and give my best effort.
This is Lee Martin for CBS News, Dallas.
A minute and a half remaining. Kansas City has stopped San Diego on 3 downs at the 11-yard line. So Badurska has come on from just inside the 11. They'll probably spot it down back at about the 17-yard line, which would make for about a 27-yard attempt at a field goal. Make it the 28. The angle to the near side. Mike Fuller will hold. So it is a 28-yard field goal attempt with the ball being spotted on the 18-yard line. Signals are being called. Masick will snap. Long count. Here it is. Placed on, booted. It is up, and it is good. 1 minute and 27 seconds left to be played from San Diego, and the Chargers on a big 28-yard field goal from Rolf Podolska have gone out in front by the score of 23-20. They're going to place it down on the 37, making for a 47-yard attempt. The angle to the right side. This could tie the game. Here it is. Placed down. Booted. It is up, and it is good. It hit the crossbar and bounced over. We are tied at 23 with 2 seconds remaining. John Sutherland on a 47-yard field goal, and the whole Chiefs bench is on the field. Down to 15 seconds left to be played. A slot to the right side. Crowd roaring. 10 seconds, under 10 left to go. Bounce looks left and right. Regular Pulsetti's back to throw. Looking, still looking, throws to the right side of the end zone. Touchdown! John Jefferson as time winds down. I believe the man down on the far side and covering John Jefferson. He's getting up very slowly. The final score, San Diego 29, Kansas City 23. They used every second of overtime. We'll be back with a quick wrap-up of this afternoon's action